Evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday, Tuesday. Your hair this morning looks like you have a hat on your head. Okay, good. It's the hat head, yeah? It's the boss, the final boss of Ibiza, Magaluf. The boss of Magaluf. The Ibiza final boss. Yeah. That's the type of hair that he has. Wait, you didn't say Hasanabi Piker, just Hasan Piker? Oh no, I messed it up. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Ooh, goddamn. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are back. I've got a fucking license for this here, yeah? Oh, bruv, I've got a license for it, yeah? In any case, we're back, we're live, we're alive. Why are you so whimsical today? I don't know. I just did a good interview. It was long. I played basketball. Why are you not answering Austin's calls? Because I was fucking talking. Dude, because you know why? Because I was doing an interview, okay? I was doing a fucking interview. He calls me every morning at the same time when I'm doing goddamn press, okay?
Thank you, Will. I'm gonna call Hasan and see if he answers.
Okay.
I literally told the person interviewing me, I have a friend who knows that I'm doing calls at this time, and he still calls me while he's live on purpose. I'm gonna hang up on him, but I'm really sorry that, you know, we fucked up the interview, this part of the interview.
Sounds good.
All right, love you, Will.
Love you too.
Bye. All right, chat. I'm gonna try to call Hasan. Let's see if he answers.
I'm not. I didn't.
Oh yeah, he's sitting at his desktop right now. Let's see. Ready? I'm gonna make this a stream thing where I call him every morning.
I'm gonna kill him.
And see, it's just the part where we try. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Your call has been.
What? On the first fuck.
Yeah, I one tapped it. I one framed it because I was on a call. Anyway, classic. But yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world. Is 8/12, August 12, 2025.
It's been a
August 12, 2025. Okay, folks. Oh, the Jam Boys talked about meeting you in there. Hell yeah. I will hold on. Last night I ended the broadcast. I watched a bunch of Fire. I watched a bunch of Fire Force. It's getting really good. The background. What is it robotic? Was the audio robotic? Did the mic get buzzy? Is this still happening? It's fixed for a second. It's okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go again, baby. Here we go again. Here we go again. All right. Anyway, as I was saying, I've been watching Fire Force. The lore is crazy. Like the Adola burst, all this stuff is just so crazy. And I really enjoy it. I can enjoy it in spite of the weird fan service. There's also some crazy ass shit happening as well in the show in general. Like there's just a dude that just like chops people up. There's a dude that. What's happening? The mic thing happened again. What is this? Oh. 2025.
It's been a
August 12th, 2025. Okay, folks. Oh, the Jam Boys talked about meeting you in there. Hell yeah. Oh God, that's annoying. Might be an issue with the cable. No, I don't even know. I don't even know. It's happening again and again and again. Great. Love that. I love that, dude. I fucking love that. That's my favorite, dude. By God, that's Hasanabi's favorite music right there. I love to see it, folks. I fucking love to see it. I love when my shit's wrecked. It's not the fucking cable, dude. It's not the cable. Let's see. Is the Rodecaster, does it need a firmware update? Yeah, the Rodecaster, last time this shit was happening over and over again, maybe I should just restart the Rodecaster and see if it actually works. Hopefully it'll clean your input ports. Try your other mic. It's constant right now. It made it worse. It's super bad now. Great. I love that, dude. It's my favorite. Hello? Oh no, it's clanking now. Fuck. You sound like CNN. I hate this fucking stupid ass. All right, you know what? Let's download the new firmware for Rodecaster. You're gonna lose me. Or maybe not. Did it work? Oh, fuck. No, it didn't. It didn't. Is it still bad? All right, updating the Rodecaster firmware. How about now? Hello? Is it still messed up? Why are people posting alien kitties? It's fixed? It's back? Okay. I'll take it. I think it's back. All right, let's see. Sounds way better. Good so far. Keep streaming. It did an update, so you posted the alien kitty on the screen. What do you mean? Are you okay? What alien kitty? There was an alien kitty on the screen. I did not post it. I didn't see it. Was it Haas? Oh. I don't see it, chat. I don't see it on my end. I guess it was Haas. Anyway, all right, folks. Where was I? Oh, personal news-wise. Not much going on. Watch Fire Force. Definitely like it a lot. The backstory is getting really fleshed out, and I enjoy it. And dear friend, you're getting gray hair if you didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know that I had gray hair on my beard. Thank you for informing me. But the fights are getting really good. I'm in season 2. I'm like halfway through season 3. It's like 15, episode 15. Season 2, episode 15 is pretty good. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got on the Fire Force side. Woke up this morning, played some basketball, lost one game and then won every other game after that. So was cooking. So Caroline out there doing the producer work for you guys.
Singing in the rain. I think
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I was going to say, I'm friends with Hasan Piker.
Oh, yeah.
You should go on their podcast. If you're in Hasan Piker's podcast.
I'd love to.
Yeah, I want to connect you guys because my boyfriend's a huge fan too.
Okay.
He does the podcast as well. And
Eric's without Marnie, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. My man's ripping the straight Marnie shirt. Okay. Okay, stunner. I see what's up. W networking, Caroline. Okay, let's go.
And I said, I was like, you guys need to have Tim on the podcast.
What is that little thing?
Okay, I'll tell him I talked to you that you want to come on. Great.
And I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, great. Okay. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I think you would be great on it. Anyway, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. I got him on.
Except his description literally says, I'm sorry, but I don't check DMs. Oh, wait, no, he follows me back. You already had Tim's contact? Yeah, I know. I did. But Caroline reminded me. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I know. Everyone's gonna be like, Hasan, this is what we tell you all the time. You forget to DM people, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, Caroline reminded me, and now I DM'd him. I know Tim, yes, I do. I saw she met Bob Odenkirk, which is, oh, Bob Godenkirk, more like. That's so sick. Tim is literally the nicest dude. I was so nervous to talk to him when I saw him out in the wild. Yeah, Tim's great. I've done office hours. For those of you who don't know, I did office hours years ago. It's crazy that Northernline's coming for your job with a hard-hitting political commentary.
Hey, you're 2 inches into Trump and Biden's 2 inches into you.
Dude, well, oh, I'm sorry. Coming for my job, this is literally not even a question. I'm pulling into Trump. I'm literally going as hard into Trump as I can, and I'm actually holding on for dear life as I'm nutting. This is not even a question, okay? This is only a hypothetical. This is only a hypothetical for the weak-minded, okay? I already have a fully flushed out worldview. I already talked about what I would do in this situation a million times over. I'm a real political commentator. What do you mean? Okay? I'm blowing up in those cheeks. Sorry, Donald Trump, I'm nutting in there, okay?
Are you moving forward or backwards? Don't tell me to shut up. Just answer the question.
I'm a political engineer, okay? I'm an engineer of politics. And as someone who got a political engineering degree, okay? Let me tell you, the answer to this question is simple. I'm fucking not even pulling out, okay? I'm just staying in there. Hey, I follow that guy. That's Northern Lion. Was this on your final exam? Yeah, this is literally something that they ask you. When you want to get a degree in poli-sci, they straight up ask you, like, would you nut inside of Donald Trump? And you have to say yes, or they beat you. They don't let you do it. Anyway. Taylor talked with Cutie last night. Oh yeah, I was called. I was called last night by friend of the show, Cutie Cinderella, for Taylor talk time. It's a big deal for us Swifties, obviously. New album coming, you know. I'm very excited. Dude, I'm trying so hard not to lose her. You know what I mean? I'm trying. I have to entertain shit that I just normally would be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You fucking prudes.
Your biggest L is getting the yard getting Northern Line on the podcast before you. Yeah, that is an L for sure. Please get a celeb guest on Fear and what? Who cares? What? Why? What? That's so funny. You need to get Northern Line on the pod, bro. I agree, but he doesn't leave Canada. So, you know, I don't know what to do about that. Anyway, what is this? This is the Jam Boys.
A fucking nut ass week, right? This is my first time watching it.
Hey, what's good?
Written. This is so crazy. This is crazy, bro. This was like March is so cool though because March, bro, he like I could tell he just knows what the fuck to do. Who is that?
What's happening? What's good? March doesn't know shit. Okay, I'm glad that he was faking it like he knows what's up though.
March, nice to meet you.
What's good?
What in the fuck?
You're taller than I remember, bro.
Hasan? I know people say Hasan is like big. Hasan is massive, like massive. That is a big nigga. Like he will put you in the dirt, nigga. Like, somebody said his ass scared. He really in the rack.
Like that's another thing, bro. This nigga did not have to get on stream today and say anything about us. We took up so much of that nigga's time. Chat. We were with Hasan from like 4 p.m. to like 11 p.m.
It was a great fucking day. It was absolutely fucking insane.
Okay, dude, wrap it up. You made them look like children? Okay, but like they are literally, they're like 21 to 25. It's crazy, man. They're so smart. Like, I was a whole ass dumbass when I was their age, and they are so locked in. They're so tapped in. They're so knowledgeable. I feel so old saying this, but they have a good head on their shoulders. Like, I'm Unk status at this point, like straight up. You know what I mean? And as Unk status, like when I was 21, it's a breath of fresh air to see people that are that age that are this invested in politics and have like a really good worldview. And it makes me excited to see what they do with their podcast. That's why I wanted to put them on. Nah, 33, 34 is still young. They're just growing too fast. True. I'm 26 to get called Unk. I'm sorry, bro. Your grandpa status. I know people think 25 plus is Unk, like, which is crazy. I feel like 25 plus is not even Unk. 25 plus is not Unk. I would say 35 plus is Unk. And up until 35, you're big bro. But maybe I'm just coping. I don't know. Motherfucker, I started watching your shit at 14. The youth be getting smart. Cucumber skin harvester. Good name. No, I know. I know that there's a lot of people who started watching me when they were like 12. I know that. And they just like grew up watching me, which is good, I think. Under different circumstances, I say is bad, but I know what that environment looks like outside. Like, could you imagine a 12-year-old fucking learning politics from like watching fucking Andrew Tate or like Asmongold or some shit? You know what I mean? That's like, oh, devastating. That is you're just getting one-shotted from the jump. You're coming into an environment where you're just like, I am going to learn everything on the opposite side of reality. New kids in corporate settings are talking like that chatter. It's insane, law. Yeah, you got spawn camped. It's over. You have to hit a reset. It's over. You took L after L from the start. Just turned 27, started getting called Unk is crazy. Good. A lot of you don't understand. You were the ones who were calling me Unk in the chat. You were the ones who were calling me Unk in the chat, and now you're getting called Unk. It turns on you. It turns on you without you realizing. All of a sudden, you have become elderly. You know, I am Unk, but so are you now, and so will everybody. One day, everyone will be called Unk. That's just the nature of the game. Okay. In any case, let's blast off and let's do it. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff on the docket. Obviously, Trump deploying National Guard. Trump regime occupies Capitol with military. I think going forward, I'm just going to cover what, like, the shit that the Trump administration is doing, like the way America covers foreign adversaries. You know what I mean? Is that fair? Like, I think going forward, I'm just gonna, because we are in that era. We are in that era already. We're in our, you know, fascist dictatorship arc. So I think I'm just gonna start talking like this is a foreign adversary that the New York Times is covering. Like, Trump regime forces have occupied the Capitol militarily, you know? Then talk about the American regime has decided to reverse previous decision on gay marriage, taking away rights taking away rights from taking away rights from different marginalized populations. Civil society organizations are roundly criticizing the regime's actions. So yeah, Trump regime occupies Capitol with military. Will they come after gay marriage? Opposition party resistance has come to a halt. Yeah, opposition party nowhere to be found. Controlled opposition party might be getting donations from the same oligarchs. Controlled opposition party nowhere to be found. Yeah, opposition party in exile. Why do you only play games if you're being paid nowadays? Address the fake gamer allegations. I will address them. Korean filmmakers are all anti-capitalist. Yeah, why is this surprising to you? Why is this even remotely surprising to you? South Koreans literally have so much smoke for their own country, bro. They call it hell. It's a nation state that is completely dominated by like 7 families. And the entire industry is geared towards the 1 to 2 corporations those 7 families individually own. Everything sucks. Like, yeah, we see K-pop and we look at Asian food with cheese on it and we're like, that's delicious. And make no mistake, that shit is delicious, okay? Galbijim with some fucking cheese on it. I love that shit, okay? But yeah, they have a lot of fucking issues, man. They have a lot of issues. They're being crushed by, they're being hyper exploited by like the worst aspects of capitalism on a daily basis. Shit sucks. Of course it's gonna breed a bunch of artists that just like despise that structure, despise that system. You know? They're trying to buy the honeymoon. Yeah, they can't sing their way out of that one, I don't think. We ain't that different, couple hundred families instead of 7. Yeah. Parasite is a documentary. True. You're not slick, Unc. What is this?
The regime has seized control of the nation's capital.
Oh yeah, this is Prem is doing this. Prem is doing this as well. Yeah. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick. K-pop artists are literally abusing to continue their careers. This is insane. Yeah, I know. As your current top gifter, I demand you acknowledge how hot Jem Psaki is. I earned this discussion since I've been here for so long. Jem Psaki low-key hot. That's crazy. I will not be acknowledging things like that. You're insane. And you need to open a book. You need to open the good book, the Quran. You blasted off like half an hour ago? No, I never blasted off. What do you mean? I've just been live for the past 39 minutes. Obviously, I didn't blast off half an hour ago. Trump regime occupies Capitol with military. Will they come after gay marriage? Controlled opposition party nowhere to be found. TRUMPxPUTIN fanfic over Ukraine. Palestine protests erupt as regime politicians continue funding Israel's genocide. Get in now. Boom. Do we have a blast off? Oh, we do, yeah. Did you cover the CDC shooting? I never got to cover it. White makes your head look bigger. Thank you for telling me that. I'm gonna do that more often. I'm gonna wear white more often now for that reason, so that my head looks bigger. Let the people know, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We're alive. Here it is, a bombs left. Blast off meme, rent control. Firing off a couple shots in your neighborhood to make sure that real estate investors don't come in there and fuck up the bag, fuck up the environment for you. Netanyahu says Israel will open borders for Gazans to leave as they prepare for the offensive. Ugh. Maybe talk about how Trump is controlling the USA close to AIPAC influence at this point because of Trump and Galbard, even Vance. No, there is nothing that comes near the control that Israel has over like American foreign policy, but Trump definitely does love Vladimir Putin. Like, there is, make no mistake, Trump is certainly in a way that is impossible to ignore, very invested in maintaining a personal close relationship with Vladimir Putin for some fucking weird reason. And I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. NVIDIA starting a new headquarters in Israel to improve their AIs. Time to go all red. NVIDIA. Zoran Cook Cuomo again. We'll look at that later. Sky News interview. IOF correspondent says the info on Anas, the journalist, being a Hamas terrorist is classified. Oh, so they're saying, like, we won't tell you what it is. We'll keep it a secret. We'll tell you he's a terrorist. You have to take our word for it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It's wild that they don't even fucking care to... It's wild that they don't even care to lie. It's not weird at all. He dreams to be USA Putin one day. I know. That is true. He does like strong men for that reason. He likes charismatic authoritarian strong men. We know this because he likes Erdogan, and Erdogan ain't shit, okay? So the fact that he likes Erdogan means that, like, that's the one aspect. He just loves when you got some kind of authoritarian strongman. Otherwise, why in the ever-loving hell would you ever be on board with, would you ever glaze Erdogan? He ain't got shit. He's got nothing. He's nothing. He likes Viktor Orban. He's, okay, that's another actually, that's an even better example. At least Erdogan, like, commands the second largest military in NATO. What does Viktor Orban have? Nothing. Okay? Viktor Orban has nothing. So the very fact that he likes Viktor Orban implies that the only thing that Trump cares about is, like, vibes, authoritarian vibes. Kim Jong-un, I understand. At least, like, Kim Jong-un is unique, okay? Viktor Orban is not. Like, liking Kim Jong-un is odd, for sure, but, like, he's still, like, a fascinating character. He's, like, in control over one of the only countries that's, like, not even one of the only remaining, like, nation states that's, like, completely remote, okay? Viktor Orban is the leader of Hungary. He's smack dab in the middle of the fucking, well, not in the middle, but, like, you know, he's right there in the European continent. And he's just a fucking powerless autocrat. He has power over his own country, but ultimately in the global scheme of things, like, he has no motion. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Like, him liking authoritarian strongmen for only the quality that they are authoritarian strongmen is perhaps most evident in someone like Viktor Orban, because Xi Jinping is a charismatic strongman leader for sure, commands a lot of power in, I mean, he's the leader of China, okay? China is a hegemonic superpower. Kim Jong-un, again, understandable that you would, like, find him to be a fascinating character because he is he's responsible single-handedly for an entire nation state that is, like, a sovereign nation state that has nuclear weapons, and also on top of that has been completely outcast from the global marketplace. Like they're not a part of the regular international system that we've designed. But when you got, and even with like Erdogan is a feckless servant of the American state. But having said that, he at least has like NATO. He has like a NATO army, you know what I mean? But with like Viktor Orban has nothing. The only reason why you would say you like Viktor Orban is because he's an authoritarian strongman who's right-wing, who like says he hates gays. He has nothing. What do you mean? He plays both sides. He's like beholden to Chinese influence, beholden to Russian influence. Obviously still a servant of American reactionary sentiment as well. He's got nothing though, you know what I mean? No disrespect to Hungary, but like in terms of like all these other global leaders and shit, like he has no motion whatsoever, other than like the only quality that he brings to the table that you might find fascinating or good is that he just sucks. He's just a bad dude. He's a bad dude, and he's right-wing, and he's authoritarian. Hella disrespect to Hungary. All disrespect to Hungary. I'm half Hungarian. My Hungarian friend just makes fun of him. Lamau, they find him feckless. I mean, he is. Many world leaders are. I mean, look at the serious world leaders, right? Even in Western Europe, look at France, look at Macron, look at fucking Kid Starver. They've shown their asses over and over again. They've made it, they've basically shown everyone in their own nation states that they have no sovereignty whatsoever. And this entire like anti-EU sentiment, this entire anti-European Union sentiment was all nothing, okay? Because remember, so many of these countries had like independence movements to rid themselves of like European Union sovereignty. This is bad, you know. European Union should not be controlling us. Like, why is that happening? And then you look at them and it's like, oh no, there's a real daddy. There's a real daddy who is sometimes called daddy by some of these fucking leaders like Rutte. Shameless. What happened? What happened to shame? You know what I mean? What happened to fucking shame? Y'all have like, y'all are supposed to be the countries that advanced Western civilization to the point that it got to, and now you're just like sitting around in charge of a bunch of vassal states demanding demanding more taxable revenue from your fucking serfs so you can give it back to the real king, Donald Trump. It's crazy. It's really messed up. Generational fall off. It just makes me upset because like I can't do anything in America. I constantly yell about America and the ways in which we dominate the planet and how unfair it is for everybody else. So I just expect I don't know, European leaders to be able to like get their shit in order and to actively push back against American intervention of this sort, right? Like, I wish. You support China and Korea, you're a weirdo, buddy, and Kim Jong-un isn't a bad dude. Okay, buddy, did I say anything of the sort? Did I say he is a good dude? No, you heard that. I said he is a fascinating character, so it's understandable that at least like in comparison to Viktor Orban, he's a more interesting character than Viktor Orban, given that he is in charge of fucking North Korea. That wasn't glazing Kim Jong-un, which I do with regular frequency. This is just not one of those moments. I'm saying that like it's more understandable he would it's still strange, but it's more understandable that he would be fascinated with someone like Kim Jong-un as opposed to someone like Viktor Orban, and it's clear that the only thing that he cares about is like being someone being an authoritarian strongman. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's got to be it, because why else would you ever glaze Viktor Orban? There's nothing. There's nothing to glaze. Half his country doesn't fuck with him. You know? Blazing a dictator is crazy. Brother, we live in the United States of America. We are currently talking about our president doing that, okay? After years and years of presenting America as this like force for good, a force that preserves and defends democracy, Donald Trump has completely dropped any notion that we're invested in that. He literally is moving the troops to the capital of the nation. Donald Trump is moving the troops to the nation's capital, okay? That's where we're starting off today. That is where we are starting our journey on this wonderful morning. The Trump regime, I repeat, is moving its military to the nation's capital. This is quite literally what happens in historic fascist movements. This is how it goes. Okay, this is how it starts. This is how it goes. We're doing it. And it's not even like, it's not on some like 2016 fuck Trump shit. This is just straightforward. This is a straightforward attempt to at least have like some semblance of control when full tilt fascism comes our way. And it's already at our doorstep. And of course, the hilarious side of this otherwise like somewhat scary story is that the inflection point for this military takeover of law enforcement duties in the nation's capital is that a dude by the name of fucking Big Balls got his ass beat by a 15-year-old teenage girl and a 15-year-old teenage boy. That is the reason why we are now having a fucking fascist military takeover of the nation's capital. What are we doing? I'm losing my fucking mind.
The nation's capital put on notice, awaiting the arrival of hundreds of National Guard troops as the president places Washington, D.C. under federal control.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back.
President Trump declaring a public safety emergency in D.C., placing attorney...
Yeah, Big Balls is the Franz Ferdinand, you know? That's what we're doing. That's like we don't even have like a real fake crystal knock inflection point. Like, hello?
General Pam Bondi in charge of the D.C. Metropolitan Police and activating some 800 National Guard troops, the first time the National Guard has been deployed to D.C. since after the 2021 attack on the Capitol. Overnight, the Secretary of Defense saying they'll be ready to act.
They're going to be proactive. If you take an action or a shot at them, there will be a consequence. We're not going to have National Guards just sitting there like this, seeing a crime committed and not do something about it.
The Guard is being deployed to assist with law enforcement activities. Guardsmen always have weapons available, according to a U.S. official, but whether they will be armed for these duties is up to their commander. The president is painting an apocalyptic picture of the nation's capital, adamant crime is spiraling out of control. But the official figures show crime in the capital is actually in decline. Violent crime recently hitting a 30-year low, down 26% since last year. Burglary down 19%, murder down 12%.
When we think of emergencies, it usually involves surges in crime.
Mayor Muriel Bowser acknowledges there's little she can do. D.C. is not a state, and the president has the authority to take over the city's police department.
And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised.
Trump, eager to show he's tough on crime, has shown a willingness to use military force in major cities. Earlier this summer, sending 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines to quell immigration protests in Los Angeles. Now he's warning other cities, saying if this model works in Washington, he may use it to fight crime in places like Chicago, Baltimore, and Oakland, all notably Democratic-led cities.
We're not going to lose our cities over this, and this will go further.
Guard troops, we're told, will be in position in the coming week. Now, it's not clear how long they will stay on the streets of D.C., but the president has said he's willing to go even further and bring in additional military forces if needed. Michael.
Yeah, that would have helped on January 6th, Mary. And, you know, another headline this morning, the president naming a new top official in charge of the jobs report after he fired the last one.
Yeah, the president announcing a new commissioner for the Bureau of Labor Statistics, E.J. Antony of the Conservative Heritage Foundation. He has criticized the Bureau in the past and questioned its data. He also contributed to the Conservative Project.
I mean, massaging the numbers, deploying troops to the fucking nation's capital, black-bagging people from the streets, and then when there's any sort of inevitable resistance against that sort of thing, utilizing the military to violently squash attempts to stop that sort of thing from happening. It's here. We have concentration camps. We have concentration camps. We have concentration camps in this country currently. Okay. It's here. Is here. This is like, I think this is exactly how this kind of shit happens. Like, historically, this is how it has happened. I don't know what more you need to see to arrive at this conclusion. It's just like, what do you want him to do? Run around saying he's a fucking Nazi? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you need to hear from him? I mean, he's got people in his cabinet that have fucking sig-heiled. You got Elon Musk sig-heiling at the inauguration. You even got that. Fuck the mainstream media bullshit reporting. This coverage is so weak. Brother, close your eyes and imagine Joe Biden doing that in a red state. Okay? Just do it. And there was good reason for him to do so when Greg Abbott was actively ruining the executive authority over immigration, actively defying the interests of the federal government. He could have done that. Imagine a military takeover of Texas. How would you react? They would have flipped out. I'm just like, this is not weak coverage. I don't know what you're talking about. Unless you're saying the media is not being aggressive enough in their commentary. Maybe that's what you're saying and I didn't understand it. Like, I have detailed exactly how this is going to happen, and it's going along in the exact ways that I said it was going to happen.
2025 blueprint. Now, this comes after the president fired.
Oh, you're saying the media is weak on calling this bullshit out. Even my hog parents are increasingly saying they just can't watch the news. They don't watch because they know they're complicit, but they have stopped denying this shit isn't happening. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of like aesthetic stuff that Americans, regardless of what their political background is not in favor of either. I think a lot of this stuff is being, I think a lot of this stuff that's doing, what? You're giving 2019 voice today? Maybe. I think a lot of what's going on is happening specifically for like extremely online aspects of the movement. Like, this shit is not something that like average Republicans, if they pay attention to it, this is not the type of shit that average Republicans would be on board with, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see like regular ass Republicans, like lifelong Republicans, turning around and just being like, oh my God, this is great. I love sending the fucking police. Like, fascism theater is not something that everyday Americans will be on board with. It's kind of like when I got detained, there were people, there were immediate family members that had literally, that had been to January 6th, like that had gone to the Capitol on January 6th, like massive Trump supporters. Okay, I know people who are not my family members, but like friends of mine and their immediate family members. When they heard about that, they were pissed off that the government was literally detaining people because they pegged them as political dissidents. Like, that's the type of shit. I feel like that is the type of shit that pisses off even Republicans in general. You know? Big Balls got beat up by a 15-year-old in D.C. and Trump sends the National Guard. 15-year-olds get murdered in schools across the country and Trump sends thoughts and prayers. Yeah. There's a bunch of interesting stuff, but it's framed as law and order, so Republicans do kind of like it. Also, there's a lot of black people in D.C. No, for sure. This is for that reason. He's doing it for that reason, because D.C. is a black city, okay? That is the main reason. This is a way to stop. This is a way to just basically signal in the same way that, like, when you do ICE raids in, like, Los Angeles and you rip apart families, like, you're saying to your base, to the most racist elements in your base, like, I'm doing this for you. I got you. No more Mexicans. Like, I hear you, right? This is the same version of that, but just for black people. Ironically enough, it's also for the same base, because those guys want brown people and black people to get the fuck out of the country, right? Or to be violently suppressed. So you're designing this, like, incredibly fucking violent, ridiculous, this incredibly violent, ridiculous enforcement mechanism specifically to soothe the interests of some of the most reactionary elements within your base. I don't think you can keep pushing like this without significant response. I think this creates a lot of animosity. The problem, of course, is that you don't have a well-organized opposition party against this kind of thing that's, like, actively egging on the population to respond, to actually throw a fit, to fuck shit up. You don't have that anymore within the Democratic Party. They're gone. And you kind of need that. This is not me shepherding people into the Democratic Party. This is just me saying that, like, you do need that, because you need your parents and your grandparents to also be on the fucking streets. There's no other way to stop this. And if your parents and your grandparents are going to get on the streets, the media has to cover it. The media has to cover the anger and the resentment that people feel. Okay? And in order for the media to cover it, you need the opposition party to actually go out on television with regular frequency and constantly give quotes and constantly say, this is fucked up, this is pissing us off, this is not what we are, this is not what America's supposed to be about, what the hell is going on, we need to you know, go out and protest.
The previous commissioner claiming without evidence that last month's poor job.
Or people don't do crime? What do you mean? What? People don't do crime? Dog. Crime is a constant, okay? When you live in an environment where there's poverty and wealth, crime is always going to exist. But what you're supposed to look at is if crime is out of control. Trump claims crime is out of control. DC numbers show the exact opposite. It is at a 30-year low at this point in DC, which means that for all its faults and failures, what they have done so far has been kind of working. This doesn't mean that there isn't crime that's still taking place. Crime is still happening, of course. Crime happens all around. It's a matter of whether you tune into it or not. And unfortunately, despite the fact that red states have higher homicide rates and higher rates of gun violence than fucking blue states do, we all seem to think that blue states, where there's a lot of black people, are the only place where crime is manifesting. I wonder why. If I were to ask anyone, if I were to ask an average person on the streets, who has a higher violent crime rate? Which state has a higher violent crime rate? New York or South Carolina? They would say New York, but it's actually fucking South Carolina, because it's directly a consequence of poverty. It's directly a consequence of people's material conditions. Military will only target criminals? Yeah, no, totally. Just like they always do. Brother, the military has no training for law enforcement purposes, okay? You have the military police, but even then, they don't do necessarily a good job. Cops don't even do a fucking good job with this shit, especially in America. The military is even worse than that. The military has one purpose. It's to kill, okay? That is what the job of the military is. They kill people, okay? That's what they do. They kill people. They get sent somewhere and they shoot. They use lethal weapons and they shoot. They don't do crowd control. They don't do any of that shit. They are there to kill. This is precisely the reason why there are laws in the books against this very same thing that's happening currently. Okay? Now, DC, of course, is unique because it's not a fully fleshed out state. It's a District of Columbia. So obviously for that reason, you can federalize, you can basically do a forcible takeover of the policing in DC. That's probably why this is the entry point for Donald Trump to test this process out. There's also, after the 48-hour takeover, you have to justify, like in the first 30 days, exactly why you need to control or federalize the policing in DC. And then after the 30 days are over, you have to go back to Congress and get congressional approval to continue extending the military occupation of the nation's capital. Now, there are also rules against this sort of thing, specifically designed so that, you know, you don't have some fucking random psychopathic fascist fucking leader decide single-handedly that he's just going to use the military as a mechanism of law enforcement on domestic soil. Like that's the whole point of this, is that you're not supposed to do this. Has it been stated where the National Guardsmen are coming from that are being deployed to DC? It's Southern troops that are being sent to DC. I'm not sure. I don't know where they're coming from.
Bob's report was manipulated to make him look bad. Michael.
Well, you know, numbers don't lie, Mary. That's what they say.
Yeah, crime is always relative. Is crime bad? Yeah. Is it particularly bad more than usual? No. Has it ever been better than it is now? Also no. Crime rates in the US fell off a cliff in the 90s and never went back. But people still have an understanding of crime based on memories of the 1970s, especially among those who are the children of white flight. There's also a different assessment of crime. What we actually perceive as crime is entirely different than what is actually crime, okay? We perceive homeless people, which is the most visible aspect of poverty, as crime. We see Target locking up, deodorant as a visible aspect of crime. Many of the things that we see as crime that we actually experience as like crime rates getting out of control are simply aspects of poverty, okay? We associate visible aspects of poverty with crime. This doesn't mean that like there aren't criminals amongst the homeless population. Of course there are, but you don't make that assessment. You just see a homeless person and go, oh, ew, dirty, gross, crime. That's a criminal. He's gonna come and yell at me. He's gonna throw his poop at me. That's your immediate assessment when you see that. And then you walk around all day with that in the back of your head. You get in a fucking, you get on a subway car and you see a homeless person, and in the subway car you go, crime is out of control in the subways. Okay? Like that person might not be bothering anybody. Or even he might be loud and abrasive and experiencing a mental health episode, right? But even then, like our assessment of what is a crime, what is contributing to the crime rate, is entirely out of whack. And the example I can give you is like, if it wasn't a homeless person that was experiencing a mental health episode, but instead like, I don't know, a regular 9-to-5er in a fucking suit, you would treat that situation differently than you do with a homeless person. Okay? That's it. And you wouldn't immediately assume that this is like a criminal doing crimes. That's just kind of how it works. It is what it is. And for the record, this doesn't mean that it's good that there are homeless people experiencing mental health episodes in broad daylight that are subject to the elements with regular frequency. I'm not saying that at all. They need homes, okay? No one should be homeless. It's ridiculous that we are in the wealthiest nation on the planet and 600,000 people are going to be sleeping outdoors tonight, okay? That's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. That is unacceptable. And that is a policy failure. But the solution to that isn't to, like, I don't know, sick the military on these guys and fucking kill them. Half of the guys are fucking veterans themselves, ironically enough. Okay? Not half, but a big chunk of them are veterans themselves. The solution to that is to tackle poverty. Because people don't become homeless because of crime. People become homeless because of poverty. Because they get priced out of the housing market. But of course, no one wants to solve that. No one wants to actually fix the problem. They just want to use the problem so they can do more fascism, so they can implement more mechanisms of violent control. And that's where we're at now. And there are still people that there are still people that look at the system and go, nah, you don't understand. There's so much crime happening in DC, and now the military is going to go in and fucking kill everyone that annoys me. Okay, great.
All right, thank you.
President Trump announcing he is taking control of Washington, D.C. and the police and deploying the National Guard.
I saw this piece earlier. It's very interesting. They're going to say a couple things here that trigger me to no fucking end, but unfortunately, that's the name of the game now. You're going to hear the Fox News host say, who cares about statistics? What actually matters is anecdotes, okay? Get ready, because obviously the data doesn't correspond to the narrative that these guys are fucking cultivating. So either you have two options there. Either you tackle the data, you directly fight back and you say the data is wrong for this reason or that reason, or you just completely drop that and go, crime is up because I feel like crime is up, okay? It's my personal feeling. It's my personal feeling that matters more. Trust me on this. Trust me on this. My feeling is that crime is up. I see black people all over the place. I see homeless people all over the place. And that scares me. And for that reason, I think we need the military. We need the military to occupy the nation's fucking capital.
In an unprecedented crackdown on crime in our nation's capital.
Mark Meredith joins us now from Washington with the latest. Hey, Mark.
Ainsley, Brian, and Lawrence, good morning, friends. Once again, traditionally getting tough on crime is not controversial, but the White House is facing opposition from D.C. leaders after it vowed to help clean up D.C.'s streets. We got the idea of what the president's unveiling here. He's dispatching 800 National Guard troops, taking control of D.C.'s police department, and offering more federal resources to help the district get crime under control.
This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal government and is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad.
We also got a statement from D.C. City Council. They responded to Trump saying this is a manufactured intrusion on local authority. Violent crime in the district is at the lowest rates we have seen in 30 years. The statement goes on to say federalizing the police department is unwarranted because there is no federal emergency. But guys, crime is still happening, including overnight. There was a fatal shooting roughly 1 mile from the White House. Now we're hearing from D.C.'s U.S. attorney, who is urging local leaders to stiffen the punishments criminals may face for crimes both big and small.
We've got to repeal these laws of the left-leaning D.C. Council, one member of whom I just indicted recently, and we've got to make this place safe for the people in the district.
D.C.'s sole congressional delegate is calling this all political overreach, but D.C.'s police union is applauding the White House for taking action.
In order to fix this problem and make sure that it doesn't ebb and flow and that the feds come in and we lower crime and then they leave and we're left holding the bag, it's very important that people know that there is underlying legislation that needs to be corrected so that we can actually properly staff this police department in order to properly police the city.
Now, the president says he's open to additional crime crackdowns in major cities like Chicago and Los Angeles. The mayor of Chicago said if Trump were to send the National Guard, that it would destabilize the city. That's the quote out of Chicago. Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian, back to you guys.
Mark, the dynamic was so fascinating yesterday because you have the mayor come out and go, well, crime is down. I don't know why he's doing this. He's got a pandemic mindset. But almost everyone in the press room is...
This is the best part. This is the best part. Get ready. Brian Kilmeade about to pop off.
Living in Washington or the surrounding areas. So you don't need to see a bar graph or a pie chart.
Don't look at it. Don't look at the pie graphs. Don't look at the bar chart. Don't look at the data. Don't look at the data. Don't look at the data. My feelings, and your feelings. Oh, you don't actually feel like crime is actually that significant of a problem in DC, or you feel like it's gotten significantly better? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. My feelings over your feelings. Please stop. Stop looking at facts. Don't look at the data. Don't look at the data. What are you, gay? What are you, woke? They're fucking... The framing here from a mainstream instrument of media is so alarming, dude. Like, these guys are supposed to be... There's certain things that they're not supposed to do. This is one of the things that they're not supposed to do, okay? As someone who studies criminology and lives in the DMV, this shit is so infuriating. it's just like, it's so fucking frustrating to be like, no, don't look at the data. Data lies. Data is a liar. Please. Your feelings. That's what matters.
The sense that no matter your proclivity or what you thought of the president, the people in that room know there's a problem with crime in that city, regardless of what stat is out there?
Brian, I couldn't agree with you more because statistics don't tell the entire story. And obviously, if you're a victim of crime or if you know somebody.
Oh, statistics don't tell the reality. Oh, that's right. Hey, man, perhaps there is a need for statistics for this exact same reason. Because personal anecdotes, especially as it pertains to crime, are so emotional. When you have a degree of emotional investment, when you actually have like a low impact crime, let's say someone broke into your car, okay? Someone broke into your car. They didn't even steal anything. They just broke your window. That is a costly endeavor for you, but more importantly, it's an emotional endeavor. Why is it an emotional endeavor? Because you feel like your sense of security has been ripped away from you. I totally understand why someone who's been victim to such an act is going to feel insecure, is going to feel scared. Okay, so that person is obviously going to think crime is actually completely fucking out of control. It's gotten out of hand, right? This is precisely the reason why we need empirical evidence. Why do we need empirical evidence? Because anecdotes are clouded by bias, okay? And especially when it comes to something like crime, if you have been mugged, or if you have experienced some kind of crime, low impact, high impact, doesn't matter. Your personal relationship with this, your personal relationship with whether or not crime is completely out of control is going to be completely out of whack. We have no way. You have no way at that point to like make an assessment. It's just your own personal individual experience, and it is completely clouded by the emotional impact that had on your life. This is precisely the reason why we have to rely on data to make policy decisions. Because if we don't rely on data to make these policy decisions and we rely on like personal anecdotes, then we're fucking cooked. Then this kind of insane enforcement comes into mind as the only solution. So you want empirical things now, socialist boy? Yes. Didn't you know that crime is a naturally occurring phenomenon that is not rooted in any systemic, economic, or sociological problems, and that people engaging in crime also aren't included in that classification of the people of DC? There are non-people. Yeah. You seriously need to wake up to the reality? Yesterday, a crowd of perhaps 15 to 20 people in keffiyehs and watermelon t-shirts were on my street, and I walked past them. They saw my star and looked at me with intimidation. I felt outnumbered and sincerely wondered what would happen if it had escalated. Yeah, this is a great way to describe exactly what I'm talking about. Like in E. Fatlow's mind, okay, this was an anti-Semitic hate crime. You understand? But in the real world, that's not what happened at all. Do you understand? Nothing happened. She is recalling an incident that wasn't an incident at all. She just happened to exist around other people. Okay? So what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to legislate off of the paranoid delusions of people? Is that what we're supposed to do? Is it really relevant though? I feel like people will believe what fits best their narrative, no matter how valid evidence are. Shouldn't we focus on this fear or fight against it with emotions, feelings, rather than facts? I mean, sure, that plays a role in this commentary as well, certainly. But like, first and foremost, I think it's important to address not only the actual facts, not only the reality, the facts, but also talk about why these guys have completely moved away and sidestepped the importance of like doing any sort of like real data analysis and simply are at the mercy of individual anecdotes, right? Because the difference to this is just like doing a man on the street interview with regular citizens of DC and asking them if they like having military on the fucking streets. Does that make them feel safe? The problem is the media never does that. Okay? Like, I'll give you another example of crime panic and also bullshit over enforcement of crime panic narratives. New York City subways are some of the safest around the planet, but there are still obviously incidents that take place in New York City subways. If you were to ask people in the media, they say it's bedlam. Okay? They say New York City subways are unimaginably unsafe, that there is a murder happening every 5 seconds. Okay? And what do you have to do to combat this fear that people have? You have to send in as many fucking militarized police forces as possible to the New York City subway so they can sit there and play Candy Crush. Okay? But at the time, if you were to ask people how they felt about all of these like heavy duty, heavy set militarized cops at subway stations playing Candy Crush, they didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. Like, the people who are actually commuters don't like it. But it doesn't fucking matter, because you can frame you can frame it in an incredibly biased way. You can always find someone that says like, I feel much safer now that I know, you know, Officer Hernandez playing Candy Crush on his phone is here collecting thousands of dollars in overtime. You know what I mean? Like, you can find people that will say that, so you can craft a successful narrative around like how great this is actually. And that's precisely what Fox News does, as opposed to liberal media outlets don't do that, to develop a counter narrative to say like, this is not something that people are fucking with. They don't like this. Doors open. Doors open. Wait. Feelings of unsafety is because guns are illegal. That's the other thing. You know what? One of the craziest things that they're showing in DC, they're like, gun violence is up. Gun violence is much higher in DC than these other fucking nations, right? It's like, dude, yeah. It's because they have hella guns, man. It's because we live in America. The solution to gun violence is obvious. It's gun control, but you don't want to do that. It's so fucking stupid. It makes me so mad that they do this, like, they do this thing that otherwise liberals used to do to describe like how bad gun violence is, where they'll like post gun violence numbers in DC to be like, look at DC gun violence numbers as opposed to fucking, I don't know, Honduras or some shit. And it's like, okay, yeah, because we're gunned up. Everybody's got a gun. Motherfuckers have guns for their guns, okay? We're printing guns. I am DC born, raised, and currently living in the DMV area. DC has been gentrifying for over a decade. Dwindling remaining black residents that comprise of the old chocolate city got fucked over years ago. Since at least 2008 by neo-lib Dems and Republican Mayor Fenty. Most have been pushed into Prince George's County, MD, and beyond already. Trump is already 20 years too late into this plan.
President.
Oh my God, Benny Johnson is in the fucking press pool today. Oh my God, I want to die. We got gum boo boo. Yeah, we motherfuckers have la boo boo. We got gum boo boo. And we're talking about gun violence in DC. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder why. Nah, it's just because it's black people. Black people are there. That's why. Please do not look at the one factor. The one factor that is ultimately so different in America.
It matters a much bigger deal to you as opposed to just seeing something on a bar graph. And you asked a question about the reporters. I'll tell you, I went to the Starbucks yesterday before going to the White House. I asked this barista, she's got a 4-year-old boy. She's out there every day at 5 in the morning working her butt off. I said, what do you think about the National Guard coming? She goes, thank God they've got to get the city under control, because she deals with the homeless in the store. She's got to deal with the crime in Anacostia. DC residents, yes, they are aware that this is going to be a huge political fight, but there is absolutely a crime problem in the nation's
Yeah,
capital.
if you live in a neighborhood, you just want safety. You don't care how it's done. So Donald Trump said that he's invoking this under Section 740 of the DC Home Rule Act. He had to notify Congress, right? And he is able to bring in the National Guard for the next 30 days without having a vote from
Brother, a cool story, by the way. But also, even if it was true, how is the military the solution to this? We're such a stupid society, man. We are so fucking stupid. This wave of anti-intellectual thought has completely destroyed any kind of good governance that we could have. Okay? It's over. It's done. It's fucking Jover. It's just... There are homeless people everywhere. Okay. How do we solve it? I don't know. Fix the housing market. Offer them fucking permanent shelter. Okay? And then start the rehabilitation process with the housing first policy. Okay? Those are successful methods of combating homelessness. Nah, I don't want to do that. We should just kill the homeless with the military. We should use the military to kill the homeless. Okay, we'll just go with that one. Like, nobody asked why the guy is homeless, how he got there, how we can make sure that this doesn't happen again. We're just like, oh, I don't want to see it. Gross. Get him out of here. Kill him. Kill him with the military. Kill him dead.
Congress. Is that right?
Ainsley, that is right. And he did notify the appropriate committees yesterday. So basically the clock is ticking. This gives Congress until mid-September to decide whether or not they want to extend the emergency. But this is unprecedented. We don't know what this is going to look like in the next week, 2 weeks, whether or not this is actually going to be well received by DC residents. Or
What do I say to people who think they're just lazy? I mean, majority homeless people actually have jobs. They're just living out of their fucking cars. And it's not about laziness at all. Like, they literally work. They just are priced out of the housing market. A reality that is a lot closer to the average American than they think as well, by the way. You're like one fucking horrible medical incident away from also being on the streets. And many Americans are there. They just don't realize it and turn a blind eye to it. And they see, I've talked about this before with different tiers of homelessness. Like, I call it the 3 tiers of homelessness. Like, the most invisible tier of homelessness is the majority of homeless people, which are like people without permanent shelter, a permanent home, either couch surfing or living out of their cars. They still go to their jobs, you know what I mean? But then, like, because they don't have access to running water at any given moment all the time, it becomes increasingly more difficult to maintain your job. And then you go into tier 2 of homelessness, where you're like in the period where you're like kind of living outdoors and braving the elements and don't have any shelter whatsoever because you can't pay for your car or whatever, right? And then you're now living on the streets. And then you get to the last tier of homelessness in that process because, like, you're doing drugs to try and cope with your reality, to try and just, you know, try and deal with your everyday existence where you're exposed to the fucking elements. And basically you arrive at the 3rd tier of homelessness, which is what most people see or most people think when they think about homelessness, which is like a person who has been out there for a decade, and at that point, you know, they've kind of lost their minds a little bit, understandably so. And they're constantly experiencing like mental health episodes in public. They have nowhere to go, and it's much more difficult for them to be reintegrated into you know, normal society. But the idea that like people are homeless for fun is so idiotic. I don't understand how people say that. Like, they just don't think about it at all, I guess. Like, they in their minds they have it like never considered how insane that statement is. Like, I will never understand that. When people just go like, oh, dude, people want to be in that situation. It's like, dude, you are insane. Nobody wants to live in that situation. Brother, animals need shelter. Like, they find caves to live in. You know what I mean? The idea that like a fucking whole ass human being is going to volunteer to live out in the fucking streets is insane. The only reason why you think that is because the shelters have no drug policies, and the shelters actually have a lot of violence and a lot of theft, and therefore some people do prefer to live literally outside in a fucking tent rather than living in a goddamn shelter, especially because shelters are not permanent anyway. That is an indictment on the shelter system being dog shit, more so than people's own personal choices of wanting to live outdoors. Yeah, you can't keep a pet, you can't keep your stuff in the shelter. There's so many different things. Like these are not non-persons, these are human beings, you know?
Or if there's going to be pushback, my bet, Ainsley, guys, would be that by the weekend, when there's going to be an uptick in whether or not there's people out and about, whether we see more crime and how it's handled, if people say this is a good thing, or they're saying this is going in the wrong direction. We had a fatal shooting just last night, so crime certainly, that was my favorite point, was that the council was saying there is no crime emergency, and then we had a fatal shooting 1 mile from the White House, Logan Circle.
Yeah. Yeah, one fatal shooting a mile away from the White House does not mean there's a crime emergency. What are you talking about? There's never going to be zero crime, dude. Ha! You say that there is no crime emergency because crime rates in the DC are down to 30-year lows. Okay? Well, my retort to that is that a crime happened last night. Oh shit, dude. I didn't realize that you know, not having an imminent crime emergency, I didn't realize that meant that like you know, no crimes are supposed to happen ever. Fucking got him. Sick. You know what the worst part about this is that the worst part of this narrative is that like a lot more people find comfort in this kind of fucking argumentation, and when the overwhelming majority of society is looking at it and saying, what the fuck do you mean there's no crime emergency, a murder happened? And that's like the best possible counter narrative against anyone that tries to say, hey, you have to look at the data to make these decisions. Like, what are you talking about? Like, people have actually tackled crime. Crime is obviously going to happen. It's not good that it's happening, and we should continue to try to solve this problem. But the real way to solve this problem is by focusing on the underlying material circumstances in which crime manifests. When you say that, the easiest counter to that is shut the fuck up, you nerd. You're woke and gay. Crime is happening, and I'm scared. So we have to kill them. We have to kill them all. That's it. It's endlessly easy to be right-wing. It's endlessly easy to make the person, your interlocutor, look like a fucking silly person by simply saying data is woke, data is lame, you're a nerd, shut the fuck up, my vibes over, my vibes and everybody else's vibes over whatever kind of fucking weird narrative you're attempting to push for. I'm scared.
Is a nice area of the city. Not that it means that it shouldn't happen in other areas, but it's still absolutely happening.
Right, Mark. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Our children, and the murder rates are plummeting. We are now able to report that the murder rate is on track to be the lowest in U.S. history.
Whoa, wait a minute. What? What the fuck? What the heli? What the heliante? Wait, hold on. I'm confused, bro. I didn't know he was just a little guy, by the way. That's kind of funny. Huh. Huh. Interesting. I guess it's already working. Donald Trump's true positioning has worked already in spectacular ways. In ways that you never thought was possible. Pre-crime is down. Interesting.
In modern recorded U.S. history, thanks to this team behind me and President Trump's priorities, our children, and the murder rates are
Interesting. So I guess crime is down after all. The reason why they won't use statistics is that they would have to show that red states have higher rates of crime than blue, and they will never admit that to their base. Yeah. How'd that happen? Oh, also, here's one reason why gun crime is a problem in America, including in DC, in the nation's capital. Let's take a look. Maybe it's maybe guns could be a factor here to consider.
Out of time? That means it's had enough. Goodbye. Thank you. I want you to report on.
But you said it's guns. You said it's guns on the street that's causing this problem. Are you concerned that the DOJ's funding cuts to gun violence prevention programs undermine the effort?
Stop it. We are putting all kinds of resources onto the street.
But what about the gun aspect of the gun violence?
Thanks. Out of time.
That's great, man. I love having members of the administrative state and people in positions of power that are just like visibly drunk. You know, I feel so safe. I feel so fucking safe, dude. Don't you?
That means.
Oh, stop it!
Thank you, Mark.
So, Brian, to your point, the press is in the city.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. This drunk asshole who is a fake judge on television knows what she's talking about when she's visibly hammered. Me, on the other hand, what do I know? I'm only using woke data to point to the actual reality and not one that is crafted off of narratives and anecdotes and hysteria.
Right, we've heard stories for years. We've seen camera crews be attacked. But I'm sorry, their questioning of the president during the press conference yesterday wasn't reflective of that. And they kept citing numbers. But we have some numbers for you. So if you compare Washington, D.C., District of Columbia's crime to everyone in the country, when it comes to total violent crime, it's the 10th highest in the country. When it comes to homicides, it's the 4th highest in the country. And vehicle theft, which we've heard this for years now with the carjack, they're number 1 in the country. So don't tell us that it's safe and the president's overreacting and that the numbers are going down when this is the case.
Yeah, we hear all about drugs down in Colombia, right? Well, when you compare D.C. to other countries around the world, look how much higher the murder rates in that capital city per 100,000 people is.
What's one aspect of the murder rates that are seemingly so much lower in these other capital cities? I can't seem to put my finger on the trigger. What could it be? Let me see. Hold on. What could it be? I just can't seem to figure out what the reason is, okay? What could it be that Paris, London, all these other places, like, there's only fucking one. There's only one gun store in the entire fucking state of Mexico, in the entire nation, okay? They get all their guns from us. We give them the guns in exchange for drugs, of course. And even then, it's seemingly lower. What could it be? I just can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's because we are the gun burger nation state on the planet. America is an incredibly violent country, and it's incredibly easy to be violent in this country.
D.C. has almost 28. Colombia, 15. Mexico City, almost 11. Islamabad, 9.2. Lima, Peru, 7.6. Paris, 1.6. You get the idea. But D.C. is, what, 27 times higher than London?
So here's the thing. I think the mayor gets it. So she was like torn at her press conference because what city wouldn't want additional law enforcement to help suppress crime? It makes them look better. Number one, you want to make sure your neighbors are safe, and everybody knows it's not safe. The numbers are down to compare it where it was. And then I see this story yesterday. The Metropolitan Police Department confirmed that Mike Pulliam was placed on paid administrative leave. Why? Because he accused his commander of deliberately falsifying crime data. So Pullman, the former commander of the 3rd District of Columbia Heights, was placed on leave with pay and told he's under investigation for, get this, questionable changes to crime data. Now, he says that came after a week after he filed a complaint against the executive assistant chief for doing the same thing. So one way or another,
might not be right.
So more problems with the numbers. We always wonder, what are you doing with the numbers? It doesn't feel as safe. In New York City, they say it's never been safer. Eric Adams was here saying that. Well, you go, it doesn't feel that.
Just saying. Just saying. It's not even a question, okay? And it's not because red states are inferior or anything like that. It's because they have looser gun laws. It's that simple. It blows my mind. It fucking blows my mind that we just don't even, we don't discuss this. America's murder capitals 2025 ranking of the deadliest cities. As far as the murder rate, as far as cities with the highest murder rate, it's poverty and access to weapons. That's it. When you have poverty and you have access to weapons, it's a PvP unlocked area, okay? America is a PvP server. American cities are a PvP server. There is a major reason why people talk about how fucking safe they feel walking in the streets of European capitals. There's theft that happens there too, But it's because motherfuckers don't have guns, and you know that. So when you don't have guns, when you don't have readily available weapons, okay, when the guy coming up to you probably doesn't have an arsenal under his fucking coat, you feel a lot safer. Income inequality has a higher correlation than straight poverty, for sure. Yes, income inequality is right. It's not just poverty, it's poverty relative to wealth. I mean, even wealth and poverty are relative concepts anyway, but if you have an area that is wrought with poverty and then an area that is not, an area that is wealthy, you're gonna have a lot of crime. They'll take away guns from low-income neighborhoods for a different reason, though. Bro, they will not. They cannot, and they will not. There is no way of just doing they're already trying to do that with stop and frisk. It doesn't work. There are so many guns in circulation that even if you tried to stop every single black person on the road with the assumption that they have a gun on them, or every single brown person on the road with the assumption they have a gun on them, which they tried in New York City, famously, it becomes an abject failure in gun violence prevention because guess what? It turns out it doesn't fucking matter. People still find guns anyway. They have tried this. I suspect the Trump administration will try to nationalize stop and frisk anyway, and it'll make people feel like this police state is doing some kind of enforcement, and it's enforcement that is heavily racialized anyway. So then the white people will feel safer about their guns. Using New York City as a benchmark for high crime rate is so unimaginably false and grasping at the highest reaching straws. What? I didn't. I'm saying that New York City tried to tackle gun violence by doing stop and frisk, which is a fucking racist ass policy, and it didn't work. It was a failure. Like, they didn't find guns. They just ended up constantly stopping and frisking black people and brown people. That's all they did.
Way, and you certainly don't feel that way in the subways. And then you have the anecdotal information. But now I can't even believe the numbers are going in the right direction, even though the numbers are not strong. But guys, this is just the beginning. I think he's going Baltimore. I think he's going Chicago. I think he's going Philadelphia. I think he's going New York. And you know why? Because the
I noticed you didn't mention any of the red states. Interesting. You didn't mention any of the red states or any of the cities, red cities in red states. I wonder, because like they have higher rates of gun violence in general by like a wide margin. I wonder, what is that about? Bro, he's looking at him like, I notice you're mentioning a lot of black cities.
last time he saw what happened, he listened to the...
What's up with that? You mentioned a lot of places where black people live. I'm noticing that you're bringing up a lot of places where primarily there's a higher density of black people. What's that about, Brian?
Pushback when he put the national troops in Portland and Seattle, and then he pulled them back and said he was the problem. In retrospect, he knows he wasn't. Those cities were allowed to get out of control so they could blow off steam, and he said, not this time. And I'm doing it not for me. I'm doing it for the people of that city who didn't vote for me. I'm doing it for the country.
It's adults that deserve to be able to work safely, but it's also the kids. They deserve to grow up in safe neighborhoods and not be impacted by the gangs as well that is forcing them. Either you choose the James.
Yeah, Brandon Scott is a great example of like lowering the fucking homicide rate in Baltimore. I've talked about this briefly. A big part of that was obviously training programs for at-risk youths and also after-school programs in general. That's it. There's a solution for this, okay? Especially when you come across like youth crime, which is what started this process in DC to begin with. Like, kids need something to do. That's it. They're fucking kids, man. They're kids. They're kids. They're literally kids. When you're 15 years old, you're a fucking child, okay? Your brain hasn't developed. And they just need something to do. And if they don't have anything, and they're fucking poor, and they have, you know, access to weapons, they're just gonna fucking do crazy shit. It's that simple. It's literally... It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy when I explain it like this, when people are like, what do you mean? Like, you look at the Kia boys, right? Like, Tommy G has done extensive reporting on this stuff. He'll go to, like, some of the most, like, underserved, impoverished neighborhoods that are primarily black, okay? And he'll interview these kids, like, that steal Kias with regular frequency, and they're just, like, joyrided and shit. And it's incredibly fucking dangerous. Those kids... I can't believe like how people get mad when I say this kind of shit because they want me to like engage in heavily racialized, like aggressive language when talking about these children. But it's the same. They're no different than like white kids from rich neighborhoods. Okay. As a matter of fact, they have more reason because they have less options than white kids in rich neighborhoods that engage in similar kinds of like fuck ass behavior. Okay. If they had parks, if they had fucking tournaments like sporting events and things of that nature, then they wouldn't be doing this shit. there's still obviously always going to be people that want to break the rules and do crazy stuff. You know, they're children. But you have to, children have a lot of energy. You have to put that energy into good use. You have to get them invested in a future. If they don't have any sort of future, if they know that they have no options, then of course they're gonna do crazy shit. And that's how Brandon Scott was able to fucking lower the homicide rate in Baltimore, as a matter of fact. Comprehensive Violence Prevention Program 2021. Shortly after taking office, Scott released Baltimore's first ever Comprehensive Violence Prevention Program, multi-year strategy. There's some issues that I have with this program. It's like, obviously it relies on cops a lot and heavy surveillance too. But he developed this with resident input to address gun violence holistically. The plan treats violent crime as a public health crisis rather than a solely law enforcement issue, emphasizing prevention, intervention, and enforcement. Key components are targeted interventions for high-risk individuals, I talked about before, which identifies and supports those most likely to be involved in gun violence through outreach, social services, and job opportunities. Okay? Community engagement, collaborating with neighborhoods that build trust and provide resources like trauma-informed care and victim support programs, data-driven metrics, regular tracking of progress, which has shown results such as 66% decrease in shooting victims and 31% drop in aggravated assaults in target areas by 2024. The plan has been updated and expanded in Scott's second term, with public safety listed as one of the top 5 core pillars guiding this admin. Is sometimes something as simple as literally opening the parks at night and throwing like basketball tournaments and shit like that. I'm not even joking. After school programs are so successful in eradicating youth crime. It is insane. It is so hard for us to comprehend what the circumstances look like when you are born into abject poverty in one of the fucking wealthiest nations on the planet. When you go to school and there's like 45 kids in one fucking classroom, you can't even understand what the fuck's going on. Okay, you can't pay attention, and you have nowhere to go. You got nothing. You have nothing, you have no future, you have nowhere to go, and then, like, you know, older people in your vicinity are leading you down this other path, and you think, all right, well, these guys have cool shit. I want cool shit. I want nice things. I'll just do the things that they're doing. Sometimes it's that simple. Unless the city installs double rims, man. Yeah. Slight pushback. I went to a parochial high school with a bunch of other rich brat white kids, and even my school had a small band of boys who went around stealing cars, radios for the thrill. I don't think it even needs to be desperation. Kids are dumb and are gonna fuck around. Poverty makes it worse, though. Yes, obviously, the way that like rich, dumb white kids and the fucking crimes that they engage in for the thrill of it is obviously also seen differently than the way that black kids engage with similar kinds of crime, or even worse types of crime. I don't disagree with you at all on this. I've said this as well. Idle hands are devil's tools is what my mom would say. Yeah, for sure. It's something so solvable too. It's crazy. It's so incredibly solvable. That's what sucks about it. But that's what I loved about the back to school drive that they were doing, and the different programs that exist in places like this, and like specifically Southside Chicago, where if you were to offer a decent future to the next generation, they're not gonna fucking choose to do fuck shit. It's that simple. There's obviously a heavy racialized component to this in the way that like broader society looks at crime when black teenagers are doing it versus crime when white teenagers are doing it, and it's very difficult to explain to people that sometimes refuse to understand this. It's kind of like Angel Reese or LeBron James, or what's the guy's name? The football player, Deion Sanders' son, Shador. Like, do they sometimes engage in heated moments for sure, okay? But the way that broader society looks at their behavior is different than how they would perceive a white athlete in a similar circumstance. Because the hyper focus on it comes from a little bit of fucking racism. I don't know how else to describe it. I know that people get real fucking mad, but they get more scrutiny than a white athlete would. A white athlete would in similar circumstances. This doesn't mean that they're like perfect. I'm not saying that they're perfect. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that they are perfect. I'm saying that like most athletes do fucked up shit, okay? There's a lot of athletes that do crazy shit. The difference, however, is that sometimes high-profile black athletes get additional scrutiny, and the reason for why they get additional scrutiny for the same type of fuck shit that they engage in, that other athletes engage in as well, is because of the fact that they're like visible, loud, and black. Draymond Green, the angry black man. Okay, let's not take it that far. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking defend Draymond Green here on the virtue of anti-black racism. You've gone too far. Okay, pull back a little bit. Draymond Green does deserve the smoke that he gets. That's crazy. He literally went to Israel and shot with IDF snipers. Okay. He's also crazy, and he's playing karate ball. Anyway, I'm not even gonna get into that. That's crazy. Shot with snipers in basketball or shot rifles? No, like sniper rifle. What about SGA foul baiting versus when Luka does it? That could be one aspect of it, sure. Look. My point is, I use that as an example because it's like, it's one that like, it's an example that like a lot of people kind of understand, okay? The reason why I'm bringing that up is because like, it's not like the people that I just gave you, the people I just used as examples haven't done anything wrong. They have. But so has every other fucking athlete. You know what I mean? Like, but the hyper focus on these athletes in particular, I think sometimes come from the fact that they're black. That's why they become like a point of like a contentious point to defend or to support even. And it's very hard to explain. It's very hard to explain because most people will just say, well, look at this and that. Like, look at Angel Reese. Like, she's loud. She's brash, you know? She deserves it. Why are you trying to defend Angel Reese? I'm not even saying that, right? I'm not like, I'm not even saying that they don't have negative qualities to their persona that they've crafted. They do. They do. But it's just the extra attention that they receive that other people would not receive under similar circumstances. That is the racialized component, right? And the reason why I'm using celebrities is because this is like one of the more visible aspects, but you know, this happens to every person, right? This happens to black people all the time. This happens to brown people all the time. This happens to trans people all the time. Like, there is extra scrutiny if you're not, there is always going to be extra scrutiny to like all the things that you're doing if you're not like a straight white dude. This doesn't mean that straight white dudes aren't scrutinized. It's just that this dynamic means that you get hyper focused on in a way that just kind of smells weird, you know, in a way that feels kind of strange. Okay? In a way that is I don't know, in a way that feels like there's extra attention on the things that you're doing. Okay? So it's something that people should always consider in the back of their minds, if you're a white person and you're doing this, you know, you should think, like, do I actually get mad at this person because of like what they did, or like is it normal for me to fucking hyper scrutinize this person? Like, is there some other reason why I'm like hyper focusing on this person? Why am I bringing this up? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because crime is just crime. It's the same crime when black people do it. It's the same crime when white people do it. And obviously black youths statistically have a higher likelihood of being born into an environment where they are most likely going to have less options, less career options, less educational options, and therefore they are more likely to engage in criminal behavior for that reason. But it's not any different than like white children in similar circumstances, but they're hyper scrutinized because they're black. And this presents a real issue in terms of finding an adequate solution, because the solution here is not to over police these neighborhoods. The solution is to actually offer additional resources to these neighborhoods, these communities. That's it. But we're not interested in doing that. We're not interested in doing that at all. Group violence reduction strategy, which focuses on group-related violence, e.g. gangs or crews, by offering individuals a choice: accept social services and support to exit violent lifestyles, or face swift enforcement if they continue. Initially piloted in select districts, the program was expanded citywide in 2025, including the Southern District, following early successes. Scott has publicly credited GVRS for ongoing crime reductions, noting its role in lowering homicides to levels not seen in 50 years by mid-2025. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott brought the murder rate down to 62% so far this year. How? Focus on youth and equitable development. Drawing from his own experiences growing up in Baltimore's Park Heights neighborhood, Scott has prioritized youth services to prevent crime at its roots. This includes investments in after-school programs. Oh my God, how shocking. Mentorship and job training to steer young people away from violence. Addressing juvenile repeat offenders through targeted interventions while acknowledging the need for accountability without over-criminalization. His administration also ties crime reduction to broader equity goals, such as neighborhood development and clean communities, aiming to reduce underlying factors like poverty and disinvestment. Advocacy and partnerships. Scott has leveraged national platforms to advance local efforts. As co-chair of Mayors Against Illegal Guns, he advises on gun violence prevention, including collaborating with the White House under former President Biden. He has pushed for sustained funding for victim support programs, criticizing federal cuts to grants that aid organizations like Victim Connect and Survivors.org. Partnerships with community organizations and law enforcement have been emphasized, leading to Baltimore dropping off U.S.'s news list of the 25 most dangerous cities for the first time in years. Measurable outcomes and ongoing efforts. By July 2025, Scott announced continued historic reductions in violent crime, with homicides at their lowest in 5 decades. In 2023, the city recorded 262 homicides and 636 non-fatal shootings, down significantly from prior years. While satisfied with progress, Scott has stated that he is not complacent, continuing to expand programs like GVRS and advocate for comprehensive strategies. Some note that factors like changes in prosecution under State's Attorney Ivan Bates also play a role, but Scott's administration highlights the plan's multifaceted, non-punitive elements as a key to sustainable change. We ask ourselves all the time, like, what's happening with young men? What's happening with young men? Why are they so fucking violent? Why are they so reactionary? Why are they so reactionary? And when we're talking about that, we're usually talking about white men, right? We're talking about white boys. And the reason why even white boys are experiencing more reactionary thoughts and more reactionary attitudes than ever before is also for the same reason, because they also don't think that society is going to give them a leg up or offer them a decent future. So when you shut off, when you shut off, yes, I said even white boys, as in the in-group that is supposed to be the most sheltered from the negative impact. Yes, in a white supremacist society, the in-group is not supposed to experience these sorts of negative consequences. But the reason why they are experiencing it, the reason why they're also angry, is for the same reasons.
Gang lifestyle, because we control the block. or we'll go after you. And so that's why you need the law and order as well here.
Let the National Guard control the block, and you won't have the crime.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Overnight, his country already battered.
Сьогодні була доповідь розвідки.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying Russia is planning new offensive operations. This coming just days before the historic summit in Alaska between President Trump and Vladimir Putin.
I'm going in to speak to Vladimir Putin, and I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war, you got to end it.
But the president seeming to downplay expectations.
I'm here for one reason, to get rid of a war that somebody else started.
And after months of positive interaction.
Yeah, somebody else. Who's the somebody else? Not Vladimir Putin. If you make a majoritarian in-group feel excluded and responsible for the crimes and failures of their ancestors and parents, that undermines your movement if it requires their involvement. It's why universalist leftist policies are the most effective in both political and policy sense. I mean, I don't do that. I don't. I only shit on people who still, whether they're a part of the in-group or not, still defend those systems of inequality and racialized violence and disproportionate targeting right now. That's what I care about. WB nice, the white people take? No, I don't. Look, I'm a communicator. I know that it comes across as that person saying like, be nice to white people. Okay, but the reality of the matter is, if you want to actually fucking change the opinions of these sorts of people as well, and they are the in-group and they are the majority, you also gotta fucking you also have to set well-defined boundaries on what is unacceptable for them to say, while simultaneously saying like, look, I understand where you're coming from, but here's the truth. I don't think I think it's an effective way to communicate to these people, because like we have to bring those people to our side. And also, chatters, stop fucking yelling at Sean the Black. You're being insanely fucking annoying. Okay? It's a bit of both. Obviously, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to fucking, you know, let people pop off. You can't do that. I'm gonna start banning Sean the Black haters in the chat.
Actions, President Trump also seeming to once again blame Zelensky for the war Russia started.
I get along with Zelensky, but, you know, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened.
But 3 years after the Russian invasion...
Erdogan trying to steal Trump's deals. Erdogan proposes hosting Russia-Ukraine summit. Oh my God. My goat, dude. My goat. He's the table. He wants to be the table so bad. He's like, bro, come on. I'm right here.
This is the Ukrainian land the Russians now control. Is this what President Trump is talking about when he suggests Russia and Ukraine could swap land? Something Zelensky has said he would not approve on his own.
I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap, because there'll be some land.
Yeah, who could forget when Zelensky invaded Russia? February 2022, Zelensky said, I got congressional approval. We're invading Moscow. Bro, what do you mean? God, I can't even fucking make fun of Zelensky. I want to, but I can't, because this motherfucker's so crazy. Okay? It's just like, it's so stupid. Zelensky got invaded. Zelensky got invaded without congressional approval. No congressional approval then. What now?
swapping going on.
Zelensky says Russia is trying to deceive the U.S. and is calling for tougher sanctions. Neither Zelensky nor European leaders have been invited to this week's summit.
If it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first.
President Trump also saying he hopes in the future all three of the presidents can meet, but that would very much depend on what happens at this summit on Friday. Michael?
Yeah, we will see what happens, Martha. Thank you.
In the last 48 hours, it's become fairly clear that the Russians have launched a surprise offensive in the Donbass area, mainly between Pokrovsk and Kramatorsk, and they've had some success. They seem to have advanced on 2 or 3 fronts by about 15 or 20 kilometers, which is quite a long way in terms of the present war. Undoubtedly, what they're trying to do is to change the facts on the ground between now and the weekend when this summit takes place between Presidents Trump and Putin in Alaska. And changing the facts on the ground, of course, is all about maybe swapping territories or having...
RX is just thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. You can also support the broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, by subscribing for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. The Ukrainian front line is collapsing in that part, yes. I mean, it's the most predictable outcome that I said was inevitable, even though people keep fucking yelling at me whenever I bring this up, because they don't have manpower. That's it. That's why there's only 2 options out of this. If you want Ukraine to continue the fight without a reasonable managed negotiation for a ceasefire, you have to literally deport every Ukrainian man in the Western world. Whether it be from Poland or any number of different Western countries, the United States of America, back to Ukraine so they get forcibly conscripted to go into battle. You have to train them. There is a runway for this. It's not going to be easy. That is the only possible way that you can make up for the lack of manpower. Even if you send all the weapons, it doesn't matter. Or you can lower the age of conscription in Ukraine and forcibly draft younger and younger Ukrainians, which of course cooks the next generation of Ukraine as a nation state until there's nothing left to defend. You want to kill more Ukrainians? Did I say that this was the right thing to do? No, I didn't say that. I don't think it's the right thing to do. It's the only option. If there's two things that you can do here. Either you just cave to Vladimir Putin's ridiculous fucking demands and try to manage that negotiations process, not by undermining Ukraine, but by establishing some semblance of sovereignty for Ukraine, so that all is not lost, which is Trump is not doing that anyway. He's literally fucking farming what remains of Ukrainian natural resources and doing like a minerals deal while simultaneously offering Ukrainian territory to Russia and like a legal recognition, or at least like a de facto recognition of annexed territory already. You should have an expert on war fighting in Ukraine and enlistment requirements rather than just say shit. Can you have some expert on the war rather than just your knee-jerk reaction? I mean, sure. If you have any expertise, if you have any experts that you think I should talk to, great. I'm down to listen. Having said that, I do fucking read the experts in war fighting, and their analysis has been incorrect. My knee-jerk reaction, which is what I've been at, that ultimately, in terms of just like the meat grinder that Eastern Ukrainian territory looks like, Russia has the capacity to send more manpower, even with like diminished weapons. Like one of the things that I saw, that I read from frontline Ukrainian soldiers, like one of the reports that I read that stuck with me was a Ukrainian troop position in Eastern Ukraine. I forget exactly where it was. There was this guy that was talking about how like even if there is one Russian soldier with a busted ass, like old ass, dusty ass AK-47, okay, positioned in a fucking building, that still requires a tremendous amount of manpower and a tremendous amount of resources to successfully fucking remove from that position. So like the problem is there are a fuck ton of Russian soldiers. There are just more Russian soldiers than there are Ukrainian soldiers. So even if they don't have the best gear, even one person can hold an area for an extended period of time. And it makes the operations infinitely more complicated. Okay? It's a war of attrition, and the side that has more people to throw at the problem is obviously, or the side that has a larger economy that is capable of withstanding this war of attrition is going to inevitably win. Ukrainian here, if the U.S. and other Western countries allowed Ukraine to use their weapons all the way, including on Russian territory, and did not undermine our counteroffensive in 2022, we would be having a very different conversation. Maybe, but that's not where we're at anymore. I think the best possible solution in this circumstance was when Ukraine had the maximum amount of leverage after they were able to withstand the Kiev offensive. But ultimately, right now, what we have in front of us is a smaller country, Ukraine, completely incapable of withstanding further Russian offenses. Their positions are dug in eastern Ukraine, and they're slated to take violently more territory. So, for that reason, if you want a real solution to this conflict, if you want to end the additional bloodshed in this circumstance, either you have to disband NATO so that like European militaries can operate without Article 5, which is not going to happen, or forcibly send Ukrainian refugees that currently live in the Western world back to Ukraine to be conscripted, to get trained, and then to be sent to the front lines with weapons in their hands, with an additional push of weapons, which, by the way, is not a guarantee that it's going to succeed. Or, in terms of what to do, considering that Russia is a foreign adversary, and people say, can't you say the same thing about Palestine? Great question. There's a difference. We are the belligerent in Palestine, okay? We are the party that is allowing our extension to continue doing a genocide, which is, again, different than a war, against a captive population of Palestinians, okay? We are the belligerents. We have maximum control. We could literally make Israel stop tomorrow if we wanted to. We can't make Russia stop if clearly we don't have the same amount of power over Russia. I think the best implementation here would be to try and bring China to the table, considering that they are a political backer of Russia at this point, and to have a conversation with China, Russia, the United States, the EU, and Ukraine to come together and create a reasonable solution that does not completely write off the Ukrainians from the equation. Does Ukraine have nukes? No, they gave up the nukes, and that's why they're currently getting fucking destroyed.
A territorial transfer ahead of some sort of ceasefire. So what might that transfer look like? If there is going to be some sort of territorial transfer, I'm pretty skeptical myself, but this may be what we're talking about. There are 4 areas to think about. One of them is Crimea. Crimea is really important. The Russians will not give up Crimea. The Ukrainians are in no position to take it back anytime soon. So although Crimea is very important legally and militarily, it's off the table as far as present negotiations go. A second area...
Remember when I said this and everybody fucking yelled at me? Well, 3 years in the future, now you got fucking traditional mainstream outlets saying it too. They got there. This is still something that people fucking point to. They'll be like, dude, what are you? I can't believe you said that. You love Russia. You're pro-Russia. You want Russia to fucking take over the entirety of Ukraine.
Would be the marginal areas up in Sumy and Kharkiv. The Russians...
No, you were saying Crimea is closer to Mongolia than Ukraine? That's what you get yelled at for? Wait, what? Crimea is closer to Mongolia than Ukraine? No, I jokingly said Crimea is first and foremost Ottoman territory because it's supposed to belong to the ethnic group, the Tatars. What? That's not my serious assessment. Obviously, that's a joke.
To the Kursk offensive hold a little bit of Ukrainian territory opposite Sumy, a little bit of territory in Kharkiv. They might agree to withdraw from those territories. It doesn't cost them anything to do that, and it would be a certain amount of withdrawal which the Ukrainians could talk about. That would be a second area, reasonably easy to negotiate. Third area, much more difficult to negotiate, is the Donbass. The Russians say they want the whole of the Donbass as a first step. Well, they hold most of Luhansk, which is one part of it. They hold about 3/4 of Donetsk, but they don't hold the other quarter, which is the bit that the Ukrainians have fought so hard for, really since 2014, not just since 2022. And the Russians are saying they want the whole of the Donbass. And in that area...
Of course, as a non-starter for Zelensky, who says, I am not going to surrender my country because I have no right to do so. Zelensky said, if we leave Donbass today, our fortifications, our terrain, the heights we control, we will clearly open a bridgehead for the preparation of a Russian offensive. You said appeasement over and over again? Yeah, no. From the river to the sea, except not for Ukraine. Why? What am I missing? By this logic, Palestine should give Gaza City. Dog, I'm an American, okay? Do you understand? I am an American citizen, okay? I am an American. As an American, we have technically, theoretically, some kind of say over what America says and does around the world. And as an American, I'm telling you that Israel would not be able to genocide the Palestinian people without America's go-ahead. Russia is a foreign nation, a kleptocracy, which with American intervention initially in the dissolution of the USSR that became what it is now, but it's a right-wing authoritarian kleptocracy that is held together by a bunch of fucking former KGB oligarchs that took all of the state enterprises and turned them into their own fucking unlimited money faucets. Okay? We, as Americans, do not have the same level of control over what Russia does. Russia's incursion into Ukraine is unjustifiable, immoral, incredibly violent. Okay? Its invasion is completely unacceptable. No one is disagreeing on this. I'm not disagreeing on this. I've never fucking said it was good. Do you understand? I'm simply looking at the situation right now in front of us. If you think this is, if you want my moral opinion, okay, my moral opinion, yeah, of course Ukraine should be fucking free of Russian incursion. Yes, I agree. What do you mean? Of course, but that's not what we're having a conversation around. Russia is not Israel. Israel, well, a lot of Russians in Israel, but Russia is not Israel, okay? Israel is a extension of the United States of America. Israel cannot exist in the violent, belligerent ways that it does without America's go-ahead, without America's unlimited support. Okay? That's it. We don't have the same level. We do not have the same level of control over Russia as a foreign adversary as we do over Israel. That's the major difference. We have the same level of control over Ukraine that we have over Israel, but Ukraine is the wronged party here. So obviously it doesn't fucking matter. Do you understand? And Trump is using the level of control that we have over Ukraine to fuck over Ukraine. It's not that complicated. If we leave Donbass today, our fortifications, our terrain, the heights we control, we will clearly open a bridgehead. Which, by the way, I don't even think this is a false assessment.
There are the 4 big cities: Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Kostiantynivka, Drushkivka, and those are the fortress cities. They're like a very strong line of defenses, and the Ukrainians will be required to give up those strong line of defenses and let the Russians in, and west of that it's harder to construct defenses. So that's a third area, very, very sensitive.
Yeah, while we're having this conversation, in recent days, Russia's troops broke through a segment of Ukraine's defensive line near the city of Pokrovsk, a longtime stronghold. They advanced several miles into Ukrainian-held territory, threatening to outflank Ukraine's positions. I want to point to something here, okay? This article is from the New York Times. And in the past, the New York Times' assessment of what was going on in Ukraine was infinitely more cheery. So the very fact that they're actually changing their discourse on Russia's advancements into Ukraine implies that they are getting their notes once again from the American State Department. And the American State Department's assessment, possibly led by Donald Trump, possibly led by the conditions on the battleground, are now different than the way that the Joe Biden administration presented the situation. Obviously, circumstances were also different as well. There was at least like, there was, I guess, by their own version of events, they thought that Ukraine could put up a stronger fight. They thought that Ukraine could potentially push back Russian forces from eastern Ukraine. They were wrong. But the very fact that this is coming from the New York Times means that the American State Department has also changed their dynamic, also changed the way they are looking at the situation. Okay? That's it. When this is a reflection, in my opinion, this is a reflection of the State Department's attitude. Part of that is due to Donald Trump. I mean, this next incursion further into Ukrainian territory is only made possible by Donald Trump routinely fucking going back and forth and undermining the Ukrainian positions, for sure. I'm sure that played a role on this. But the major reason here is because Ukraine is running out of manpower. This is not my assessment. I don't know what the front lines look like. This is just the assessment that I keep reading from experts. Having said that, do I believe Russia has the capacity to militarily occupy eastern Ukraine permanently? I do not. For the record, I don't. I don't think that they have that capacity. So this will cook Russia in the long run, is what I think. Okay, there will be covert operations, there will still be guerrilla warfare. I'm certain that there will always be Ukrainian resistance in these areas against the newfound Russian annexation. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Russia to hold the eastern Ukrainian territory. But that's for the future. for the time being, it doesn't seem like this can continue as like state versus state warfare. That's not true. The actual Ukrainians are evacuating before the Russians take over. No, I know. That doesn't mean they're not going to come back eventually. Come on, just read it, you illiterate commentator. It's crazy because a lot of people would see Israeli annex of Gaza with full rights for Palestinians as a much better situation. Israel isn't just grabbing Gaza for land. They want the Palestinians dead completely and pushed out. They want the land with no Palestinians on it. I don't want to make that comparison. You're not wrong to make that. You're not wrong for that statement, but if I make that comparison, everyone's going to fucking freak out on me, okay? Because Russia's invasion of Ukraine is completely and utterly unjustifiable. But yes, that is the major difference. Israelis will not offer any fucking citizenship, even with like complete re-education and whatnot, and ethnic domination over the out group. They will not offer any citizenship whatsoever to the Palestinians. They literally want to eradicate the Palestinians. That's the major difference between what Russia is doing, which is military occupation and making that quote-unquote a part of Russia, and all the citizens a part of Russia as well, which is, again, completely unjustifiable. But there are differences between what Russia is doing in that regard as opposed to what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, because Israel does not want Palestinians there. Israel does not want to give Palestinians citizenship. Russian forces are striving to shape the battlefield to their advantage for a high-stakes summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, making a swift advance in eastern Ukraine after months of grinding battle. In recent days, Russian troops broke through a segment of Ukraine's defensive line near the city of Pokrovsk, a longtime stronghold. They have advanced several miles into Ukrainian-held territory, threatening to outflank Ukraine's positions. The situation is quite chaotic, as the enemy, having found gaps in their defense, is infiltrating deep inside, trying to quickly establish a foothold and accumulate forces for further advancement. Advancement, said Deep State, a Ukrainian group with ties to the military that maps the battlefield. President Zelensky of Ukraine said in his evening address on Monday that the Russians are redeploying their troops and forces in ways that suggest preparations for new offensive operations, and that they are not preparing for a ceasefire or an end to the war. Or this could be seen as a last-ditch attempt to conquer additional territory so that there's a stronger foothold to stand on for Vladimir Putin when he goes back to the ceasefire negotiations process with Donald Trump and say, see, we took these areas, we could take even more areas, so now you have to give us those areas, which I understand is a non-starter. That makes no fucking sense. The idea that like Russia would take over areas as well that they haven't even militarily occupied is completely fucking ridiculous. Ukraine, too, is seeking an edge before the Russian-American peace talks on Friday in Alaska. Kyiv has ramped up attacks on Russian oil refineries, doubling down on a strategy of pressuring Russia into making concessions during negotiations by targeting the Kremlin's main revenue source to fund the war. Pressing their advance as peace talks gather pace has been a recurring tactic of both sides throughout the current war and the one that preceded it starting in 2014. Ukraine's bold June drone attacks deep inside of Russia, which destroyed many strategic bombers, came just a day before negotiations in Istanbul. In 2015, Russia intensified fighting during ceasefire talks surrounding the eastern town of Debaltseve to force political concessions from Kyiv. Russia's recent push near Pokrovsk in the Donetsk region, Oblast, sends a stark warning that Moscow's forces remain capable of making rapid gains on the battlefield. It comes as Mr. Putin is expected to present Mr. Trump with major demands during Friday's talks, which could include an insistence that Ukraine cede part of the Donetsk region that Kyiv still holds. Pokrovsk, which was once a critical logistical hub for Ukrainian forces in the east, is now semi-encircled from the northeast to the southwest. Ukrainian troops must pass through a narrow 10-mile corridor to enter the city, leaving them vulnerable to drone attacks. Russian forces are likely to try and tighten their noose around the city to force Ukrainian troops to withdraw, a tactic they have successfully used to capture other cities. Pasi Peronen, an analyst for the Finland-based Blackbird Group, which tracks battlefield movements, said Russian forces have quickly infiltrated Ukrainian lines at a depth of roughly 10 miles in the past 3 days, a contrast to Russia's usual slow grind. The next 24 to 48 hours will likely be crucial in whether the Ukrainian army can contain the push, Mr. Peronian wrote on X. Even as both sides keep fighting, they have tried to show Mr. Trump, who has long condemned the war as a costly waste of lives and resources, that they remain committed to pursuing peace. After Russia increased drone attacks on Ukrainian cities during talks last month between Moscow and Washington, Mr. Trump's typically lenient tone towards Mr. Putin soured noticeably. He talks nice and then he bombs everybody in the evening, Mr. Trump said over Mr. Putin. So there's a little bit of problem there. I don't like it. Just a little bit of a problem. I'd be very surprised if we get any sort of ceasefire out of this. Putin needs this for his ego and he won't agree to anything other than his ultimatum. I think you have to grease his wheels. And I don't know how much basically, in order, there are people who say this doesn't mean a ceasefire will be abided by, right? There are people who say, how can you trust Russia? I don't. It's simple. I don't. Okay? That's it. Just like I didn't trust Israel to abide by a ceasefire, and I was right. Okay? So the goal of a real solution to this conflict is supposed to revolve around making it so that it is less costly to pursue the path of peace for Vladimir Putin in order to preserve his, in order to basically throw some red meat his way to make it seem like he got a tremendous victory over this, okay? While simultaneously making it so that it's more costly to continue pursuing further land grabs and further land incursions. That's it. I guess like one aspect of that is to punish India for allowing Russian oil and gas to enter the market by trying to shut off another way to continue funding Russia's war economy. But then again, I don't know how much success Donald Trump will have in that regard, considering that we have basically fucking cast aside all of our international allies in Donald Trump's mass tariff terrorism. Since the beginning of August, however, Russia has significantly scaled back its drone attacks in what analysts have called an apparent attempt to curry favor with Mr. Trump. While Russia launched an average of 201 drones per night in July, a record in the war, the figure has dropped to 78 drones per night so far this month. The Russians know very well how to read Trump's mind, Alexander Krayev, the director of North American program of the Kyiv research group Ukrainian Prism, said in a phone interview. It is not a coincidence that the drone attacks have decreased. Kyiv has been hit especially hard this summer, has been largely spared from attacks so far this month, with air raid alerts now sounding only briefly at night and lasting for an hour at most. When Mr. Trump's special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, a retired Army general, visited the country for a few days last month, Russia significantly eased its drone attacks, prompting Ukrainians to refer to him jokingly as the Kellogg Shield. General Kellogg arrived in Ukraine, and there were no massive bombings for 2 nights in a row, Mr. Zelensky told Newsmax at the time. This means one thing: Putin is afraid of America. But with Mr. Trump's history of deference to Mr. Putin, Kyiv is concerned that the Russian leader may succeed in winning Mr. Trump over his perspective on the war by securing a one-on-one meeting that could sideline Mr. Zelensky. The Kremlin has long said an end to the fighting would need to address what it calls the root cause of the war, shorthand for a range of issues, including the existence of Ukraine as a fully independent and sovereign nation aligned with the West. To prevent that outcome, Kyiv has rallied its European allies to pressure the Trump administration against letting Russia dictate the terms of peace talks. A statement released by Tuesday by all European Union member states except for Hungary said that no Hungary there, said that the path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. All of this is purely symbolic. It's no different than the way that they go, oh, we're going to recognize Palestine as a state. Okay? Europe has shown its belly over and over again to Donald Trump. They have no autonomy. If they do, they should show it. I highly doubt, maybe I'm wrong, but I highly doubt that they have any real autonomy outside of whatever the American state decides. On Tuesday, Mr. Zelensky said that a trilateral meeting with Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin would take place in the future, but that no date has been set yet. Several European leaders, together with Mr. Zelensky, will join an online meeting with Mr. Trump on Wednesday. The German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, said the discussions will focus on options to exert pressure on Russia, on preparations for potential peace negotiations, and on issues of territorial claims and security. Kiev and European capitals are especially worried that Mr. Trump could agree to Russia's demands that Ukraine cede sizable portions of the land it still controls. The American leaders have insisted in recent days that a peace deal would involve some land swapping, or to which Mr. Zelensky responded, Ukrainians will not gift their land to the occupier. Kiev and its European allies insist that any meaningful peace talks begin only after a ceasefire and that the current front line should be the starting point of negotiations. But with Russia's swift gains in the east in recent days, this line may have shifted by Friday, and that's their goal. Their goal is to take over more parts and I guess like completely demand the entirety of the Donetsk region, like that whole area, including the part that they encircled. That's where we're at.
And then a fourth area is that it is reported, I'm not sure at all about this, but it is reported that maybe the Russians would give up some land in southern Zaporizhia and in Kherson as long as they could keep a land corridor between Donetsk and Crimea. So how big that land corridor would be, how much territory they might give up to create that corridor, we just don't know. It is possible, it's possible that President Putin would see the idea of giving those concessions as a way of getting the Ukrainians to give this concession. But ultimately, our suspicion is that President Putin, if he is going to talk about territorial swaps, will be trying to persuade Trump.
Yeah, Trump is going to give Putin Odessa and then establish a land bridge and then inevitably give Putin Moldova in its entirety. Okay? Moldovan Mama Liga, where are you? Get ready. Get ready to learn Russian, buddy. Trump is like, come on. Let's just give him. Let's just throw Moldova in there. Let's just throw it. What is Moldova? It's fake news.
To present Zelensky with a deal he simply cannot take. And Zelensky will turn it down, and then he will be blamed for the breakdown of the talks. And the reason that the Europeans are so active at the moment, ahead of this meeting on Friday, is that that is a trap.
Yeah, Moldovan Mama Liga is in America currently.
They're desperate not to fall into.
We are just...
It would be possible for a liberal to wheel and deal this. Even a Reaganite could do it, but Trump is so bad at diplomacy, his patience won't last in these negotiations. Putin will play that all the way to win. Yeah. No. Putin is dangling a ceasefire in Trump's direction because Trump knows it's like politically unfeasible, especially by his base, because he kept attacking the arming of Ukraine as like as a negative thing, not realizing that if he was inevitably in charge, he would have to be the guy who's like fighting against Russia. And now that he is the guy who is fighting against Russia, I guess he overestimated his relationship with Vladimir Putin and thought, oh, Putin will offer me a concession. And Putin knows that, so he's using that to continue making territorial acquisition. And he can keep making Donald Trump shit on Zelensky over and over again and make it seem as though Ukraine is like a sovereign entity here that magically arrived at this conclusion. Because like without American intervention in Ukraine, I don't know what it would look like. The annexation would probably resemble like Crimea, you know what I mean, of eastern Ukraine. Because since 2014, America has steadily funded and built up the arms and built up the training and built up the standing military of Ukraine. And it was obviously successful. It was so successful that like Russia thought that they could take over Ukraine in its entirety in a couple days, knowing full well where the anti-aircraft defenses are and everything like that. But they failed to do so, and that was directly as a consequence of like almost a decade of like American support to Ukraine. I hate how different the coverage is between Israel and Ukraine. I hate how different the coverage is between Ukraine and Israel. What do you mean? I mean, the reason why the coverage is different is because Ukrainians are automatically considered people by Western news outlets. Okay? Like, the greatest example I can use here is like when you see videos of like Ukrainian teenagers training for like community defense initiatives, there would never be a positive association with like Palestinian teenagers learning how to do self-defense against the genocidal army, like the Israeli occupational force. Russians are orcs. Israelis are the most moral military on the planet. Russians are a foreign adversary. Israel is engaging in a just battle. One is certainly an incredibly bloody war with a litany of war crimes. You can absolutely make that argument, especially like with Bucha and things like that. The other is a Holocaust.
Three days away.
Both are obviously evil, but there is a degree. There's a different degree of evil in one situation.
The potentially critical summit between US President Donald Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin in Alaska. President Trump says he wants to see what Putin has in mind for Ukraine, but he's already casting doubt on what, if anything, this meeting could accomplish, saying, quote, "It's not up to me to make a deal." Trump also claims he'll know in the first 2 minutes if a deal can be made. This is what he says that deal could include.
There'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, you know, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says he will host a virtual meeting with European leaders on Wednesday to discuss options to put pressure on Russia to end.
I just don't know what territory Trump is talking about that Russia is going to give back to Ukraine. I don't understand. I don't really. Is he saying he's going to give? I joked about this, but I was like, he's going to give Alaska and Canada to Russia. Here, you take it. You deal with these guys. I don't like it. I don't like them. They're woke and gay. Canada is yours now.
The war. Donald Trump is expected to attend that meeting. So is Ukraine's president, who's still not invited to the talks in Alaska. Volodymyr Zelensky is warning the U.S. that Putin has no plans for peace.
He is definitely not preparing for a ceasefire or an end to the war. Putin is determined only to present a meeting with America as his personal victory, and then continue acting exactly as before.
Donald Trump's casual comments about possible land swaps are striking fear in those living in eastern Ukraine, with the prospect of their cities and towns being traded away to the man who started this war in the first.
Do you think he's unironically considering giving Alaska? No, dude. What are you, fucking nuts? Of course not. I'm joking. But also, I don't know. No, he's not gonna do that. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm joking. Please don't be real. It's just a joke. Sometimes I joke a little too close to the sun, and it's kind of fucked up.
Place. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh speaks to some of the Ukrainians who could lose everything after already losing so much.
When President Trump talks about what parts of Ukraine to, quote, swap with Russia, this is ground zero. real towns where bomb shelters loom over beaches.
I feel like I just float away from this reality.
Here, in Donetsk region, diplomacy has turned dark and surreal and threatens local journalist Mikhailo's medicinal swim. What do you think about the idea of Trump and Putin meeting so far away in Alaska and deciding the fate of a place like this?
We all, people I know, will have to leave. But frankly speaking, I don't think it's gonna happen. What Trump did wrong, he just pulled him out of the bog. The Putin was just drowning in the bog. And he took him out and said, Vladimir, I want to talk to you, I like you. He didn't care that every day Ukrainians die.
Beaches, births and deaths, they all persist in ravaged Slavyansk.
Wudust Ruya, thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
They've dug defenses around it to stop a Russian military advance, but never imagined high-level diplomacy might just give their town and future away. Taisia gave birth to Azul yesterday, the calm of her maternity ward bed now riddled with complications she never saw coming.
Ну, дуже погано. Я бачила новини ці. На що ми можемо повпливати? Це вже буде рішення.
Like, this kind of attitude is fucking bullshit. Sorry you're losing, you don't get to dictate shit is crazy. Okay? I don't entertain that stuff. A lot of people are like, Hasan, why don't you fucking have this kind of attitude towards Hamas or whatever? But like, I don't do that. The idea that like Ukraine doesn't get to dictate any fucking sovereignty in this process because they're losing this war that they didn't fucking they didn't deserve to go, you know, get into by being invaded by a much larger regional power is ridiculous. Is ridiculous. They are the ones who are, at worst, being played as a proxy against a larger foreign adversary. They're stuck in the middle, and they're cooked. No matter what happens, they're just always going to be fucked over. They were either going to be fucked over by Russia, or they were going to be fucked over by the West. Right now, they're getting fucked over by both, somehow. It's insane. Shouts out to Donald Trump for that one.
Не за нами конкретно. Люди просто віддадуть свої будинки.
Staying here has been, for many, an act of defiance and bravery. But for Sviatoslav and Natalia...
There are still a lot of people who thought, and I think still do, think, that like America joined this not as a fucking proxy. Like America joined this not to use Ukraine as a proxy against Russia, but instead for like honorable reasons, like they want to defend Ukrainians and whatnot. And I've just kept trying to explain to people since the beginning that that was not the case. America is on the right side, but for wrong reasons. Okay? And it's shocking that there are still people who entertain this notion. Like they're like, no, you don't understand. This was totally just. This was like America's investment in this was good. We're the good guys for once. Please let me have this. Okay? That's not the case. Ultimately, it still falls. The responsibility is still entirely in the hands of Vladimir Putin. That is the case. He is the party that invaded Ukraine. He is the singular responsible party. It does not matter if like America agitated and tried to create a security, like tried to create a security problem for Russia by saying like, oh, we're gonna bring Ukraine into NATO, we're going to do this, we're gonna do that. None of that matters. Russia, at the end of the day, as a regional power, had every option not to invade Ukraine, and they should have never invaded Ukraine. So it's still ultimately Russia's fault. Their position is the West's primary fault. Russia warned Ukraine and the U.S. Not saying Russia is correct, just saying Putin warned about the presence of NATO. Yes, America also knew that that would be a non-starter. I mean, this is the Mersheimer assessment, and it has been shown to be correct. But ultimately, there is still additional reasons for why Vladimir Putin is doing this. There's multiple different reasons, like restoring the former glory of the Russian Empire. Like those are definitely additional reasons as to why Russia is engaging in this. It's not just like an earnest security concern, especially because they didn't have to fucking invade if they wanted to deal with an earnest security concern.
Did not spare them pain. This is their daughter, Sophia, with her husband, Mikita, and the grandson, Lev. They moved to Kiev for safety. But 11 days ago, a horrific dawn Russian airstrike killed them and 28 others in Kiev. Their 3 bodies found together in the rubble.
Уехала она от войны. От войны уехала туда, было на данный момент там тихо, а потом такое, вот видите, как бы семья здесь, в Славянске, и война настигла их там.
Справиться с этим, знаете, по-человечески это, наверное, невозможно. Невозможно справиться с потерей детей.
They had been due to visit days later, bringing news that Sophia was 3 months pregnant.
Do you remember the last time you spoke?
Да, это было в 8:30 вечера. Она шла со Львом, она так готовилась в Славянск. Она говорит: мамочка, я так хочу в Славянск. И поделиться этой радостью, этой новостью с другими. И, ну, не приехали. Приехали по-другому все вместе.
They came together to be buried on the town's outskirts.
I hate to break it to you, but it's too late. It's Alaska over. He already gave Alaska away, brother. Wait, what? Trump, it's embarrassing. I'm gonna see Putin. I'm gonna Russia on Friday. Wait, what?
Tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm gonna see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how...
Never mind, he already gave it. Okay, well, R.I.P. R.I.P. To the Alaskan Hasanabi heads, better start learning Russian, buddy. I didn't realize it was like that. It turns out it is like that. Stop joking, it becomes real. Yep, gotta change the flags real quick. Everything is Tesla, everything's computer, everything is Russia, Russia, Russia.
Where the war permits no calm for grief. A Ukrainian jet roars overhead. At the nearest train station, Kramatorsk, as many are coming as are going. Serhiy was allowed 2 days off from his tank unit to see Tatiana, his wife. Sirens greet the Kiev train.
А як 4-й год на війні, то як ви думаєте, тяжко. Це краще б не приїжджало. Все, заспокойся.
Просто, щоб чоловік повернувся додому, мені пофіг на тій території, аби він був живий і повернувся додому.
Soldiers worried if they'll see their loved ones again. Families torn apart by this war. Imagine scenes like this to the thousand in the event of what seems to so many people here to be the surreal idea that a deal on Friday on the other side of the earth, almost as far away as you could possibly imagine in Alaska, between an American president and a Russian president without a Ukrainian there, could potentially give this bustling town over to the Russians after them fighting for it for so many years and failing to take it. So many lives lost here. And and those traumas borne out on this platform every time a train comes in.
The Hamas-run health ministry says at least 11 people are dead in the latest round.
Whiplash. Fucking whiplash, dude. Look at that. Look at how different. Again, Ukraine is the victims here, okay? Palestinians, Ukrainians are the victims of this. The media covers it as such. Palestinians are the victims here as well. But when the media is covering Palestinian victimhood in the hands of America's most valuable ally, look at how different the dynamic is. What do you say about the claim that the journalist is Hamas? It's fucking ridiculous. It's insane. And Israel lies all the fucking time. And we should put a stop to it immediately. What can I say? Palestinians barely get a blip of the same coverage, the same humanizing coverage that Ukrainians experience. It's so fucking insane.
Round of Israeli strikes. Tanks and warplanes bombarded parts of Gaza City overnight. Local officials report more than 100 people have been killed in the past 24 hours, including 31 people trying to get aid and 3 adults and 2 children who died from starvation. Foreign correspondent Marcus Moore is tracking the latest from London for us. Marcus, what do we know so far?
Hey, Diane, we know that there are the reports of the increased bombardment in Gaza City, and according to the health ministry, a number of victims remain under the rubble of collapsed buildings, and that at the moment there are areas that ambulances and rescuers cannot reach. And so it remains a dire situation there. And all indications are that Israel is preparing for that expanded military operation to occupy Gaza City. And this is a plan that sparked outrage and also concern about the impact it could have on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And as you noted earlier, more people have died.
Yeah, mainstream media also always points out when Russia negotiates in bad faith, but we never get the same coverage about Israel. And like, there have been less opportunities for Russia to even behave in bad faith because there's just been less negotiation talks in this process. Israel has like actively lied more than 40 times, hundreds of times in total, but like 40 official ceasefire negotiations on the table, and they fucked it up every single time. They've done what Russia is doing right now to Donald Trump, dangling like a potential ceasefire, while simultaneously having no interest in continuing with like a reasonable solution to this conflict. And they just keep lying over and over again. And our media also, literally, if they were covering Russia's actions as though Russia was like Israel, they would keep saying like, well, Russia wants a ceasefire, but those pesky little Ukrainians constantly want sovereignty. It's really fucked up. Which, by the way, if the State Department change in attitude holds, you will probably start seeing that. That's what I was trying to imply with the way that the New York Times is covering Ukrainian positions and how they're losing territory to a final Russian push right now. So maybe it won't be that far in the distance when you will hear the media offer cover to Russia dangling ceasefire as a carrot and pulling back, just like Israel does, and then have favorable coverage on that part and make Ukraine look like they are the spoiling party here.
While trying to get aid, while others have passed away from malnutrition. And there's also, Diane, been a new condemnation over the deaths of 6 journalists after an Israeli airstrike. Well-known correspondent from Al Jazeera, Anas al-Sharif, was among those killed. Israel claimed that he was a Hamas terrorist.
Yeah. It's like, can you imagine? Anytime someone talks about like how unjustifiable Russia's invasion of Ukraine is, you just hear, don't you think Russia has a right to exist? Don't you think Russia has a right to exist? You're being Russophobic. You're being Russophobic. Wow, you hate Slavs. You know who else hated Slavs? Hitler. Why don't you think Russia has a right to exist?
The Al Jazeera network vehemently denying those allegations. And Diane, the United Nations has condemned what happened, calling it a violation of international law.
And Marcus, it seems hopes are growing that there could be a ceasefire back on the table soon. What are you watching for?
The thing is that's what tankies online say on a daily basis. Brother, you're fucking out of your mind if you think that there is any like serious political movement in this country that is like that is so insignificant. Like, you're talking about 10 total people online, okay? That's it. In America, there are certainly a lot more people. This is what I try to explain to people. Like, there's a lot of animosity, understandable animosity in the global south against the United States of America. So for many of those people, they see it as like, oh, this is the enemy of my enemy. Like, they see, and this is incorrect, but they see Russia's actions as like the only country to violently push back against American influence and American incursion. That's the way they see it. That's the reason why you see so many other countries around the world, not in the Western world, okay, but outside of the Western world. That's why you see so many countries assume the pro-Palestine, pro-Russia position. That's real. There's a real position. They see Russia as like the tip of the spear. A country that is like offering military pushback to America in a somewhat successful manner. Of course, they do not see Ukrainians as being used and abused in this process, ironically enough, which is precisely the position that they've been in time and time again, for the record. Like, if you're from a country that's been fucked over by Western Empire, then you should be perhaps even more supportive of the situation that Ukrainians have found themselves in currently. But ultimately, as far as like the Western world goes, the number of people that are fucking pro-Russia are a handful, and they're so inconsequential that there's no reason to even bring attention to those people.
On that front.
Yeah, so these discussions have continued throughout all of this, albeit much of the discussions have been back channel, but there are reports that the leader of Hamas will be in Cairo for talks with officials on a potential ceasefire. And right now it's unclear what, if any, progress has been made there. But certainly for many, the hope is that a ceasefire deal could be back on the table. But when you look at what's happening on the ground, Diane, it really does seem like any deal is quite far off.
All right, Marcus Moore, thank you.
Israel has defended killing 6 journalists in Gaza, claiming one was a terrorist currently working with Hamas. The IDF says Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif was an active Hamas military wing operative, that he received a salary from the group, and that what they've presented publicly is only a small declassified portion of intelligence. 4 of al-Sharif's colleagues from Al Jazeera, as well as another independent journalist, were killed in the same strike in an attack widely condemned by organisations advocating for the freedom of the press. We are joined now by Nadav Shoshani, a spokesperson for the IDF. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Shoshani. Why is the IDF killing journalists? The CPJ accuses Israel of directly targeting and killing at least 20 journalists and media workers since October the 7th. The latest, as we've just heard, an entire Al Jazeera crew at the weekend.
Brad, thank you for having me, Jamie. First of all, I want to say the IDF does not target journalists. In this strike from 2 days ago, the IDF targeted a Hamas terrorist, an active Hamas terrorist. His position had a few positions in the Hamas terror organization, but he was part of their rocket brigade. He was the head of the cell in the rocket brigade, and that's who we targeted. And I think the question needs to be asked, why is Hamas and why is Al Jazeera having terrorists on their payroll working as journalists, and why are terrorists also functioning as journalists with press justice? I think that those are questions that need to be very alarming, and we need to ask them about what's going on in Gaza. But the IDF does not target journalists.
What evidence do you have that he was currently, and that word currently is important, working for Hamas?
Yeah, it's like, heads up, clinkers are out full force trying to create some bullshit that ties him to Hamas. I already know. He took a photo with fucking the Politburo and Yahya Sinwar. That's what they're saying. Like, I know. Now the IDF is claiming that Anas al-Sharif was getting a paycheck from Hamas. Think about how stupid they assume you are to believe that. As the BBC recently reported, and as common sense tells you, Hamas doesn't send out paychecks. They have agents secretly meet employees in cafes and elsewhere and hand over envelopes that have a small percentage of what they're owed in cash, whether you're doing sanitation or anything else. Anas is maybe the most recognizable face in Gaza, and he was getting paid by Al Jazeera. Israel expects you to believe that he secretly sneaked away from his Al Jazeera job to meet an agent who would hand over a few shekels. The man was on air constantly. When did this happen? Anyway, when they think you're an idiot, and in many cases they are correct, but not in most. They're literally trying to say that in between the time frame where this dude was like 24/7 live, he was actually doing terrorism for Hamas, which is so fucking crazy. Because if you ask Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib, another Palestinian collaborator of Israel, who works for the Atlantic Council, as you guys know, his collaboration with Hamas was actually when he was doing journalism. Eventually, they're going to arrive at that position where they're going to say, oh, he actually was doing Hamas activity by doing journalism, as in sending a drone overhead when to show Israeli positions when Israel told him not to. That's his job. His job is to fucking cover the events that are going on. The playbook. They make up a lie. There's no evidence for it. Western journals spread it like wildfire. Diplomats and politicians parrot it loudly. A narrative is built. The general public believes that the damage is done. Then they finally admit it never happened. This was on October 10th, 2023. Mohammed El-Kurd today says, and we fall for it every time without fail. Whether about Anas al-Sharif or Shireen Abu Akleh, Israelis don't spew their lies because they believe them. They do it because they know they can bait us into pointless debates that distract from the focal point, their crimes. Sure, that Telegram screenshot is fake, but that's not the point. Whether or not celebrated October 7 is irrelevant. Why accept the premise that people can be murdered just for their views? Even if he handed out candy in celebration, nothing justifies killing him. I saw someone well-intentioned trying to rebut Hasbara by saying it doesn't really look like Anas in the picture with Sinwar. So what if it were him? What are you implying? Exactly. That's my point. Like, what are we doing? What is happening here? That it's like, oh, well, it's actually totally justifiable to kill a fucking journalist because he took photos of fucking Yahya Sinwar? What are you, insane? The ADL is mad that the president of the Foreign Press Association for saying he doesn't care that it's Hamas. Outrageous statement from FBA New York's Ian Williams equating Hamas, an officially designated terrorist organ that massacred blah, 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 to U.S. political parties. This dangerous normalization has no place in journalism. Keep chirping. Keep chirping. There is going to be more people that fucking arrive at this position eventually. Photos gonna be doctored too? No, it's not. It's not a doctored photo. Hassan Asliya also had photos with fucking Yahya Sinwar. What do you mean? They are the governing party in Gaza. It's like a fucking journalist taking a photo with like Cory Booker or some shit, okay? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? That's it. That's it. There's no world where you go, sorry, you took a photo with fucking Joe Biden. You get to be assassinated now. What? This is a ridiculous framing, okay? This is a ridiculous fucking framing. What are we doing? Stop eating the fucking propaganda dick, okay? It does not matter. It literally does not matter. Israel cannot kill someone because they don't like them. That is fucking ridiculous. Israel can't kill someone for thought crimes. That is not allowed. That is insane. What the fuck? Why is it different? Why is it different when they're Palestinian? Why is it different? That's where the terrorism designation kicks in. It is a way to justify any amount of war crimes that you can do to a captive population of Palestinians. They're brown, they're terrorists, they're scary, they're Muslim, therefore they deserve to die. Stop arguing with fucking idiots. It's not about arguing with idiots. It's about having arguments on idiots' terms. Yeah, I mean, I've said it from the first moment. A former Wall Street journalist shared a post saying just because a guy shot some rockets at Israelis with his followers as if it was verified despite no evidence. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm curious though, what do you have to say about Islam having a part in the Quran about killing non-believers? Yes, dude, that's what I'm here to do, okay? As a Muslim, I'm secretly invested in this idea that you fucking came up with. That's what Muslims are invested in doing. We don't entertain idiotic fucking assessments about like the Talmud or whatever, and we correctly declare it anti-Semitic when people do it. But God forbid, it's fucking open season when motherfuckers come in here and they're like, oh, so what do you think? What do you think about Muslims wanting to kill non-believers, dude? Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's my primary purpose here. As a Muslim, I'm doing taqiyya and sheltering you from the truth about my religious perspectives, my religious belief. Jesus Christ. Palestine was at its most peaceful position when Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived there under the banner of the Islamic Caliphate that was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. What the fuck do you mean? If we're not stoning people for mixing fabrics, if we're not stoning people to death for mixing fabrics, I think it's a really idiotic assessment to assume that this is something that people are following on and not a fucking idiotic, out of context, misunderstood sentiment. Exclusive. The White House plans to conduct a far-reaching review of Smithsonian Museum exhibitions, materials, and operations ahead of America's 250th anniversary to ensure the museums align with President Trump's interpretation of American history. Nice. Hell yeah.
At the time of his death, because the information that you have released to us dates back to 2019, the information that the IDF has released to the public. Why are you not able to release information that shows that he was currently working with Hamas?
Right, so there's many types of intelligence within Gaza. There's many types of intelligence that the IDF has about what's happening in Gaza. One of them, what we showed to the public, are papers that our forces were able to find in different locations within Gaza. Those are easy to declassify, relatively easy. There are more complex, more...
He's not even doing a good job. Why is this person on television? Why? It doesn't make any fucking... Oh, God, I hate this shit so much. Still, 22 months in, still, we have to get an Israeli fucking terrorist, a baby killer. We have to get an Israeli baby killer on TV to contextualize why this baby had to be killed. Okay? 22 months in, it's a fucking genocide, and motherfuckers are still doing this
delicate intelligence that we have to treat very carefully, because intelligence that you declassify, if you do it in an uncareful manner, you can't use it the next time, and it's important for us to save life and to have relevant, real-time intelligence. I don't think it's easy to find a specific person in the Gaza Strip, and we're able to do that. We're able to have intelligence on who's a terrorist and who's not, and it's important for us to keep that ability. That means that you can't declassify everything you have. But we know in real time, in the time of the strike, that he was an active terrorist in Hamas. He was, in addition to intelligence, we have of things he was doing and conducting. We also have intelligence of the fact that he was on a Hamas payroll while he was on an Al Jazeera payroll. And I remind you, Al Jazeera, journalists that support the terror organization of Hamas, he was both. He was, most important.
Can I just stop you there? Just as a journalist, I would say that Al Jazeera do not say that they support terrorists Hamas. Al Jazeera is an international news organization, and it certainly doesn't support any particular side.
Al Jazeera had reporters within Hamas, within Israel, on October 7th with Hamas. Al Jazeera are broadcasting Hamas propaganda. Al Jazeera are working for Hamas when they have...
Al Jazeera are using journalists inside Gaza because,
It's a barrage. Al Jazeera is Hamas, UN is Hamas, you are Hamas, Sky News is Hamas. Everyone is Hamas.
The rest of the international media, Israel will not allow international journalists into Gaza.
Hamas uses Al Jazeera when they run those vile propaganda.
If Clarissa Ward came to Gaza, she would also be Hamas. Everybody's Hamas, baby. Excellent. Excellent technique. Undefeated.
And vile ceremonies with our hostages in the last ceremony, and I think Al Jazeera is far from condemning.
Yeah, remember when that was like a fucking massive incident where they were like, I can't believe they're like releasing our hostages with fanfare, as opposed to the way we release their hostages in the dead of the night, quietly, as they are literally fucking starving when we have all the food. That was really fucked up. Remember when that was a point of contention?
Hamas, and Hamas is a terror organization. So if they're supporting Hamas, they're supporting terror, and we should call it by what it is. And yet, that is not the reason we conduct.
For the record, and I can't believe we're even having this conversation, I don't know if Anas al-Sharif actually celebrated October 7 or not. I don't believe anything that Israel says on principle, okay? But even if he were to have done so, you can't fucking kill him. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? Like, what is that even, like, what do you mean? Once again, if Israel's standards for combat were applied evenly against Israel, you could literally nuke Tel Aviv. You could nuke the entirety of Israel, and it would be considered a just act of war by Israel's standards, because Israel has mandatory conscription. Israel has numerous politicians that have actively fucking engaged in war crimes. You have former IDF, Israeli Occupying Force veterans. You have current Israeli Occupying Force soldiers. You have their wives and their children living in the same fucking buildings as them. Okay? This is not a normal precedent to set. It is fucking insane. That's it. That's it. That's like, there's no world where this is a normal standard, okay? Because Israel's doing a fucking genocide.
The strike. We conducted the strike against the Hamas terrorist who was in active duty in Hamas, receiving paycheck.
What was his active role within Hamas?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I mean, it's such a stupid argument, but like, what was he doing? Pointing a camera at the slain children that Israel was murdering? Was that his role in Hamas?
Well,
what was his active role within Hamas?
He had two roles. One of them was head of a cell in their rocket launching brigade in northern Gaza. He had more roles, also kind of related to information and things like that. But most importantly, he was part of their
Why can't you release this information in a declassified fashion?
And I want to say something. That rocket launching brigade in northern Gaza
also tries to fire rockets towards Israeli civilians, but also, and you know, we've had casualties in northern Gaza. There's active fighting in northern Gaza. Sadly, we've had casualties in
He's crazy, man. He was a real go-getter. How did he have time to do all of this? It's so wild. Fuck it. Keep making it up. He had a nuke. Huh? What would you say to that, huh? What if I were to tell you Anas al-Sharif had a nuclear weapon? And he was going to press the button on the nuke? What now? Yeah, he was a rocket launcher specialist in northern Gaza, which of course he was killed in southern Gaza in a tent with other Al Jazeera journalists. I guess he was at two places at the same fucking time. He was just able to move through the tunnel network. You want to nuke Israel? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's unacceptable. Israel's standards are unacceptable. Just a few more random instances where prominent Israeli media channels referred to Anas al-Sharif as a terrorist. Channel 12 News, the IDF eliminated Hamas terrorists who served as a senior Al Jazeera journalist. Israel Hayom, a hug from Sinwar and documents in Gaza. The IDF proves the eliminated journalist was a terrorist. Haaretz, the IDF, we've killed an Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza, served as a unit commander in Hamas. By the way, Haaretz also engaging in that atrocity. 2 terrorists in 1 photo. The incriminating footage of the journalist eliminated in Gaza from Channel 14. The Air Force attacked a tent of journalists, among them a reporter that the IDF revealed to be a Hamas operative. Ma'ariv, journalist in service of Hamas. Al Jazeera's most well-known face in Gaza has been eliminated. Khan News, a journalist and a terrorist. The storm following the elimination of Anas al-Sharif. Fuck you, man. Your accents give me PTSD. Read my previous post, but went to a Psytrance event and hearing an Israeli say babies of terror in real life gave me chills. I hate your accent now because it brings that feeling back. Well, that's your fault for going to a Psytrance festival, which is now officially... It's like how the Nazis made the swastika their own, and now no one can use the swastika as a fucking symbol of peace. Israelis have owned Psytrance. If you listen to Psytrance, you're basically spiritually Israeli. Sorry. They took it. They took it for themselves. Yeah. Psytrance and Star of David are now stained with Israel's bloodshed. They literally fucking used tanks to put the Star of David in the middle of the fucking Gaza Strip in apartment complexes they took down with the Israeli Air Force. I-24 News, undercover as Al Jazeera journalists, 2 Hamas terrorists have been eliminated. Unsurprisingly, these are not some innocent media persons. Anas al-Sharif served as a unit commander in the terror organization, and there are many documents to prove it. Again, they just fucking keep repeating over and over and over again. Why you gotta be so hateful? I hate Nazis, man. I fucking hate Nazis. I don't know why this is so hard for people to fucking comprehend. I despise Nazis. I fucking despise fascists, okay? Israel is a fascist Nazi country doing a fucking Holocaust that is live streamed in real time. We get to see it every fucking day, okay? That's it. It's that simple. Israel's a fucking Nazi country, and its defenders are Nazis themselves. They are doing a Holocaust.
Fighting there in northern Gaza, and there are people, Hamas terrorists, fighting mortar shells from those rocket brigades against IDF, and it's very common practice for IDF when we're operating in an area to go after people in the rocket brigade to make sure that we have freedom of movement, freedom of operation, and that those people are eliminated.
I'm just struggling to understand why you cannot release this information in a declassified fashion. You've released...
Because it's fake. Because they need time to doctor it, okay? They need time to doctor it, which I will never believe. I will literally, if Israel, I'm telling you right now, get mad at me if you want. If Israel fucking showed me a photo of like Yahya Sinwar with a fucking envelope of cash, handing it directly to Anas al-Sharif, I would still not believe it, okay? There's no way. There's no way. I'm not a fucking moron, okay? I'm sorry. They've lied far too much for me to ever take anything that Israel says seriously. They've lied far too much while defending their genocidal actions, while defending their genocide. They are doing a genocide. If you are even a remotely reasonable person, you would look at this and go, okay, fuck you, suck my dick.
The information that you've released already is very old.
Again, there are specific types of intelligence that are very delicate and are very complex to declassify. We can speak of them in some sort of paraphrase. It's more complex than that to explain the process of declassifying intelligence. It's a long process, very complex, and you need to keep your sources of intelligence active and not harm them by taking out information from them in a way that would harm those sources from functioning.
As you know, the International Committee of Journalists, which is an independent non-profit organization based in America that promotes press freedom worldwide, absolutely refutes the allegations that you're making about Anas al-Sharif, as did he when he's alive. Based on their dealings with him, he also refuted your allegations whilst he was alive. Isn't the burden of proof on the IDF to prove this now?
Well, I think, first of all, we've put out documentation that we found in Gaza. We put out the original papers in Arabic that we found in Gaza proving he is a terrorist. And I don't think in any case in the world anyone would take someone's word as just saying, hey, I'm not a terrorist. Okay, we believe you. And that's exactly what happened in this case. That's what's happening in this case. And I think it's just very easy and comfortable. And to be honest, you've been fair in this segment presenting him as we say that we claim he's a terrorist, but in many outlets they don't even present IDF proof that we put. If you don't believe it, it's okay, but do your job and present it. And more than that,
do your job. Every person that is remotely connected to Israel, the Israeli state, has this insane attitude of arrogance and entitlement. What do you mean, do your fucking job? I mean, if she was doing her job, she would have shut off this conversation. She would have just never had this conversation to begin with. I don't think it's a productive conversation to literally have a fucking Nazi 4-star general at the age of 22 come on the broadcast and fucking defend the Holocaust. Okay? It's ridiculous. Yeah, why aren't you just taking my Nazi-ass statements at face value? Why aren't you doing that?
Person who celebrated the death of civilians, I think it's worth mentioning. He's not this angel people are speaking about. He's a terrorist, and in addition to that, he has been promoting terror, supporting terror in his job as a journalist. I saw yesterday a picture of him celebrating the death of civilians on October 7th. I think that's important to be said. But more importantly, that he was an active terrorist in Hamas, receiving salary from Hamas, hence a target in this war that Hamas started and is refusing to end.
Okay, and just to reiterate, this is something that he and his employer all denies. There were 7 other people killed in that attack, including another Al Jazeera correspondent, Mohammed Kreke, and the camera operators, Ibrahim Zaher, Mohammed Dufal, and Mohamed Aliwa. Is the IDF's position that all 5 of those journalists who were killed were also working for Hamas, or are they just collateral damage?
We're looking into further details of the incidents, and when we speak about and we classify someone as a terrorist, it's after a long, rigorous process and after declassification, and that's what we've done. And about the additional people, we're still looking into the incident, and we'll hopefully be able to provide more information soon.
But clearly you must have understood that there was a risk if you're going to drop a bomb into a tent containing a load of journalists, that more than the one that you are trying to attack would perish.
Well, we conduct our operations, and as you see, he wasn't with his family, and we try and conduct our operations in a way that goes after terrorists in the most minimal way. I don't want to speak or before it's
but if you
verified and declassified.
If you kill 8 people when you're aiming for 1, is that the most minimal way? Killing 8 if you're aiming for 1.
Of more combatants alongside him, but I don't want to speak about things before they're declassified and verified, and I want to be very responsible.
So you're saying that you're going to release information about some of these other people that were killed now?
I'm saying there's a process of declassification, of verification, and I want to be very responsible, and I'll just say that we're looking into further details of the additional people and further details of this strike.
Okay. You may also have seen a special report that we're running today by my colleague Stuart Ramsey about what is happening in the West Bank and the encirclement of towns like Sinjar. Can I ask, why is the IDF closing and opening gates to villages and towns like Sinjar randomly and without warning? What is the security protocol there? Because it's really disrupting locals' lives, making life incredibly difficult.
Well, I think, first of all, the IDF policy in Judea and Samaria is to make sure that in any clash between civilians, Jews to Palestinians, and other way, that we keep the safe and order, the order in place, that we keep civilians on both sides safe, that we prevent these types of clashes. That's been our policy.
Occupied Palestinian territory, also known as the West Bank. It's illegally occupied by you and your buddies. Judea and Samaria, suck my dick. Here, Yuval Abraham reports on exactly the initiative being taken right now by the IDF. This, after October 7, Israel established a legitimization cell. Intelligence personnel searched for info to provide legitimization for our army's actions. The primary mission for the cell was to find Gaza journalists who could be portrayed in the media as Hamas operatives in disguise. Here's Yuval Abraham of 972 magazine in Israel. After October 7, a team called the Legitimization Cell was established in Amman. Intelligence personnel searched for information to provide legitimization for the army's actions in Gaza. Failed Hamas launches, use of human shields, exploitation of the civilian population, all the things you're familiar with. A primary mission of the Legitimization Cell was to find Gazan journalists who could be portrayed in the media as Hamas operatives in disguise. They actively went through journalists and searched. Entire days were invested in this matter. They found nothing. Why look for a journalist in disguise? As I understand it, because it provides media legitimization for the existing killing of journalists in general. After all, it's enough to present one hospital as Hamas headquarters and you can paint the destruction of the entire healthcare system in the same light. One failed shot where Hamas hit civilians, and then, who knows, maybe all civilian deaths are on Hamas. Sowing doubt as a method to justify atrocities. Identifying a journalist as an operative in disguise whitewashes the killing of all other journalists. The army killed 4 journalists in Gaza last night. It admitted that the target was Anas al-Sharif. In the past 2 years, al-Sharif has been doing systematic, courageous journalistic work, reporting to the entire world about the destruction of his people. This while most Israeli journalism has normalized mass murder, starvation, and destruction, betraying its profession. The betrayal continues now in the headlines reporting al-Sharif's death, fully adopting the IDF spokesperson's statement. The army presented documents claiming al-Sharif joined Hamas in 2013 when he was 17. A journalist who doesn't question the IDF spokesperson's statements at this stage, after countless lies, is simply failing in their duty. But even if we assume it's true, it doesn't matter. By that logic, the vast majority of journalists in Israel, if there's some documents showing that they served in the army or did reserve duty at some point, would be legitimate targets for elimination. His location was known for months. Why kill him now, on the eve of plans to conquer Gaza City? The answer is clear. I think Israel killed Anas al-Sharif simply because he was a journalist. The documents were the means. For the same reason, they actively searched for journalists who could be presented as Hamas operatives to provide legitimization for the killing of journalists in general. About 230 journalists we've killed in Gaza since October 7. And for the same reason, international media is prevented from entering Gaza, so that the crimes are less seen. This is Israeli journalist and Israeli investigative reporter Yuval Abraham for Plus 972 magazine, reporting on the legitimization cell. It's all fucking bullshit. Everything Israel is saying is bullshit. The notion that he has taken photos with Hamas leaders is not a justification for his extrajudicial assassination. It's not a justification to even punch him in the fucking face. What are you doing? Suck my dick. 10 toes fucking down. Once again, These are the types of things that I feel like people took advantage of for the longest time. That you couldn't just like say that. You could be like, what do you mean? He took photos with Hamas. Of course he can be fucking killed. No, that's not the truth. That's not the case. You can't fucking do that. If someone were to entertain a role reversal in this regard and put Israel in the crosshairs, you would cry about how anti-Semitic this is. It's so fucking stupid.
See, and specifically in some
You guys voted for Trump, ha ha ha. Does it make it easier to fantasize about a thing that did not happen so that you can feel more comfortable in your position of not giving a fuck about Palestinians? Like, even at this stage.
We can speak about every specific incident on LinkedIn. Specifically in Sanjil, there were many incidents where people were hurling rocks to the main road by the village, hence a fence was built.
No, the liberals have lost their minds. I've been seeing like people post my statements on like Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like saying anything about Palestine and how that actually led to her fucking losing the election, and liberals keep posting that over and over again without context to make it seem like I'm saying like Kamala Harris would do the same thing as far as like you know, taking away a gay marriage or something. Like whenever Trump does some other fuck shit, something that I'm like actively fucking pushing back against, when they're not doing that, they're too busy trying to fucking tarnish the reputation of someone who is actually fucking anti-Trump, because they're not, clearly. And they use my criticisms of Kamala Harris and the liberal, the Democratic Party in general, and their closeness to Trump's policies, which led them to lose against Donald Trump, as a way to say, oh, dude, look, see, the left is actually in the wrong still. I'm not in the wrong at all. It was actually totally fucking, it was actually totally valid. Totally fucking valid. That Kamala Harris hugged and kissed Republicans like Liz Cheney and presented herself as like a more moderate force to the more moderate but still right-wing force, and overall refused to do anything that would change the trajectory from our double suicide pact with Israel. It's so strange, dude. If at this point your hyper focus is still on like trying to prove to yourself and others around you that you weren't wrong, and that this leftist political commentator on Twitch was actually wrong for correctly identifying many of the issues with the Kamala Harris campaign because he didn't want fucking Donald Trump to win again. But in the aftermath of that victory for Trump, in the aftermath of all of that, when Trump is like doing a fucking forcible fascist takeover of the American government, okay, and you're still worried about a fucking left-wing Twitch streamer who was right all along, you're a fucking moron. You're the reason. You are part of the reason why these guys get to do whatever the fuck they want. It blows my goddamn mind that liberals are still trying to fucking do that.
You know, those rocks have killed people driving in cars, caused car accidents that led to death and many injuries, and that's a threat on security. And generally speaking, our policy has been very clear. We do not limit movement as a goal to limit movement. We take steps to provide security. We take steps to...
Great argument. Yeah, but this is why single issue voting is dog water. Great argument. Kamala Harris literally lost partially because her inability to address the violence that was unfolding in Gaza was emblematic of the Democratic Party's unwillingness to actually listen to the demands being made by its own base of support. She literally tied herself by the neck to a fucking anchor like Joe Biden. It's been months since she took a fucking fat L against a goddamn rapist felon who is a fucking literal fascist, and a fascist that lost once, by the way. A fascist that was president once already and then lost. Took a fat fucking L. Where has she been? Nowhere. Nowhere to be found. Just writing a fucking book. You're so stupid. You will never actually be able to understand the argument that I'm presenting because you're just unable to hear what I'm saying. You just go, oops, sorry, vote blue no matter who, not understanding that that kind of fucking rewarding of failure is how we got here to begin with. It's so crazy. Kamala Harris did not lose because of single issue voters, you fucking moron. There is no analysis that points to that, for the record. That's so crazy. The idea that it's like you have to create this like false notion. There's even less evidence. There was at least a concerted effort in the aftermath of Hillary Clinton's defeat in 2016 to present Bernie Bros as the major reason why Donald Trump lost. Kamala Harris lost the fucking popular vote too.
Deconflict when there's conflicts in the area, and we make sure that we do it with as little as possible limitations on the people from both sides in this region.
If you well know, as a result of the Oslo Accords, it divided up the West Bank into three areas: Area A, B, and C. Area A, these are areas governed by the Palestinian Authority and its security services. Israeli forces aren't meant to be in these areas. They have access to areas B and C. You must know this. Why are the IDF shutting down markets and
See, look at this fucking active coke. But you guys voted, but you let Trump win. Virtually every single person here voted for Kamala Harris, you dumb fuck. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, a Twitch streamer cannot fucking change the trajectory of American politics if the Democratic Party is unable and unwilling to listen to the demands being made by its fucking base of support. Kamala Harris pushed people to stay home. It is ultimately always going to be the fault of the party. Stop trying to defend the party. The party does not give a fuck about you. Do you work for the DNC? Show me your motherfucking pay stubs. Why the fuck are you defending the DNC for free? What is wrong with you? Kamala Harris lost 7 fucking swing states, dude. What are we talking about? What is this argument? It's so insane. It is so, like, I can't comprehend it. I can't understand it. These guys, these liberals, they fancy themselves to be more intelligent than the average Trump supporter. And yet here you are regurgitating idiotic arguments like you're a fucking Trump supporter, but this time for the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris could not fail. She could only be made to fail. Failed by who? The voters who didn't understand that she would be far better. It's like, no, that's her fault. It's her fault for not being able to present herself as a better alternative to a fucking rapist fascist, brother. What are we talking about?
That allows settlers and Orthodox Jews to walk freely in areas that the signs on the street say are very clearly for Israelis not to enter under Israeli law.
Well, I think I should look into that incident and understand the details, but Hebron specifically...
We've been running footage of it all day.
Hebron, I've seen the piece. I haven't looked at all of it. I've seen the headline and skimmed through it. It's a very interesting piece. And Hebron specifically is a special area where Hebron, there's a place of religion that is important.
but the soldiers are here to make it happen.
Big.
It's obviously massive disruption. This is a massive market. Now the whole of this section of town is being closed down. The idea is to take control of this street for security reasons so that they can bring the settlers through. They'll put up a screen, yeah?
They're going to put some, cover.
And then they'll walk them up.
And they're going to walk up to the street. But are you reporting live?
No.
We're just for them.
We're videoing, yeah.
Because last time they did this kind of walk into the city, they can deploy.
Yeah, I heard.
Hold the pressure, all right? Don't play with me, all right?
For now, this part of Hebron is a military zone, and nobody at all is allowed past the Israeli lines.
This is Armed Settlers and Segregation Inside the West Bank, a new Sky News documentary that just came out 16 hours ago. No politics here. Israel #1. No Palestine, no Palestine. No Palestine here. No politics here. Bro, they do this shit so much. It's like these things are marginal in comparison to, like, obviously the death and destruction campaign in Gaza, but this is a part of everyday existence for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. These guys are, one, illegally occupying the West Bank, for the record, and they do this shit on a daily basis. There are a million videos like this where they just, like, go into a storefront and just fuck it up and demand the phones of every single Palestinian there. They go through their social media to look for things that they can find that they can arrest them on, like any sort of sympathy or any sort of, like, mention. These are images not dissimilar to the Gestapo harassing random fucking citizens and packing up Jewish people in Nazi Germany. There's little to none armed resistance against these fucking freaks, for the record.
Behind a lie.
Even though they are terrorists, they are in direct violation of international law, and it is legal. It is literally legal if every single Palestinian there took up arms and started actively fighting against those terrorists, the Israeli occupying force. That is literally legal and moral, okay? Understand, no matter what all of your previous social conditioning has taught you, understand that what they are doing, regardless of the state violence that they're doing here, what they're doing is illegal. Racist? Why use a racist voice to mock Israelis? I don't know. Because it's funny. They're doing a genocide. Does that hurt your fucking feelings? I agree with you, but I don't think legality is the issue. No, I'm just explaining to people that, like, what they think is legal is obviously seeing armed military, members of the state, members of the fucking military, members of the police force. And automatically we're conditioned into thinking, like, oh, what they're doing is a legal thing. Maybe it's racist, but it's, like, still a legal occupation. It's not. It is completely illegal. Okay? This is not like a police, a member of the police force, like, being of racist to a citizen. This is, like, even beyond that. That is abhorrent. That is fucked up. That should be prosecuted. But this is a step beyond that.
Green screen, the visitors arrive in small groups to look at a tomb up the street. The Palestinian city of Hebron is in what is known as Area A of the West Bank. It means it's technically under the full control of the...
That chatter literally said, "Why you no love Israel? You are being racist." Like, why use racist voice to mock Israelis? I don't know, because it's a fucking Nazi country doing Nazi shit. You're like a German that comes in here and gets in their feelings when I'm doing like a bad German accent. Is it an F? What happened?
Palestinian Authority. But everyone here says the presence of Israeli soldiers and settlers is designed to make a point, to emphasize who's really in charge. This is a journey around the West Bank, and inevitably it starts at the wall separating Israel from its Palestinian neighbors. It is imposing and is in many ways a symbol of Israel's desire to segregate the people who live on the other side from them. The wall was built over 2 decades ago to stop Palestinian terror attacks inside Israel after a wave of violence. But there is more than a wall to all of this. The West Bank and its people would make up the lion's share of a Palestinian state if one were to be recognized. Geographically, it's on the west bank of the River Jordan, which is where it gets its name from. Current political leadership in Israel does not want a Palestinian state, and the Israeli parliament just approved a motion to annex the West Bank. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade, doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants, okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral, okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white, okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel's in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal, okay? It's just the truth. Straight up. It doesn't matter that they look to be in garb that makes you think that they're in the right, okay?
And right now, life is tough for Palestinians in the West Bank. They say they feel powerless. Random military operations, security checks and barriers restricting movement can happen anywhere and at any time, making normal movement impossible. There's the continuous threat of attacks by settlers who believe the land is theirs, and roads to villages and towns are barricaded. The building of iron gates that close off vehicle entry and exit to Palestinian communities has dramatically increased since the October the 7th Hamas attacks on Israel that led to the Gaza war. These gates are monitored 24 hours a day.
This situation is so fucked up that even when like liberal or right-wing Western outlets try to like present it as like a nuanced and complex political situation, I think the takeaway from people is just utter horror. You know? Like, the average person sees it and they're like, what do you mean? What nuance, bro? This is fucking insane. Like, you can't frame this in a way that is, like, justifiable for Israel at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm too hopeful about my fellow citizens that encountered this kind of thing for the first time ever.
And are impossible to break through. Beneath the village of Al-Mugaya, we watched as IDF soldiers oversaw a digger working on a roadway.
Well, you can just say anti-Semitism. I think that was an effective method only when people weren't aware of Israel's actions. Like, if you were kept in the dark for a very long time about Israel's, like, most violent actions and its violent mechanisms of control, then yeah, you would hear someone describe what Israel does as a part of its regular policy. You'd be like, well, that sounds a little anti-Semitic, you know? But Israel has looked at the checklist of, like, anti-Semitic shit and was like, oh, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it to the best of our ability. Whichever is within the confines of whatever we can do. Whichever technological... Like, poisoning the well, right? Poisoning the well initially comes from an anti-Semitic canard. The idea that Jews poison the well and that's why there's disease. And then it's usually the lie that uneducated villagers literally fucking engaged with before they ended up doing a pogrom, like a violent pogrom of Jews, right? Well, okay, Israel literally destroys water wells. What are we doing? Like, you got settlers straight up trying to poison the fucking well in the West Bank. What are we doing? Like, it's on video. It's not like they're hiding it either. They're just, like, literally doing it on video. And being like, I am poisoning the well. I do not want Palestinians to drink water. They are terror. This is my land. They're not hiding it. They're gloating.
And a new barrier gate being moved into position from the back of a lorry.
My name's Stuart Ramsey. I'm a reporter for Sky News in England.
Okay, and what's the problem here?
No problem, we were just going to go up to the village, but I can see obviously you're putting in a barrier.
Not now. Okay, so no... Walk here. It's a military territory, so please turn around and go away.
Okay. Could you just explain, though, are you putting in a new gate?
This is classified. Please turn around and go away.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll just be up here.
No. So please turn off the camera. Turn around and go away. Thank you very much.
Okay, but
Listen, I told you 3 times. This is military territory. Please turn around, turn off the camera, and go away.
All right. Can I go to the village, though?
No.
Is there another way round?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. I'll leave you at that, then.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. Turn off the camera.
But obviously there's another gate being built, as simple as that.
They're gonna get fucking shot at, like, eventually.
We expected them to be
because these bitch asses, they're getting way more fucking cocky too.
Friendly, or at least unpleasant.
They're always so skittish and wimpy with these checkpoints, it's almost like they're shamed. I don't know if they're ashamed. I think they're just pussies in general. Only a fucking weakling would do this kind of thing to a captive population. They're fucking cowardly little monsters. The worst kind. Go away. Go away, please.
About it, I suppose they've been reasonable, but that's what happens all over the West Bank. These villages, Palestinian villages.
I don't think those motherfuckers have the capacity to feel shame, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Back. Go back.
As you can see behind me, get cut off by gates, and that'll be closed, and access in and out is totally controlled. But as we've seen before, it gets described as a military area, and therefore you've got no options, because when they say it's a military area, that's it, you're out.
Just as security checks and barrier gates have increased since October the 7th,
Turn off the camera.
so
I would like
is the
to shoot you.
expansion of settler outposts.
Please.
It often starts with a land grab and a flag. Then the building of temporary accommodation. And later, they develop into whole towns, heavily guarded and dominating the landscape. I wanted to meet Mohammed Robin, a Palestinian man I'd read about who'd had his land taken off him.
So Mohammed went to work one morning, came back and told he couldn't go back to his house. Now going to follow him, see where he is. Settlers have taken everything apparently from inside the house as well, which is fairly common. So we're going to follow him and see what's that.
He's taking us to the only place, he says, we can still see his land from without getting into trouble. It's off the main road, on gravel and dirt tracks leading to a windy hilltop.
That's his land.
Yeah.
Where the cars are standing now. And they also took over there another 2 dunams.
How long have you been here?
قديش لك انت؟
عايش هذه الارض بالدار من سنه 52 سيدي بناها وبقت يعني فيش فيها زيتون يعني فيها اكيد حوالي 500 عرق زيتون.
This land built by his grandfather from 52 and they have olive trees on it.
وابويا زي ما تقول ضل عم يعني استاذ وبكى بس شد عم في المصاري اننا نعمر.
His father was a teacher and supporting with money so we can invest on it.
Yeah.
There's movement down below and we realise we've been spotted.
Oh, here comes the No Politik Here Brigade. Israel's a wonderful, multi-faceted, multicultural country, which is why I'm always wondering, like, what variant of native Levantine accent I'm going to hear out of the mouths of these fucking dipshits. You know what I mean? You can have the classic No Politik Here accent, or you can have a Brooklynite. There's only 2 ways it goes, though, aside from the Hebrew accent. You're only going to hear an American hog variant or a Russian hog variant. One or the other. Let's see.
We've just come up here because like I was saying that Well, we've introduced ourselves, but we're trying to go back down, probably because we're here. They're not making much action, but because these settlers are. I'm not quite sure if they're heading back or what they're going to do.
They barely speak, they just check out our cars. We don't know if they're soldiers or settlers or both. They don't identify themselves.
What? They're not soldiers, bro. They're settlers. It's a distinction without a difference in the West Bank, but the soldiers have way more fucking gear. They went non-verbal.
returns to the small holding, the other waits. We decide to leave.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good, good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Stuart Ramsey.
Daniel Winston. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Where are you going to take us, Dan?
I'm going to take you up to Har Kabir. Let's come out of the street, though, so you don't get hit. I'm going to take you up to Har Kabir. It's the mountain that overlooks the valley of Tirzah, where the Jewish people first came into the land of Israel with Joshua at the end of the 5 books of Moses and the beginning of the rest of the Bible.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Let's go.
You going to come with me in the car?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's go.
Daniel Winston is from Chicago, but he's lived here in Israel for over 25 years.
I've chosen to live in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, truly out of a biblical imperative to make this happen and make it happen better, even though the entire world has this mythology around it being occupied territory and being the so-called the land of the Palestinians.
Daniel, his wife and 10 children live in Yitzhar settlement. It's considered one of the most hardcore settler communities. But we weren't allowed to meet him there, so he's taking us to a lookout point in another settlement.
Is there an argument for saying, regardless of those legal definitions, that for many Palestinians living here in the West Bank, that they do feel that they live under a law of apartheid and that they are discriminated against? There's a complete control over movement, there's a lack of freedom of movement, and people, settlers, take land that they have occupied themselves for generations.
Yeah, let's talk about each of those things, and I'll try to keep order. First of all, I've no doubt that the Arabs that live here have lots of feelings about lots of things that are going on. I'm not going to, even though I'm a therapist, I'm not going to address those feelings because I'm much more interested in the facts. Afterwards, if we want to have a discussion, we can sit around and we can have some coffee, sit around a campfire and talk about their feelings. But first, let's get the facts straight. The facts are there is no such thing as a Palestinian people. In the historical record, Palestine and the Palestinians does not exist. Just a second. היי אחי, מה נשמע? הכל בסדר. אני מיצהר, מנסה להעביר אותם קצת דברים מעניינים. תודה.
Daniel leads me down a path overlooking a valley in the West Bank. He and the Israeli government call it by its biblical name, Judea and Samaria. Daniel says this valley is where Joshua led the Israelites to the Promised Land, according to the scriptures. He, like all the settlers, believes the land is theirs and rejects any notion of a Palestinian state.
I'm not angry. I'm not a, one of...
Nation states is a relatively new concept in the long history of mankind. So it's really funny that he's like, well, the only states that exist are states that are in the Bible. Okay, America doesn't exist then. Like, what are you talking about? It's so fucking stupid.
Those frothing at the mouth of the settlers who are going to like yell and scream and like, start throwing things at you because I don't like what you're saying. I don't like what you're saying because what you're saying is wrong. It is not consistent with the historical record. There was never a Palestinian state. Even if I were to say, okay, well, these poor people, they have to do something. They have to go somewhere. And I would say, well, not on my account, not on my watch, because not only is it not only is it inimical to my essential national interest of settling the entire land of Israel, it's also an intrinsic danger, a clear and present danger to our physical survival.
Nazi.
Daniel struck me as well-mannered and well-read, but his views on the modern day, like many of the settlers, are thousands of years old.
Really? That's the only thing you got on his views on the... Dog, you're talking to a Jewish Nazi. These guys have this endless this seeming inability to recognize that, like, the person that they're talking to is a fucking neo-Nazi, you know? The fact that this is a therapist with a gun didn't even ring any alarm bells in this person's mind, seemingly.
Khalil Hathaleen greets a family friend who's come to pay his respects. His brother's been shot dead, allegedly by a settler. We're in the village of al-Kir, where Palestinian villagers confronted an Israeli digger driver on Palestinian land adjacent to a settler town. 35-year-old Auda Athlin was killed. As the mourners gather, the Israeli army moves in.
Sir, can you explain why we have to...
כדי לשמור על הסדר באזור.
I'm sorry?
English. תתרגמו, אני בטוח שתמצאו מישהו שיתרגם את הדברים שלי מצוין.
To keep the place quiet. Keep the place quiet.
It does seem quite...
That's a fuck. That motherfucker knows English, okay? Let me tell you. Second most common language in Israel. Third is Russian. Almost all Israelis speak English, okay? Some of them are directly from England or America, but that's besides the point. Yes. In Israel, the most commonly spoken language obviously is Hebrew, second most common is English, and the third most common is Russian. Yeah. They came from South Africa, America, England.
Quiet though. At the moment, I would say.
אוקיי, להוציא אותה מפה וללכת מעבר לרכב הלבן שחונה שם. עכשיו.
Why are you playing this Hasbara nonsense? Isn't there a documentary from the true Palestinian point of view that you play to reviewers to learn the truth? What? First of all, I cover Hasbara on a daily fucking basis. And part of the reason why I'm showing this is because despite the fact that this guy's trying to engage in like some wishy-washy both sides bullshit here, the inhumanity is so clear that like your takeaway will never be pro-Israeli at any point.
עכשיו, כל מי שלא תושב המקום, לקום, לקחת את הרכבים ולהוציא אותם מחוץ ליישוב.
They give everyone who doesn't live here 10 minutes to leave or risk arrest. Many of these journalists are Israeli, and they argue that being moved on is basically illegal. Soldiers enter the family area of the village. They're looking for foreign activists and anyone else to clear.
3 minutes, you need to go from here.
Okay.
Unless you want to be arrested, okay?
But why?
Just, this is the order. Understand? 3 minutes. That's all.
Okay, I understand.
Goodbye.
So can you explain to me,
day.
and you, but can you explain to me why? We're journalists, eh? This type of thing happens all the time. It's the main point of contention from the Palestinians, is that the security forces in Israel represent only the settlers in the West Bank, not them at any point, and they feel really aggrieved about it. And there is really no actual argument for saying why we should leave. It's just they don't want them to be near an Israeli settlement.
Declaring the area a closed military zone, a regular tactic, the soldiers are in no mood to compromise.
Just one question.
Amongst the activists, Israeli Yehuda Shaul. He's straight to the point.
At the end of the day, this Israeli government doesn't want only to kill the possibility of a future Palestinian state besides Israel. It wants to cement Israeli sovereignty between the river and the sea. Rights for one group of people here. I think in Afrikaans it's called apartheid. Now the question is whether the international community will allow my government to implement its plan. Up to now, all what we've heard was statements, warnings, concerns, That's not enough. Unless we're going to see a serious move to tangible measures in order to end this kind of behavior, this will just escalate.
I wasn't here. Can you tell me what's happening?
You have new area that you can be there. You need go there.
Okay, but the senior officer said we could stay here.
כן, המפקד אמר שיכולים לחכות פה, ואז יעשה לנו בריפינג. They just make the closed military area bigger or wider, and you have to leave this area as well. Why?
Why is it bigger? Why is it a closed military area extending?
I'm not a commander.
I mean, they are in charge here, and they're pretty serious about this. I think while the journalists are arguing and they're accepting that you probably can't stay, once they declare an area military closed zone, there's actually nothing you can do about that. We've seen that lots of times. Since the Gaza war happened, the whole areas would be closed off. Yeah.
You took the guy name and title. Yeah. What he's doing?
Sorry. That's crazy.
The soldiers throw blast bombs and try to clear everyone out.
Listen, I've been there, okay?
One activist is arrested for not leaving.
Told you they get shot at.
אז יופי, אז תעמדי מאחורי הבטונדה. תקשיבי, את לא מבינה מה אני אומר לך?
Her friend attempts to reach her and she's arrested too.
בוא, תסתכלי עליי.
The closed military zone gets larger. There's been so much conflict between Israelis and Palestinians that the maps of it have been bound into an atlas. Britain is one country threatening to recognize the state of Palestine and is calling for a two-state solution. It's eerie and quite striking. We found that uncertainty, argument.
I want to make a comparison to Ukraine. When people say, Hasan, you're not making concessions for the Palestinians when you talk about like Gaza and the genocide in Gaza, and the way that you're saying like Ukraine has to make concessions. No, I am. The reality is, this is a settlement project that has unfolded over 80 years. The true justice in this situation would be the forcible removal. That's never going to happen, and there are plenty of instances where there would be unjust. There's like children, there's people that only know this land as their home. They didn't choose to be born into a settlement like this. So the one singular solitary state that is secular in nature is a compromise. Because the reversal of the Likud policy, the reversal of the Israeli policy, which is the complete ethnic expulsion of all Palestinians from the land, would be the complete ethnic expulsion of all Jews from the land. That's not an argument that I'm presenting. That is an argument some people advocate for. I'm not one of those people. Okay? But that would be the no concessions, no holds barred, only Palestine and nothing else counter. So having a singular, secular, solitary nation state with equal rights and representation for all of the Jews and non-Jews living on this land currently is the compromise. How do I explain that criticizing Israel isn't anti-Semitic, but being anti-Semitic because of what Israel is doing isn't okay? I mean, you ask them, is this putting the blame squarely on the shoulder of Jews that are, many of which are anti-Zionist? Do you feel like that's a productive way to go about it? Because it's just not true. That in its simplest terms, anti-Semitism is a harmful bigotry. It's hateful. It's violent when implemented. But like, in the simplest terms, it's just also untrue. It's no different than saying ISIS is doing all of this shit for Islam. And if you criticize Islam, or you criticize ISIS, you're criticizing Islam. You're Islamophobic. Israel is a whole ass separate nation state. That's it.
Pain and suffering are recurring themes in the West Bank. A hospitable place made inhospitable by a conflict that's no nearer to resolution now, 6 decades after it started.
Well, now to the race for New York City mayor, and the gloves are off between Democratic candidate Zoran Mamdani and former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Mamdani is on the defensive tonight after Cuomo attacked Mamdani for living in a $2,300 a month rent-stabilized apartment in Queens while earning more than $140,000 a year as a state assembly member. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett is live tonight at City Hall with much more. NJ.
All right, Liz, let's face it.
I mean, it was inevitable that we would move on from socialism means no house to socialism means no apartment.
Mamdani would much rather talk about President Trump than get drawn into a political football game over his apartment in Queens. But it has left him with some explaining to do.
What? Bro makes $140K as a state assembly member, and he's living within his means. Like, what the fuck? How is this even a story? This is even dumber than people being like, Hasan, you bought a fucking home for yourself and your family, you goddamn hypocrite. Socialism means no house. I hope at a certain point people would just realize that, like, none of these are real arguments. You're worse than him. Yeah, exactly. I am. I'm a much worse person than Zoran Mamdani, who is a 33-year-old Muslim socialist who's also currently getting attacked for his choice of living quarters. Very different. You're right. I agree. My favorite division now is no longer the people who are like, I love AOC and I fucking hate Bernie, or I love Bernie and I fucking hate AOC, which is very common. It's the, I love Zoran, I fucking hate Hasan. He's just sucks so bad. I love Zoran Mamdani. I hate Hasan. It's just interesting to see the exact same lines of attack. People in chat saying 140K isn't a lot for New York. Yes, it is. But that being said, what is the argument from the media that he isn't paying enough for an apartment? Americans love living far beyond their means and living with no saving. Yeah, 140K is decent money for New York City. And it seems like he has a really good living quarters for $140,000. But like, how is that his fault? Like, he's literally running for mayor to fix the problem. like if this wasn't one of his policies, I get it. I get why you could be like, oh, dude, you literally are advocating for, I don't know, no fucking rent stabilization whatsoever, and you living in a rent stabilized apartment. What a fucking hypocrite. That makes sense. This motherfucker literally wants rent stabilization. He's living his truth. It's crazy because, like, I know that $2,300 a month is a fucking steal for New York, right? It's a steal for LA. Depending on how big the apartment is, it's probably a steal for New York. What is crazy is that $2,300 is a steal. That is crazy. This situation is fucked. We have to fix it.
I live rent-free in his head.
Zoran Mamdani says Andrew Cuomo doesn't get it and made no apologies for living in his rent-stabilized one-bedroom in Astoria, Queens, while earning $142,000 as a state lawmaker. Yesterday, the former governor, now campaigning as an independent, said Mamdani is gaming the system.
I think rent-stabilized units, when they're vacant, should only be rented to people who need affordable housing, not people like Zoran Mamdani. And I'm going to call it Zoran's Law because it's an abuse of the system.
Nearly 1 million apartments are rent stabilized, rates set by the Rent Guidelines Board. The median stabilized monthly rent is $1,375. Mamdani says his rent is $2,300. Cuomo is renting a market rate apartment in an East Side high-rise for $7,800.
What do we...
Oh, hell. Oh, my God, bro. Brother, oh brother, are we fucking for real, dude? Oh my God. Oh. I can't wait for the dumb fucks to chirp and be like, well, Andrew Cuomo is not a socialist, so he can be a fucking awful asshole and we will like him because Zoran is a socialist. Zoran, Map Daddy, he's a socialist. We hate him.
Know about this policy proposal beyond the fact that it seeks to evict me from my apartment.
Unless you're wealthy, it's basically impossible to find or stay in a home that you can afford.
Mamdani won the Democratic nomination, squarely focused on affordability. He says he moved into his apartment when he made less than $50,000 and that he always intended to move out. But he opposes needs testing.
It is a larger question of how do we ensure that each and every New Yorker can live those same lives of 10, 20, 30, 40 years where they pay their rents and they know what their rent will be next year, what their rent will be.
I'm pretty sure he said he got the apartment before he was making $140K a year. At the time, he didn't even know it was rent stabilized. This is like getting mad at you for your home's value, presumably having gone up since you bought it. Okay, but people do get mad at me for my home's value going up since I bought it. Sometimes they just make shit up about the value of my home going up.
2 years from now.
Tenant advocates say needs testing is, quote, a backdoor plan to gut it, ensuring that the people who keep our city running, teachers, grocery clerks, delivery workers, nurses, get pushed out. Mayor Adams suggested Mamdani should live elsewhere, but blamed Cuomo for making it necessary.
He's complaining about who's in the apartments, and they are high-income earners. He was the one that created this.
And Mamdani continues to meet with the city's power brokers. The Association for a Better New York says theirs today was, quote, a productive first meeting. Live tonight at City Hall, NJ Burkett, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
4 years ago, Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data secret.
Cuomo aggressively groped an aide.
Inappropriately touched a female state trooper.
Use of state resources for a COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trounced in the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC to represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options to the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. His excuse? The stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC, of which he's the sole proprietor. Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project in Puerto Rico. Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
We had a finance chair like none other, Andrew Farkas.
That's the thing about Andrew Cuomo. Once you think you found out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then another, and then probably another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
A key progressive voice in the reddest of red states. Senator Bernie Sanders is spending this congressional recess back on what he calls his Fighting Oligarchy tour, trying to help Democrats find their footing among working class Americans and reclaim power next November. I hit the road with the senator in West Virginia as he took his message to the heart of Trump country.
It's good to be with you here. We're in Wheeling, West Virginia, and it's so fascinating that this is part of what you call your Fighting the Oligarchy tour, because this is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really?
70%.
Not tonight.
Well, yeah, and this was an auditorium that was packed. It was at capacity. Still, what makes you think that your message tonight is going to resonate in such a red state?
Well, among other things, when I ran for president, I think here in West Virginia, we won every single county. Look, this is a working class state. It's one of the poorest states in the country. People are hurting, and they want candidates to come before them to stand up for the working class and take on the oligarch.
What's the point of Bernie doing this? Doing all this at the large gatherings of people lead to nothing? I said this in the beginning. I think Bernie Sanders' method here is to try and get the rest of the Democratic Party to pay attention to what he's doing, because there's a lot of mobilization taking place and there's a lot of momentum. I still also repeat that it's not enough. It's not enough. I think you should be, instead of just like simply raising awareness or having like a cathartic meeting, cathartic meetup, where everyone's just like, oh man, shit sucks. I wish Bernie, maybe his age won't permit him to do this, but like I wish he would just like mobilize people in the direction of issues, right? Issue specific mobilization, I think. Having rallies directed towards like ICE apprehensions, having rallies directly against, I don't know, Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. Obviously, that second part probably not going to happen anytime soon, but like, do you see what I mean? Sam Harris trashed Bernie for the no oligarchy tour. No surprise there. Yeah, fuck Sam Harris. The goal is to activate leftist non-voters into becoming voters in the Democratic primaries. It's not raising awareness for the Democratic establishment. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's that sinister, man. I don't have the same attitude that you guys do. I don't think Bernie Sanders is like shepherding a wave of support into the Democratic Party deliberately or by design or anything like that. I think what you see is what you fucking get. There is no reason to assume that Bernie Sanders is somehow behaving in a sinister way or a cynical fashion, okay? Like, I think the reason why he's doing this, as an old man, is because he wants, my assessment of it is that he wants the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, to pay attention to his his style of politics. I think it's foolhardy. I think it's naive. I don't think it's going to work. Okay? I just don't. I think it's a foolhardy endeavor, which is why there is a lot of momentum here. And this mobilization should be directed at issues. Okay? It should be directed at specific issues. It's not. At least he's showing support to progressive candidates in these areas as well. I think he's just, yeah. The other thing is, I think he's encouraging, or he's trying to encourage people to run for office. He wants people like-minded people to run for office as well, and to change the structure from within. So that's how I feel about this entire process. I wish that he would do more. I wish he would do it directionally. Like, I wish he would do it in an issue-specific way. And I wish he'd have more smoke, but the expectation from a 800-year-old man is, you know, it's going to be limited. No universe where Zoran at AOC exists without Bernie doing these kinds of things. I don't disagree with you. Zoran himself would openly admit that. Like, Bernie Sanders was an influential figure in his political development, and he ran for office because of Bernie. It's true. You say you wish you did more. Why don't you run? I mean, don't you feel like I am doing? I want Bernie to do more things, like in the venues that I'm doing things at. Like, I want him to do more of the type of stuff that I'm doing, which is to try to mobilize people, to actively get them to go out and protest, engage in issues specifically. You see what I mean? You want him to Twitch stream without gaming? Yes, that's what I mean. No, I mean, like, go out the fucking go out and do one of these rallies, not just like for the sake of doing a Stop Oligarchy tour rally, but instead, like, I wanted Bernie and AOC to do a rally outside of the detention facility where Mahmoud Khalil was being imprisoned unjustifiably. I think that would have been a banger. I mean, it would have been a difficult logistical undertaking because it's like 4 hours away from fuck all, right? But that's what I wanted him to do. That is, I thought that would have been a much better way to organize. Why are you guys saying lol? I mean, it's true. It's literally that's not an unreasonable demand. I think that was a perfectly reasonable demand. Bernie made it possible for socialism to even come back into the conversation in America. People don't remember or how it was like before Bernie. That will be his historical contribution to American politics. Beyond that, it seems like it's not going to go any further. I agree. Yeah, a rally in that location is just not feasible. Sorry. Okay, do a rally in fucking Louisiana. Okay, in New Orleans. And make the rally issue specific about the demand to release Mahmoud Khalil. Problem solved. I recognize that it's 4 hours out from anything else. New Orleans is not. Instead of just like a broad stop oligarchy tour, that I think is issue specific. That's my point. Believe me, we try both. Yeah, I know. Didn't 2008 have people talking about anti-capitalism before Bernald? Yes, of course, socialism has always existed. That chatter is just simply saying that Bernie Sanders mainstreamed the open way to be a socialist and a politician at the same time and still garner tremendous support in a way that had not happened in years. At what point do we admit the Democratic Party can't be reformed? As soon as progressive figures come to power, their message gets diluted or sidelined into oblivion? We'll see. We'll see. When Bernie came to LA, I worked with the DSA to try and organize people that came to the rally. Bernie gave them space at the rally, but they should have been headliners. If he really wants to push Demstock politics, he needs to start making it about organizations, not single politicians. I agree with that as well. I think like organizations outside of the scope of the Democratic Party are very important in terms of mobilizing sometimes against the Democratic Party to force them to take the right positions. If they won't do it, themselves, we'll force them to.
Who have so much economic and political power. So I think the message will resonate here. I think it'll resonate in many red states throughout the country, because at the end of the day, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. They don't want to see tax breaks for billionaires. They don't want to see the rich get richer. They want health care.
Just got into a new job, and the senior in the team said he needed to take the day off because of Islamist terrorism is making him depressed because he has a cousin in the IDF who's in danger. How can I deal with the situation without feeling like I'm swallowing my beliefs to secure my financial well-being? That's fucking awesome. What do you do to that, dude? You just laugh, I guess. Just make fun of him. I don't know. Wow, he's from Argentina, mind you. Oh, nice. No, chatters, don't blast Hamas music in the fucking workplace. Are you kidding me? You're gonna get fired.
Is a human right. They want to raise the minimum wage to a living wage.
Hassan,
they want to be able
ours.
to live in housing that they can afford.
One of the things that you talked about here, as you've been talking about since even before it passed, is what the president calls his big, beautiful bill. Cuts to Medicaid, other programs. 25% of West Virginians receive Medicaid, 15% rely on food stamps. And yet, as I mentioned, West Virginians overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. How do you square that circle?
Well, that's a longer story that has to do with the failure of the Democratic Party in general to speak to the needs of the working class. This used to be, decades ago, one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. Now it's a strong Republican state because I think in many ways the Democratic Party has turned its back on what was its base. But I think our job and the reason I'm here and the reason we go to red states all over the country is to make it clear that there are some of us We're prepared to stand up for the working class. And if we stand together, if we're united, if we don't let Trump divide us up, there's no stopping what we can do as a nation in terms of improving life for ordinary people.
You said the Democratic Party is...
These brain-dead neolib questions, they can't like leftist policy because they didn't vote for neolib Dems.
It's back on the working class. You'd said something pretty tough when you were speaking to this crowd about Kamala Harris.
One of the reasons, in my view, that Kamala Harris lost this election...
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you criticize the Queen?
She had too many billionaires telling her not to speak up for the working class of this country.
Ouch.
Well, no, I don't think that's... I like Kamala. She's a...
Watching my senator ignoring Vermont issues, not to mention refusing to acknowledge the genocide that his constituents widely want him to, but being in another state is so frustrating. I think that's one of the craziest aspects of Bernie Sanders' legacy, is that he's the second worst senator from Vermont on the issue of Gaza, which is insane. Like, there is no world in which there is another Democrat senator from Vermont and he's better on Gaza than Bernie Sanders is. Okay? That's mind-boggling. There's no point where you get outflanked. You're Bernie fucking Sanders, man. You don't get outflanked by Welch. Yeah, second best, which is first last. First last, sorry. I said second worst.
A friend of mine, but she was, her core consultants, were heavily influenced by very wealthy people. How do you run for president and not develop a strong agenda which speaks to the economic crises facing working families? You have more income and wealth inequality today than we've ever had. You have 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. You got a healthcare system which is broken.
Welch also takes AIPAC money. Bernie doing it for the love of the game. Yeah. It is crazy. God, there was always a man. It's sad. I mean, look, it's one issue, and if Bernie Sanders stood in opposition to those who are far closer to the truth on Israel's genocide than him, then that would be one thing. But he's not. At the very least, he's not doing that. So, my expectations from Bernie Sanders are obviously far higher than the average congressperson. And it's a real shame that as the most visible, most popular Jewish political figure in this country, he's not using different language. Bro, he got outflanked by J Street. The president of J Street said it's a genocide, dude. I mean, that's crazy. Like, at a certain point, you just gotta, come on, man, please. I know you're 90, but Jesus Christ, dude. The kibbutz are not coming back in the way that you experience them, okay? I'm not even talking about being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't even want to bring that up because that's a deep shame. I'm talking there's a reason why I'm bringing up Welch or fucking J Street, A literal liberal Zionist lobby for the state of Israel has come out and said Israel's doing a genocide. The president has said Israel's doing a genocide. Bernie Sanders still oh, it's Netanyahu's war. Genocide is a legal term. It's crazy. Unc really thinks labor Zionism is going to make a comeback. Yeah, he just thinks he's still stuck. He's like, you don't understand. David Ben-Gurion, he was a socialist. He was a national socialist. It's true.
And dysfunctional, and despite spending so much, we're the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people. How do you not talk about those issues?
She talked about affordability.
Well, but in a
goes to what Kibbutz wants against the liberal Zionist brainworms and senators called. This is why I didn't go on birthright. They put some kind of modified MDMA in the water to make you dance like an insane person to support the Jewish state no matter what. Okay, so what happened to Adam Friedland or Sam Cedar? I guess they didn't get the MDMA blend. They don't fuck with Psytrance. What happened? He got outflanked by Tana Manga. Okay, dude, stop. Oh, it's killing my soul. It's killing my fucking soul, dude. Hearing like random content creators that have a more decent opinion on what's going on, what Israel is doing, than fucking such an important political figure for me personally. Oh God.
I don't want to rehash that campaign, but I think the clue to democratic victories is to understand that you got to stand unequivocally with the working class of this country. You need an agenda that speaks to the needs of working people. Is it a radical idea that we join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people? Is that a radical idea? You tell me how many people are talking about that. Is it a radical idea to say that we've got to raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour? Is it a radical idea to say that in the midst of a competitive global economy, we need to make sure we have the best educated workforce, that all of our kids, regardless of income, should be able to get a higher education? These ideas exist all over the world. They don't exist in America. And they don't exist because of the power of the oligarchs economically and politically. All right, let's be clear, in my view. The current political system in the United States of America is broken and corrupt.
Bernie is like this because his advisors like Matt does, who are not relaying to him general opinion on Israel because they're ideologically evil. Dog, Matt Duss, I think, has outflanked Bernie. He's not his current advisor, by the way. I don't know who his current foreign policy guy is, but Matt Duss is his former foreign policy guy. And Matt Duss also outflanks Bernie. So there's nothing, you're wrong. This is just him, okay? I think this is just him. He's like, I'm old, I'm set in my ways. I personally believe this is the way, and this will be the way, and I'm just fucking committed to it. Yeah, bro, we got fucking outflanked by the Podjons, dude. Are you kidding me?
Does anybody think that it makes any sense at all that Elon Musk can spend $270 million to elect Trump as president and then become the most important person in government? Billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And by the way, that's not just a progressive perspective.
Wait, what's up with Matt Duss, Samus Adam? I mean, he's a little bit of a liberal. Matt Duss is. It's fine. I don't think he's like evil in the way that the chatter was presenting it. I feel like if I'm thinking about like someone who's evil, I'm thinking there is such a target-rich environment, especially within the consulting class in American politics. That like a guy that works for, what's the fucking institute that he works for? It's like an anti-war institute for the most part. Like a dude that works for the CI policy, like Center for International Policy Institute, is nowhere near in my crosshairs at all. It's probably one of the only existing good think tanks. Yeah, Quincy Institute and CI policy is like the two think tanks that are like advocating for more reasonable American foreign policy. Yeah, also Matt Duss, once again, former Bernie Sanders, foreign policy advisor for Bernie Sanders, absolutely does call it a genocide, for the record, just so you guys understand. So the notion that this is like Matt Duss in his ear or whatever is wrong. You can't say it's fucking J Street. J Street has called it a genocide. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, no, he's like 855 years old, and he fucking, like, his liberal Zionist principles were just that. It wasn't a way to, like, I don't know, make it more permissible to shit on Israel. It was just like he literally does want it to stop right there. He wants it to stop it with not like Zionism in principle, but he wants it to stop at like offensive weapons to Israel as long as they're using it on like Palestinian children. And given how insanely cruel and violent American Congress is, he looks like a fucking angel in comparison to the average American congressperson. That's what's so fucked about the situation, is that Bernard Netanyahu's War Sanders is like literally seemingly a fucking angel in comparison to the rest of American Congress for actively trying to push bills to stop giving weapons to Israel. Like, he has spearheaded that charge. He has spearheaded that charge forever.
Conservatives understand that too.
What makes you so sure that the solution that you're offering, which is a more assertive federal government, is something that is going to fly in places where people have been voting in recent years Republican and have an inherent distrust of government?
Well, they should, and they should have a distrust for a number of reasons. The government is too bureaucratic and not responsive. But, and let me tell you what I'm sure you already know, is that if you look at the polling, and I asked the people here today, you heard me ask.
Anybody here think that the American healthcare system is vaguely effective?
Nobody in America thinks it's working. We spend twice as much as other countries, 85 million uninsured or underinsured. 60,000 people die a year because they can't get to a doctor on time. Do you think that in America, with all of our genius, all of our capability?
Oh my God. Dan Stalkman, this is where a lot of these haters were coming from. I just saw this on my timeline. So Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no over U.S. Supreme Court overturned landmark same-sex marriage ruling ABC. Okay. Fucking mistake. I was wondering where all these like new lib shits were coming from, yelling at me, chirping
Anyone
at
who
me.
tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
So, 18-second clip. I wonder what this is about. Oh, look at that. You pulled out of context clip to justify your hatred for leftists. He's talking about her stance with Israel, not defending him, but he's talking about something specific or just in general. As much as I hate Hassan, this is clear about Palestine war situation, a very, very rare time when he is correct. He's probably talking about supporting Israel or something in this clip, not literally every single policy. He's specifically talking about giving aid to Israel. These clips will never not be hilarious. What a great out of context clip. I didn't even know that this existed, but it turns out there was hella people that were fucking defending. Different than Donald Trump. You guys are fucking delusional. If Kamala Harris genuinely had a perspective that was even a little bit different than Donald Trump when it comes to Israel and defending Israel, she would have fucking let it known. She would have let it be known right now. It's like an 80-20 issue. It's like a 90-20, 90-10 issue at this point. It's a 90-10 issue for the fucking Democratic Party, and she still hasn't said anything about, like, why hasn't Trump actually implemented a ceasefire? Wow. Almost like when you expand on the 18 seconds and even if you show the rest of the fucking thing that I'm looking at, instead of, like, classic zooming in on me to make sure that no one can even mistakenly figure out the context. People are so fucking gross, dude. This is the only thing these fucking dipshits have at their disposal. They know nobody likes Israel. They know nobody fucks with Israel. They can't even fucking hit me on the grounds that I'm a terrorism supporter any longer, because that would imply that, you know, 92% of the Democratic Party's base of support is also terrorism supporters. These guys still maintain the position that they are a part of the liberal Democratic Party advocacy. Well, that clip chip was really bad. Well, welcome to my life. They do this every fucking day, 1,000,000 times a day.
Yeah, there's like a 55-year-old man too, the one that's doing this. Thought he was going to be a peaceful president. She didn't say any of those things. Why? She's no longer running for president. If she truly was this peaceful dove, as all these fucking dickhead Democrats kept telling me over and over again, why has she not said anything? Hasan, if you didn't have haters, none of us would know who you are. It's because you are effective. Yeah, the funniest is when people fucking turn around and they're like, well, in this instance, Hasan is right. Extremely rare Hasanabi W. It's like, okay, well, maybe you should listen to some of the other takes as well. Don't let anybody fucking move the goalposts on this, by the way. I'm talking specifically about Israel. Okay? In terms of like mass deportations, I'm sure mass deportations will still be happening under the Democrats, as this always has happened under the Democrats. It just wouldn't be as gross as it is currently with Donald Trump. But Democrats play a different role when it comes to deportations in this country. They play the role of calcifying right-wing white nativist immigration policies, as they did this past election cycle. Breaking the fourth wall. Think you even fucking clarified? You pre-watched the haters? And he's still wrong. You'll notice everything around Gaza got 10x worse the second Trump got elected. It's almost like Netanyahu was begging for Trump to be elected. 10x worse? What the fuck? Joe Biden literally at this stage, well, we don't know the official numbers, but Joe Biden at this stage allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to kill even more fucking Palestinians. What is that? What kind of take is this? The genocide was already happening by the time Donald Trump came into office. What do you mean? Are they doing a harder genocide? Like, what are you talking about? The famine alert was issued during Biden-Harris admin, and they sided with Netanyahu. The war crime indictment for using food as a weapon was issued during the Biden-Harris admin, and they sided with Netanyahu. Biden-Harris admin also defunded UNRWA, crippling aid work. Yep. They set the stage for Donald Trump to slam dunk that genocide in even further. It is pretty crazy. That they still try to do this shit though. Like, who is this for? You know what I mean? Who is this for? 2 million views, dunking on a clip where we have no context as to what specific issue. Wait, did they take it out of context? No way. No, that's just what Dan does. He's psychotically obsessed and needs to lie in order to deflect from his pedophilic complicity and genocide support. We should be thankful it's all documented online forever. Yeah. It is pretty wild. I don't know. I guess people will just like continue to cast blame on people who are ostensibly on their side. You know? I guess that's how it goes. Like, because I suspect that a lot of these people who are actively upset about this are people who are Democrats. So they're supposed to be closer to my side of politics than they are to the Republicans. Probably even closer to my side of politics than fucking this dipshit. You know? It's funny because he like had to zoom in to further erase the context as well. I think his content is only for your hardest haters audience. It's so funny how these conversations are just them spinning their wheels. They have so little actual political knowledge that they can't even discuss politics or do anything meaningful except hang off of our nuts. Meanwhile, the left is electing the new New York City mayor. You're meeting international politicians and actually organizing and pushing for real shit. I know, but I just wish I wasn't getting fucking ass blasted with regular frequency by these dumb fucks who can manipulate people in the margins. You know what I mean? I can't quote tweet it because he blocked me and I blocked him. So I can't even fucking quote tweet him. He just does this from behind the block. It's just like, there's a lot of money to be made doing this too. A lot of these people are basically doing the premature anti-fascist commentary. Oh, you were an anti-fascist, but prematurely, before everyone else came on board with it, right? And therefore, you must be wrong. It's like, okay, well, you arrived at my position. Have some grace. Have some fucking decency. Not Dan. Dan is a Zionist, ultra-Zionist, genocidal piece of shit. But, you know, all the other people that are, like, actively looking for some kind of own against the left, you know, against the quote-unquote left. Have you seen your ex-co-host blaming the Nakba on the Arabs? No, I don't care. Let him fucking chirp into an increasingly smaller audience, please. It is utterly irrelevant. He is so desperate for someone like myself or anyone else to be at odds with so that he could just like turn around and make content off of it. I don't want to give him that. Please, stop bringing that shit up here. Nobody asked. Oh, by political ideology, 70% of liberals are voting Zohran Mamdani, 37% of moderates are voting Andrew Cuomo, 27% Zohran Mamdani, and the conservatives are 40% on Curtis Sliwa, and 23% of conservatives are going for Zohran Mamdani. Wow. Wow. 23% of conservatives are voting for Zohran Mamdani. What the fuck? My man is popping, dude. Red Brown Alliance confirmed. Time to cancel him. Yeah. It's weird seeing Bernie theory vindicated 10 years later. Zoran doing better than Andrew Cuomo and Adams with conservatives is fantastic. Maybe a bunch of motherfuckers still think he's Italian. Mamdani, that sounds Italian. He's just as brown as my Sicilian cousin. What are you talking about? Of course I'm gonna vote for the Italian over anybody else. All right, get the fuck out of here. This Loki happened in 2020 with Reddit man is Fetterman. He's talking about Fetterman. It did, and then he turned out to be a dud. So we're not going to get into that. Yeah, Fetty Wap man. John Fetty Wap man.
Years ago.
Oh, here is the Zohran Mamdani hashtag release the Cuomo nuke. Zohran Mamdani.
Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data secret.
Cuomo aggressively groped an aide.
Inappropriately touched a female state trooper.
Use of state resources for a COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trounced in the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC to represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options to the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. His excuse? The stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC, of which he's the sole proprietor. Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project in Puerto Rico. Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
We had a finance chair like none other, Andrew Farkas.
That's the thing about Andrew Cuomo. Once you think you found out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then another, and then probably another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, this is what he replied to the fucking
$300 for my one bedroom in Astoria.
$300 for my one bedroom in Astoria.
That's crazy. Admin, I know you're absolutely stealing money from the Cuomo campaign with this bullshit, and I begrudgingly respect it. Bruh, there is no way Andrew Cuomo's team replied to a commercial calling Cuomo a serial sexual harasser with, oh, well, you are in a $2,300 bedroom in Astoria. One bedroom apartment in Astoria. That is crazy. Yeah, release the fucking Cuomo files on a fucking... That Cuomo account's being ran by a bot for sure. It auto replies to comments. Changing where you stand every sentence is the political ad equivalent of keeping Zoomers' attention with Subway servers. Yeah. Cuomo will be like, the Epstein angle is the one I expected. They criticize people like Hassan Piker when they own a more expensive home. They criticize you when you pay slightly less than rent prices that are way too high. You literally can't win. Schrodinger's leftist. Yeah. Oh, for sure. By the way, it's kind of funny because I used to say, like, if I lived in a more affordable house, then motherfuckers would literally say I'm stealing that house from someone who deserves it more. And now I don't have to point to that hypothetical because it's literally happening, okay? It's straight up happening right now. If I lived in a different state, for example, they say I'm doing tax evasion, okay? I went to a different state for tax shelter purposes. If I lived in an apartment that was cheaper than the current house that I own, they would say, oh, you're taking that from someone who is more worthy, more deserving of that fucking apartment. You're stealing it from someone else who should be paying for it. You're taking it away from someone, okay? If I lived in a cheaper neighborhood, they say you're gentrifying that neighborhood. The point has never been socialism but house. The point is socialism. That's the point. They just hate that, and they can't contend with the policies that I'm advocating for, the policies that Zoran's advocating for, so they have to find some other thing to get mad about. And a lot of dumb fucks actually eat that bait so goddamn hard. They do. And they go along with it. They don't realize that, like, the things that I'm advocating for, I'm unironically advocating for you, you know? Chris Cillizza, Democratic Party record low in Gallup polling. Top rope by Chris Toesucker Cillizza. Chris show me the piggies Cillizza. What a name. We've forgotten about this man. He's an independent news creator now. He left mainstream media and he just kind of went away. It's because you keep tweeting and making them look bad. What are you talking about? I don't know. Google it. Fantastic. At a time when the Democrats are supposed to be automatically better than the Republicans by just simply existing as not the party that is responsible for ICE raids that are happening all around, and the party that is no longer in charge to also inadequately deal with the cost of living crisis, they're still unable to improve their numbers. And perhaps there's a reason for it. It's because they need 1,000 Zorons. That's it. But instead, they get 1,000 Pete Buttigieg's who go on fucking the Podjons to be like, oh, well, we're going to start discussing the potentials for doing what? Oh, that's right. Here it is. DNC will consider 2 Gaza resolutions at a meeting this month. One submitted by DNC Chair Ken Martin calls for ceasefire and 2-state solution on left. One from progressive DNC members calls for arms embargo and recognizing Palestine as a state. An immediate ceasefire, an arms embargo, suspension of military aid to Israel, and also on top of that, recognition for Palestine as a country. Oh God, I Googled the Chris Feet thing and it's so gross. Well, you did that. To be fair, you also go on the Podjons. Yeah, the problem is not going on the Podjons. The problem is going on the Podjons and having a wishy-washy position on Israel that even the Podjons outflank you on. That's Pete Buttigieg. That's the future of the fucking Democratic Party. And if the Democrats don't, I don't know. I'm done, man. I don't know. It's just like, who am I speaking to? Why am I speaking? Why do I consistently fucking advocate for the things I'm advocating for? It falls on deaf ears. You know, you got these fucking dickheads in the White House now. Benny Johnson. Will the president consider giving Presidential Medal of Freedom to big balls?
Consider giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to big balls.
Like the Democrats are losing to this, to this, to that. Not only are they fascists, which is an indictment in and of itself, but like they're also unimaginably incompetent fascists. Okay, they're lame. They're fucking whole ass lames, dude. They're so goddamn lame. They're weirdos. They're fucking gross. They're weird. They're like sexually perverse. They talk about the weirdest shit. They got Benny Johnson in the White House asking about big balls, man. They're like, hey, can Big Balls get a medal, please, for getting his ass beat by 2 15-year-old teenagers, please? That's crazy.
I haven't spoken to him about that, but perhaps it's something he would consider. I'll ask him and get back to you, Benny.
Fuck, man. Yeah, Medicare for balls. A 15-year-old girl beat Big Balls' ass, bro. Allegedly. And now they're demanding a medal. Please give me a medal for getting my ass beat by a 15-year-old girl, please. Who the fuck is still part of the Democratic Majority for Israel? Democratic Majority for Israel urges the DNC to reject the second Gaza resolution. For context, here's the preamble. DMFI condemns it for not mentioning 10-7 or Hamas. Who is this for? There is no more Democratic Majority for Israel, brother. Maybe for Democratic Majority for Israel's demise, I think. There is a majority for that. I don't think there's a majority, Democratic or not, that is in defense of Israel. The only place where you can find a Democratic majority in defense of Israel is going to be Congress. That's it. And everybody fucking hates them. Certainly not in the Democratic Party. The majority of Congress, maybe, but not the majority of the population. For the Democratic Party, especially, this is a 92 to 8% issue. 92 to 8. 92 to 8. What are we doing? What do you need? 99 to 1? So you're saying the Democrats don't support Israel? Do you not hear the words coming out of my mouth? The Democratic voters do not support Israel. They do not. Maybe they're not at the same position that I'm at. They will eventually get there. Give it a couple more months and they'll be fucking getting to the positions that I was at a year ago. Okay? Like, who here genuinely thinks that this is going to get better for Israel? How fucking stupid do you have to be? How dumb are you to think in your mind that this is not the most popular day that Israel will ever be? This is not the day that Israel will be the most popular it'll ever be going forward. Yesterday, was also the most popular Israel would ever be in Western society. It's less popular today, and it will be even less popular tomorrow. Why do these people think? I guess they don't think, really, because, like, how can you be an adult, like a Harvard-educated adult, who's been doing politics for as long as you have, and you still assume that there is going to be some kind of change, some kind of sea change when the dust settles, and people are just gonna be like, oh, actually, Israel's genocide was awesome. You keep sounding shocked at this, like you don't know that the electorate's interests don't come anywhere near the policy of the one-party state you live in. How do you keep being shocked at this? It can't and won't work. Otherwise, especially in the late-stage neoliberal polarization we're going through. Yeah, no shit, dude, okay? The reason why I'm doing commentary in the way that I'm doing commentary is because there are still people who are coming on board, okay? If I were to spend every day being like, this is uniparty, which I do explain that all the time. But if I just, like, constantly fucking talked about it from that angle, people get annoyed and bored. If you noticed, I'm also not consistently shocked at the Democrats' inability, but, like, they still do have a capacity to surprise me, because it's such a fucking ridiculous, it's such a ridiculous division. It's just like, what do you want? You want people to just be like, no, you have to literally invade Israel? Like, is that the demand? Because it feels like no, the more radical the position gets on the ground, the more Democrats love conceding. It turns out they're just concession machines. So if they hear people go like, no, we have to militarily invade Israel now, only then will they go, okay, we should stop all weapons to Israel. They have to only concede. They don't have any interest in actually coming to a conclusion on their own. Anyway, let's take a look at Girly Pop now. There's a little bit of change of pace.
This morning, a new era for Taylor Swift.
This is my brand new album.
Breaking the internet. She revealed the highly anticipated follow-up to her record-breaking Eras tour, which sold over $2 billion worth of tickets. Now, the world's biggest pop star about to shake up the music world again.
I swear to God, Taylor Swift, just say fuck Israel and my life is yours, okay? Taylor Swift says fuck Israel. Swiftie Nation is literally invading Israel on their own. The end of Israel would be swift. Taylor Swift, say fuck Israel and my life is yours, okay?
Announcement, of course, came with a string of Swift's signature Easter eggs for fans. Swift getting a little help from her boyfriend Travis Kelce and his brother Jason. Their popular podcast New Heights teasing a special guest, sending fans into a frenzy. Later, revealing it was Swift.
Such a nice color on you.
Yes, I know. It's the color of your eyes, sweetie. That's why we match so well.
We're about to do a podcast.
With anticipation
Oh
growing.
my gosh, she said fuck.
For her 12th studio album, a countdown clock appeared.
Yeah. Remember, there was a Taylor Swift updates account that literally went to jail in Israel because she refused to conscript for the Israeli occupying force. This is a very famous, this is deep lore. This is deep lore in the Swiftie universe, okay? Deep fucking lore. In my mind, she didn't say, we're doing a fucking podcast. In my mind, she said, fuck Israel.
For 12:12 a.m. on August 12th.
12:12 Eastern Time, that's in just under 3 hours.
Finally, the title dropping as she announced it to the Kelces.
So I wanted to show you something.
Okay.
She supports Israel? No, she doesn't. She's too connected to the, like, Hadids. And the big drama was that, like, she went to Rami Youssef's show, like, right after October 7. And everybody was like, oh, my God, she's saying fuck Israel. She does, sorry. No, she won't say anything because she's, you know, fucking Taylor Swift. She's a coward. I'm sorry. That's just the truth. But I don't think that she's pro-Israel in the way that you would recognize it, given who her friends are. I'm not being parasocial about this. I remember when she went to fucking, like I said, I remember when she went to the motherfucking Rami Youssef comedy show with like the Hadids right after October 7, and everybody was freaking the fuck out about it. My sources say she's a major funder of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, my queen. You're being parasocial? Oh, Lord, you're about to get ass blasted on the timeline now? I don't think it's unfair for me to say that any fucking media figure at this stage that still remains silent on Israel's genocide in Gaza is being a little bit of a coward. Is that really unfair of me to say? Am I being out of pocket? Like, I'm not expecting her to fucking carry the banner over here, you know? I'm not saying Taylor Swift say globalize the intifada, okay? I'm simply saying, like, it'd be nice for such a prominent figure with so much influence to greatly expand the permission structure. And at this point, it's not even an expansion of the permission structure, to be fair. At this point, it's basically to, you know, to save her, to save good favor for her. Because I feel like Miss Rachel was right when she said, you know, it's more of a problem it's more of a problem for you now to not speak out against Israel than it was in the past.
Okay, what do we got?
This is my brand new album, The Life of a Showgirl.
And Swifties, of course, celebrating.
Swifties, we are getting TS12. I repeat, we are getting TS12.
Crashing her website.
The website literally crashed.
Does that extend to large content creators, in your opinion? Yes, it does.
But TS12, I can't breathe. Like, this is insane. New music!
And reveling in the reveal.
Taylor to announce her new album on Travis's podcast, they must be like the most in love ever.
The day full of orange hints, in keeping with Swift's practice of color coding her albums. Her fan account posting 12 photos of orange outfits on Instagram. The Empire State Building posting this photo. Mysterious billboards popping up in Times Square, leading to a Spotify playlist. The news comes a year and a half since her release of The Tortured Poets Department, and 8 months since the end of the Eras tour, as fans waited breathlessly for new music, now learning it won't be a cruel summer after all.
The Swiftie argument is that she doesn't want to talk to prevent future harm to his fans, like when her shows were canceled in Vienna for a supposed terrorist attack. Wait, what? What, like, they think Israel is gonna firebomb a Taylor Swift concert if she speaks out against Israel? Taylor is the leader of white women. She is. And white women is an incredibly powerful constituency, okay? It is. It's a profoundly powerful voting bloc. It could just overnight she could swing it. There's already so much momentum.
Okay, you're speaking my language there.
I know.
So what, are there any other little Easter eggs?
Okay, of course.
Who did white women vote for in large? Okay, you're right. Fair. She was not able to move white women to vote for Kamala Harris. But I think the animosity people feel towards Israel is far more powerful right now than the positive opinions that people had over Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? Like, people really fucking don't like... People really don't like Israel. People didn't really fuck with Kamala that hard, but they really don't fuck with Israel. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this? First responder of my heart. He looks like he fell off a bridge while fixing it. This is Hasanabi coded. I'm sorry. Is it? Do I do stuff like this? I also have a GQ photo shoot coming up, and I am wet in it, for the record. I shot this before this came out, for the record. I'm just saying. The greatest. Yo, what is going on? Bro, can I? Okay. Guys, don't get mad at me for saying this, but I do think Travis Kelce had like a cooler look when he had the, you know, the buzz cut and the high and tight. Like this is, it's just not, I don't know. Oh, when he didn't have a white girlfriend? I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it because I'm being very careful. I'm being very careful with the language that I'm using here because, yes, sometimes black Hasanabi haters get mad at me because I open the door to black people's business and just like peek in. You know what I mean? But white women scare me like really bad. Okay? Really, really bad. Stop saying slander. Taylor Swift certainly seasons her food. You better shut up. Okay? She does. Your local construction site has 3 men looking like that? You are correct. The buzz cut was a hotter look. Yeah, he had a different vibe back then, and it was good. And this is good too. If Taylor likes it, I like it. Please don't get mad at me. Please don't get mad at me. If Taylor likes this look, I like this look as well.
Of course there are. So one of them, we mentioned that Spotify playlist. If you go to that playlist, it actually composes songs of hers specifically produced by this powerhouse team out of Sweden, Max Martin and Shellback. The two of them made all these kind of upbeat songs with her. We're wondering if that's kind of a key about what could be coming. Is it going to be that type of album, kind of like
that folklore era is behind us?
Exactly.
And now we're okay.
We go more like synth pop kind of thing. We'll find out. The other thing people are wondering about is that Sabrina Carpenter picture, like I just mentioned there. That was the only other artist in that carousel of 12 photos that her fan account posted. People are wondering if it could be a collaboration. Also, Sabrina Carpenter's website right now has today's date noted right at the top.
Oh, that could be. But she's also wearing an orange dress in that picture.
That's true, but she did a lot of orange dress surprise songs in that moment. You know what I mean?
She could have cropped Sabrina out. So I don't know. The Taylorology just continues this morning. Thank you. By the way, if you're watching Taylor, we have been orange forward on this show for many decades.
I was going to say, very long time.
She should feel comfortable here.
There's the orange right there.
There you go. Today, orange is now.
Bro, I never said this would come on. Turn off this bullshit, Hasan. Bro, Kitty was literally saying the same shit on stream yesterday. Lamau. Taylor Swift is single-handedly stopping white women from doing QAnon. First of all, I said this already. I said this already. Taylor Swift is QAnon for white women, which is ironic because QAnon is QAnon for white women. But like Taylor Swift, basically, this is what I've said before. I've said this so many times. Like Taylor Swift, like always leaving breadcrumbs like this, has conditioned white women into also doing QAnon stuff, but just for Taylor Swift, which, if they stick to just like Taylor Swift style QAnon breadcrumb conspiracies, then that's fine, right? That's like more productive. But if they don't, if left unchecked, they could raid the Capitol at any given moment. Okay? Like Ashley Babbitt probably, if she kept to just like Taylor Swift conspiracies, like she'd be fine. If she was like, oh my God, it's a Gaylor, like she wouldn't be dead right now. She would be alive. You know, talking about whether Carly Kloss and Taylor were an item at some point. But instead, she started off at that point and then probably switched quickly into like Donald Trump is actually executing deep state pedophiles and stuff. And now, look, she's dead. She died. She died at the Capitol.
Swift Nation, it's me, a fellow Swiftie, reporting in here. What a crazy day we've had out here. Am I right? Some important things that I would like to point out before other people point out on TikTok is that the playlist that you see right here that Taylor Swift just added to Spotify only has songs by Max Martin and Shellback. So we know that the new album, The Life of a Showgirl, is not going to be produced by Jack Antonoff.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah. Or no, I don't know. What am I supposed to say to this? Jack Antonoff, do we like him? Swifties, do we like? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Fuck Jack Antonoff. Okay. Is that are we on that? We don't like him. Yeah, I'm tired of Jack Antonoff. Thank God.
Freaking out a little bit. Also, another thing that's really important that we should point out, okay?
We should.
Is that 22, right there, you see that? 22 was uploaded on this album 2 weeks ago. Guess what's in 2 weeks? The 22nd of August. Guess what the 22nd of August is? It is a Friday. Guess when singles usually come out? Friday. And there's 22 songs on the playlist. Woohoo! Are we paying attention here? Also, 8 plus 2 plus 2 equals 12.
What?
Really trying to get to 3 minutes because that's what you got to do to get like the best ad rev or something like that.
This is the investigative journalism skills Hasan wishes he had. What the hell?
And there's 12 dots. She used 12 dots in the letter.
Mar says, I can't tell if she's doing a bit. She is not doing a bit. My man, she is not doing a bit at all. I've never seen Cutie this locked in, bro. This is like, it's for this shit and then maybe baking, okay? That's the two things that she's this locked in for.
12. And show business has 12 letters, and she's in show business. And Sour Patch Kids tweeted some orange Sour Patch Kids.
What? Okay, this is falling apart a little bit. Fuck it, new FBI director found. Does Cutie know about Israel? Can she change Swift's mind? Yes, Cutie does know about Israel. How would she actually change Taylor Swift's mind on Israel?
And Taylor Swift has 12 letters in her name. No, she doesn't. Who said that? Guys, don't say lies. Sorry about that one. My correspondents are idiots.
Who's she talking to? Is she hearing voices?
I just learned that TikToks actually only need to be over a minute to get ad rev. So I will actually be seeing you guys later. Thank you. Hey, stay tuned for more Taylor Swift information. Thank you. Well, just in case we're really close to 3 minutes, we might as well wait just in case it helps.
This is so stupid.
All right. Thank you guys. Good luck out there.
Okay, this is Cutie. When you take her out to Utah, let her go back. Isn't this one of your friends? Yes. She's also a co-host and co-owner of my podcast. Oh, little baby F, huh? Little baby F there? Little baby F? Is that what happened? Little baby F? Little mini F? Oh no, did you get a little mini F? Did you get scared? Did you get scared? Did you think I was gone? Cutie quietly posted this the other day.
I'm not angry anymore. Well, sometimes I am.
What is
I don't
this?
think badly of you. Well,
Bro, how can you quietly post on TikTok? To the Domino's that forgot my cheesy bread? What is the, I can't say anything. I can't say anything positive, okay? I'm sorry, I can't. I can't say anything positive. She gets mad and then she gets in her head when I say I support this. Okay? Do it, lady. But also I can't even say do it, lady, because like even then it's too much support. Please tell us none of your pictures are this terrible for GQ. No. I hope not. I hope not. Yeah. They're gonna cook you? Yeah. Oh, by the way, Israel's in talks to resettle Palestinians in South Sudan. Forgot to mention that. Fucking insane. All right.
Pastor Doug Wilson is a self-described Christian nationalist on a mission to make the United States a Christian nation and the entire world a Christian world. Over the decades, he's built an international network of more than 150 churches. And last month, he opened a new one just 3 blocks from Capitol Hill, with the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, attending the service. Pastor Wilson preaches a strict interpretation of the Bible. He believes women should submit to their husbands and not have the right to vote. In his view, abortion, homosexuality are criminal. He's been on the fringes of the religious right for decades, but now finds more of a mainstream Republican audience. CNN's Pamela Brown reports.
Christchurch senior pastor Doug Wilson makes no apologies for his beliefs on God and country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's the.
It's so awesome that these guys just straight up look like villains all the time. I don't know what it is. And it's not just me, right? Like, I'm not. You're seeing this too, right? Like, just don't even listen to what he's saying, but just like look at him. Also, what the fuck is CNN doing? Offering like a neutral interview to a guy who's like, we need to do Christian Sharia, like Christian jihad, like all of the things that they claim, you know, Muslims are trying to do in America. They actively are trying to do at the behest of Christianity. And they're just giving a neutral, like they're setting a neutral tone here. Very strange stuff.
In a secular democracy, it would be demos, the people. In a Christian republic, it'd be Christ.
Well, what would you say to someone watching this to say, look, I'm a Muslim. Who are you to say your worldview is better than mine, that your God is better than mine?
Well, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would fully expect to live under their God's rules.
But you said earlier that you want this to be a Christian world.
Yes.
So you want to supplant their religion with your Christian.
Yes, by peaceful means, by sharing the gospel. There's a lot of work yet to do. I believe that we are working our little corner of the vineyard.
Wilson's Little Corner, a picturesque campus nestled on the outskirts of downtown Moscow, Idaho, is growing by the day with thousands of like-minded Christians. Parishioners of his church, known as Kirkers, own and operate several businesses downtown, next to liberal college town stores.
If it's true,
Why did he yell boo? Because it's
because of me.
Because of you.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's a regular day for you.
That's not unusual.
A big focus of his Christian.
Everybody hates me. Oh, that's awesome. Hegseth reposted this segment and said, "All Christ for all of life." That's the defense secretary. He posted the interview as though it was a positive one. And in the interview, the guy literally says women shouldn't, like, it should be illegal to have abortions. Like, women shouldn't be able to vote and stuff. That's crazy. Cool. That's where we're at, I guess. I don't fucking know. That's cool.
Movement is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies. That's it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist, and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue for you?
No, it's not automatically an issue.
Josh.
Oh. Yet. It's not automatically an issue that you're a woman with 3 kids and you're fucking sitting here talking to me instead of being barefoot and pregnant in your kitchen. Yeah. Obama should be ashamed for abandoning Jeremiah Wright while watching this shit. Oh, 100%. Dude, oh my God. Jeremiah Wright said, "God damn America" one time, and Obama was like, "I don't know that guy." Who? Jeremiah who? Meanwhile, you got motherfuckers who are just like, women should be slaves. It's not enough. We should literally enslave women to only do birth stuff. And you got the Secretary of Defense of the Trump administration being like, "This is awesome. I like this a lot." And also he's a rapist. Cool. Fucking awesome. I don't know what to say about this other than this is crazy. It's so crazy.
And Amy Prince, along with her 4 kids, moved here from Washington State.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no, in the sense that we're both saved by grace. We're absolutely on equal footing, but we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So, like, moving here was ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with
Women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote.
Bro, white people got bored that, like, Salafists were having too much fun. It's awesome. They're like, why is it just we need to do the madrasa system here in the United States of America. I mean, this is like, it's just conservatism, I guess, at its purest form, right? That's what it is. I mean, they're just doing ISIS shit. They're literally, this is what ISIS would look like if Iraq had like a functioning infrastructure and was not invaded by America and destroyed, right? Like an ISIS-style movement would resemble exactly this. This is what happens when you want to do ISIS, but in a country that hasn't been completely destroyed, right? Like, because the reason why ISIS is doing what we know as ISIS shit, like the incredibly violent stuff, is because their material realities are very different than like an American living in the suburbs. Yeah, when I said white boy jihad summer, I did not mean like the Christian version of that. Seemingly, these guys are doing white boy jihad summer, maybe white boy jihad winter as well.
Vote as households, and I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church, it's all
pedophiles. Sorry.
Men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and in government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
He is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making inroads with the Trump administration.
Gross.
With a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious! And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by
What the fuck? Yo. Bro, what? Dude, we're so cooked, man. I go back and forth on this where I'm like, are they faking it for the bit? Like, are they doing this because they feel like this is an opportunity for like upwards mobility or something, you know? Suck up to the boss? Or are they just like this crazy? I don't get it. Like, I feel like there isn't that many religious people left in America. You know what I mean? As opposed to, I don't know, fucking 50 years ago. Like, who are these people all just like congregating in one area? Is that what it is? Like, where is this coming from? Like, church attendance is down year over year. They're not faking. I come from these fools. There are so many of them. Anecdotally, my 21-year-old sister is seemingly evangelicalizing herself. How is that possible? Yo, I don't understand. Like, I don't. Oh my God. Hasan needs to go see the real America. No, if this is what it is, I don't want to see it. Bro, I want to look away. I don't want to see this. I think, like, if this was liberation theology that they were preaching, ironic because it's the military, obviously that's not going to happen. But, like, if this was... Like, I have no smoke for people who are just like religious people who are chill. You know, they go to their fucking non-denominational church or whatever. Their church is like woke and gay, all that kind of stuff. Great. Okay. If they were like actually religious people who cared about, I don't know, doing right by others, community fundraisers, things of that nature. Like, that's cool. I'm fine with that. I'm happy with that. You know what I mean? But these guys are like weaponizing religion as a means to justify doing tremendous oppression. Like, their religion is hate. Their religion, they are united in their hatred for those who they think are not even necessarily non-believers, but it's really fucking gross. Like, this depiction of Christianity is so bastardized and so performative, but because all religion is performative at the end of the day, but like, it's so performative in the exact opposite direction that religious doctrine is supposed to move you towards. The entire purpose of religion is supposed to make you a good person out of the fear that if you're not a good person, you're going to hell, at least under Christianity, right? These guys are literally fucking worshipers of Satan. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, how can you be a religious person and not a socialist, you know? It's just so strange. It's so strange to me. These guys would shoot Jesus in the fucking head if he walked into that goddamn room and was like, a rich man's chances of getting in through the gates of heaven is like a camel getting in through the eye of a needle. And they'd be like, shut up, you fucking socialist Mexican. And they would kill him. Like, they'd be like, shut the fuck up. Beat him with hammers. My mom is very religious, but she can't stand these people. Religion helped her get clean, but she has leftist values unlike these freaks. Anyway, when you guys say like, oh, you live in an echo chamber, like, I'm not saying that there aren't religious people in America. Of course there are. There's a fuck ton of them. There's 100 million of them, right? But what I'm simply stating is that, like, church attendance is down broadly. Like, people, less and less people are openly declaring themselves as religious. So that's what I mean when I say, like, the trend is in the opposite direction, and it feels like the smaller their numbers get, the more aggressive they get with demonstrations of their faith, which is almost always a defense of violent institutions, institutional violence, repression of the other. I guess maybe that's the reason why, like, church attendance is down, so all that's left are the fucking nut jobs. Maybe that's the reason, you know? I think the problem is that the ones that do are now going to churches like this at an increasing rate. Yeah, which is, I guess, even scarier. Maybe when church attendance was up, it was like the normal fucking folk that are just like, I'm Christian, I go to the church every Sunday, it's whatever. But the guys that are still going to church at this time are just like, oh, I want, you know, some kind of divine intervention to kill my ex-wife and her new husband, who happens to be brown. You know, that type of shit. I'll pray to God every day that you smot my ex-wife Deborah, that bitch. She took the children. American Christianity has also always been like prosperity gospel. So that's also the grossest depiction that Christianity could ever, the grossest form that Christianity could ever take. So it does make sense.
And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later the Doug Wilsons and the others.
And as Wilson grows closer to the mainstream, the critics are also getting louder, accusing him and other Christian nationalists of wanting to create the dystopian world from The Handmaid's Tale, something he insists has never been his goal for society.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a fascist.
Dog, every fucking year they write this article. Young men are leading a religious resurgence. Oh, brother. The Christian radical response to 9/11 and the Catholic Rape Fest expose gobsmacked the entire millennial generation out of Christianity, at least 95% who are on the leftist political trajectory. This is just fucking maximalist cope. Christianity is starting to make a comeback in the U.S. and other Western countries, led by young people. Americans are increasingly shedding their religious affiliations. Go back far enough. I clicked on any link that I could, potentially. America's non-religious are a growing, diverse phenomenon. They really don't like organized religion. October 5th, 2025. Where are the numbers? Let's look at the numbers. 30% of adults identify with no religion. That group, commonly called nuns, includes identifying as atheist, agnostic, nothing in particular. October 2023, sorry. This is from October 2023. I said 2025. And this doesn't mean people who identify, like I identify as Muslim. I'm not a religious person. You know what I mean? So here are the numbers. More Americans see religion increasing its influence in the U.S. Though still the minority view at 34%, it's up from 20% a year ago. This isn't a positive thing, for the record. This is just people who still, right? Am I misunderstanding the question? Second surge occurred amid COVID-19 in April 2020. 38% of U.S. adults believe religion was becoming more influential. This isn't people saying that they're more religious. Views that religion is increasing its influence in American life by subgroups. Long-term religious trends in the U.S. are clear. Americans are less likely to identify with the religion, less likely to belong to a church or form a religious organization, less likely to attend religious services, and less likely to say religion is important in their lives than they were around the beginning of the 21st century. Americans appear to recognize those trends in religious attitudes and behavior, given the consistent majority since 2006 who have said religion is losing its influence on the U.S. However, as is the case now, the size of those majorities can fluctuate at times. To the extent where recent political changes in Washington are explanation for changes in opinion we've seen in December, it is unclear. I do think that as people become less religious in the United States of America, those who maintain a grasp on religion and those who actually say that they are religious are becoming more and more kooky, which will ironically negatively polarize the existing normals out of religion and will increase the number of non-religious people in the country. Now, of course, considering the community aspect of religion, wasn't disagreeing with you, the conclusion is still aligned with your overall perspective. The issue, of course, is that because of the profoundly important community aspect of religion, those people get in cult-like situations. Like they basically are, they basically turn into a complete cult. And I don't mean like an r/atheism, edgy atheist, like all religions in a cult type way. I mean like literally, like the fucking freaks that CNN is interviewing here. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not a racist. I'm not a misogynist.
How far off do you see a Christian nation, like a full-on Christian theocracy?
Oh, 250 years.
250 years.
Yeah, honestly, that's yes.
What you see. But you do think it will happen?
Yes, I do. We're not going to usher in anything ourselves. We're really genuinely pioneers.
John, we reached out to the Defense Department to better understand the relationship between Wilson and Hegseth, and a DoD spokesman said that Hegseth is a, quote, proud member of the network of churches founded by Pastor Wilson, and he also said that Hegseth, quote, very much appreciates many of Mr. Wilson's writings and teachings. John?
Pamela Brown, thank you so much. That's fascinating.
It's so funny. People still go get him out base. Got time to cut grass, but don't got time to get papers. Get him out base. Listen, when your filthy ass crawled out of your mother's pussy on U.S. soil, you didn't do shit, okay? You're nothing. You contribute nothing to American society. You're just a hateful little monster, a weak, pathetic, hateful little monster that gets off on imagining that those with less fortune than you are somehow actually worse than you. You have to fantasize about these people being violent people. I'm actually a hardworking American and I appreciated immigrants, but when they got coming in this country without paperwork, get them out. You will never understand the reason as to why people come here without paperwork. You will never comprehend it because, like I said, you're a hateful little monster who knows that he's getting fucked over by the extremely wealthy people in society, and you are too servile and too peasant-brained to actually look up and face who's actually oppressing you. So you have to look down and actively put other people in a second-class status so you can feel superior to something, to anything. That's what a weak man does. That's what a cowardly, pathetic worm like yourself does. You might fancy yourself to be this patriotic American. You're just like, get him out. Talking about get him out. Meanwhile, your fucking great-grandparents came here under similar circumstances, okay? You were just fortunate enough to be born on U.S. soil. That person wasn't. You don't understand the conditions that they had to go through. You don't even think for a brief moment as to why that person's immigration status after 25 years is still in fucking legal limbo. You don't even seem to get mad at the system that has kept that person undocumented this entire time. You think that person is a villain. You think that person is your enemy. That person is incredibly similar to you. But because you're so fucking afraid to punch up that you have to constantly punch down to hope or to create an alternative reality for yourself where you can have a shred of superiority. You're not superior. You're inferior. You're weak. You're pathetic. And I do not respect you, and neither does anyone in your life. And that is precisely why you find yourself in a fucking Twitch chat saying idiotic shit about people who were literally sent to a concentration camp after 25 years of working on U.S. soil instead of getting the proper paperwork clearance. It's that simple. Actually, I live with an illegal immigrant. He's been trying for years to get his paperwork, so I don't know exactly what he's going through. The fact that you sit on your high horse in your big multi-million-dollar mansion spitting propaganda, I'm trying to humanize a motherfucker who lives with you, okay? You're telling me you live with an illegal immigrant, you understand his plight, and yet you have no sympathy whatsoever for other illegal immigrants? You are the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Holy fuck, dude. Wake up. Wake up. I love every single one of these fucking servile little serfs that come in here and go, oh, well, guess what? You're fucking rich. Yeah, I am, bitch. Okay. Aren't you supposed to respect me more because I have more money than you? I thought that was your worldview. Why the fuck are you speaking up to me? Okay. Keep looking down. That's so funny. What an own, dude. Oh, you fucking speak from your multi-million-dollar mansion. Okay, dude. Yeah, I am. What an own, dude. You got me. I have a nice fucking house. You owned me. That still doesn't change your position. That doesn't change that you have to constantly fuck others over. You have to constantly keep putting people fucking down. Okay? I have sympathy for illegal immigrants, but when they continue to come into this country untethered and without paperwork, this cannot continue, as you see a lot of places in America are being taken over and brought down by these immigrants coming into this country. Name one fucking place that has been brought down by immigrant takeovers. It doesn't exist. This is precisely what I was talking about when I said Republicans hallucinate, dude. every position that a Republican has developed is a complete hallucination. It just does not exist. It is not real. What you consider to be an immigrant takeover is like the fact that you had to hear Spanish one time in your fucking life on U.S. soil and it spooked you, okay? The fuck do you mean immigrants are coming in untethered and taking over? How the fuck do you think the American nation state was developed? That is how your fucking nasty grandparents came here too. New York is a clear example of what happens when you let immigrants come into the country untethered. Now that there are new laws in place, they're out of this country, and look at New York now clean. Again, once again, back to back. Not only did you hallucinate an insane fucking reality that doesn't exist where you said New York was a shithole because of immigrants, you also hallucinated a reality where New York was somehow rid of its migrant population, which didn't happen, and now New York is clean. Not a single thing you said was real. You literally exist in a totally separate fucking field, dude. That is not real at all. You live in some bumfuck backwater town in Idaho fantasizing about what goes on in New York. What the fuck are you saying? Shut the fuck up. Now, you don't have to be like this. You don't have to be a fucking hateful little monster, okay? You don't. Seemingly, you say you live with an illegal immigrant, okay? I actually live in Texas, so you're wrong about that. Okay, my bad. Backwater bumfuck Texas town instead of Idaho. My bad. You wouldn't be able to put food on your fucking table if it wasn't for migrant workers in this goddamn country. Show some fucking respect, bitch ass. They deserve so much more. They deserve proper documentation and proper fucking wages. But you're too stupid and too deluded into thinking that they are fucking you over when it's actually the people that designed the system that's fucking you over. And the less you have, the more angry you get. And the more angry you get, the more you think immigrants are fucking me over. You're a dumbass. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Okay? Here's some hard to swallow pills for you. Okay? I'm not gonna fucking whitewash it for your idiotic for in a way that you will. I'm not gonna coddle you for having this fucking stupid position. Jesus Christ, dude. Enjoy the show. Trump is really saving America, right? He's making it great again, right? He's taking out the swamp, right? Thank God. Voting for the fucking Epstein affiliate was fantastic. Fantastic design for this fucking country. Trump is amazing. Yeah, he's amazing at fucking kids, dude. And you love that he fucks kids, I guess. That's what you love, don't you? You nasty little fucking pervert. You nasty little freak. Oh, Trump is amazing. What is one thing Trump has done for you? One thing. Name one fucking thing. Don't say he fucking closed the border, because your stupid ass doesn't understand that that is not good for you in general. Okay? Name one thing. What did he do? Oh, he banned trans athletes from the NCAA. Did that actually fix the cost of living? Are things more affordable for you, dumb fuck? No. Is your rent cheaper now? No. What happened? Oh, but at least the fucking 20 athletes in the NCAA don't get to participate because they were trans, right? Do you have more money in your pocket? No. He was gonna fucking end the wars. Look how fast he ended the wars. He has Benjamin Netanyahu's dick shoved so far up his asshole that he's literally speaking out of his mouth. He's communicating with his penis. I actually work at a grocery store. Oh my God, this guy works in a grocery store. He's not even a fucking small business owner. Oh my God. Oh my God. He said he lowered prices, bro. Oh my God. You literally, you work at a fucking grocery store, dude. Fucking wake up. He doesn't care about you. The Democrats don't either. But he certainly doesn't even try to make it seem like he cares about you, and you're still going, Trump is amazing. How do I reach out to you, man? How? Yeah. Also, grocery CEOs, grocery CEO explains Trump tariffs are impacting prices at his grocery store. Prices are gonna obviously go up because of the fucking tariffs. One day, hopefully. One day, inshallah, you're going to wake up from your fucking stupor, okay? One day. How can you be a Texan that works at a fucking grocery store and you're like, Trump's amazing? Oh my God, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Your landlord is gonna demand a crumb of pussy from your girlfriend instead of increasing the rent next month, and you're like, Trump is amazing. Why? He just made the transgenders not play in the high school sports. It's okay. He's my landlord. He owns me. This is what I will never understand. Motherfuckers with no capital, zero capital, but they're capitalists. People constantly say, Hasan, how can you say you're a socialist? How can you say you're a socialist? You're rich. Motherfucker, you got no capital. You work at a grocery store. You don't own the store. You work there. Where is the deed to the factory, chatter? Yeah, sure, the mom and pop stores will be affected, but big corporations that supply most of America will not be facing the big problem. Dog, you are not John Croger. You are literally saying Trump is going to destroy mom and pop grocery stores, but the big grocery stores are going to be fine. First of all, you're wrong on that front as well, but it doesn't even matter. How is that good for the country? You are just admitting that Trump is bad for the country. Are you Mr. Ralph's? Are you Anderson Pavilion? No. Are you John Croger? No. What the fuck is wrong with you? At least the monopolies are fine, good sir. What do you think happens when there's less market competition? Do you think when they have 3 companies that own all the grocery store chains, they magically reduce prices? Are you fucking stupid? Oh, I know the answer. You said Trump is amazing, but goddamn. Not only are you wrong on the immigration side, you're wrong on everything. This is what I was saying. I'm glad that there's a fucking Trump supporter in here so that we can finally, show chatters exactly what I was talking about when I said, talk to a Trump supporter and you will very quickly find out that they are living on a different reality. A totally different reality. Listen, advocate for your best interests, okay, chatter? Please, I beg you, okay? I want to shake you until your brain keeps hitting the back walls of your skull. Until you can advocate for your best interests, okay? The rich do it every fucking day. The wealthy do it all day. Your bosses, the people that own the fucking grocery chain that you work at, they demand more from the government. You're so stupid that you don't even want to do it. You are advocating for their best interest. The fuck's wrong with you? You work at the grocery store. You don't own the grocery store. Why the fuck are you a Trump supporter? You think the wealthy became wealthy by sucking up to the wealthy? No. They fought for their best interests until they got to a different class position, and then they kept advocating for that class interest as well. Oh. Why the fuck do you think a billionaire born with a silver spoon as a New York Democrat his whole life and a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate for most of his fucking life gives a single shred of a fuck about a Texan grocery store clerk, dude? How fucking dumb do you gotta be? Do you think that if you suck up hard enough to Republicans that eventually you'll be rich like they are? It's not gonna happen. You're too stupid to advocate for your best interest now. You're never gonna fucking make it. Wake up. Yeah, you don't understand. If the monopolies do well, their profits will trickle down to my pocket. I'm actually a grocery store manager for over 10 years. I've been seeing the climate of this country's economy dwindle under Biden's command now that Trump is in command. Oh, he's a manager. Oh, damn, dude. You're going to make it out the cut. I swear, brother. Yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. He thinks he's part of the team because he's a fucking management class. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the faceless, lifeless fucking actual owners of the franchise that you're operating. Those are the motherfuckers that are making the real money. You just get to see like maybe a little bit more than the people who you are in command over, okay? And it makes you feel like you're part of the team. You're not part of the team. Also, fuck Biden. You're like, yeah, hell yeah, brother. I've been a grocery store manager for fucking 10 years, dude. I got a Camaro. You know, I ain't never making enough disposable income to put aside so they can purchase a home, but it's fine. Trump's gonna fix that. Yeah. One more Guatemalan that gets fucking deported from this country, and then I'll have a home. Okay? One day, big dog, is coming for you. I swear. You're a manager and you have a roommate. Did you not think that perhaps the economic system that you are existing under is fucked up at any point? Did you not think like, I've been a manager for 10 years? Why the fuck do I still have a roommate? In Texas. You're not even in like California, you're in Texas. At no point did it come at no point did this not confuse you where you're like, I have been a manager for 10 years. When is the bag coming? I still have a roommate in Texas, of all fucking places. Is this the future that I thought I was going to have when I was a kid playing Madden with my friends? No. At some point, some shit's got to change, no? Perhaps Trump is not the savior you thought it was. Isn't the American dream supposed to be that one day you can open a business and thrive in your community? This dude is literally saying Trump nuked the American dream of owning a local shop because the superstores will easily be able to tank his tariffs while local entrepreneurs get snuffed out. Trump is amazing, though. I know. None of it makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Unless he's lying about having an illegal immigrant for a roommate, and then actually he's just like, he's in one of those situations where he like owns the house and he just rents it out. What the fuck? Oh, it's back. That was crazy. I saw the stream. The entire stream went down. Anyway, Big Kroger got me. Big Kroger came after me. Big Heb. Big Walmart. The Walton family's up my ass, chat. It's bad. It's bad. The other part of the story that's funny is he said he's been a grocery store manager for 10 years. And what's funny about that, go look at his logs to see this person's motivations. America, baby, we won. What? Mr. Beast is calling. Join the call. USA air raid. He quit because he got too popular. What? Radical left liberal lol. I think this guy can be convinced. Asmongold, we made it. Asmon was right. Lol, you deflect. Nah, I think this guy can be convinced. Yeah, sure. He listens to Asmongold and is consistently wrong, but I see the cracks in the dam. I mean, I could tell he's an Asmongold watcher because this motherfucker said he's been a grocery store manager for 10 years who has seen the climate of this country's economy dwindle under Biden's command. Bro, 10 years ago, it was Trump again. Like, fuck you mean? He's like, that was Trump 1. Four of those fucking 10 years is Trump, you know? One's Obama, let's say, if we're factoring in the Obama, the end of the Obama term. But 4 of those years is Trump, and the last half of this year is also Trump. So almost 6 of those 10 years is Trump. Fuck you mean? Or not 6, 4, yeah, 4. 5. This guy called his girlfriend, wife, or roommate. I like how it's Biden's fault too when he's literally from Texas. Everything's Biden's fault. Yeah. Half of this guy's grocery store managerial career was Donald Trump, and he's like, why did the Democrats fuck this country up? I can't believe it. Yeah. They untethered this country. I mean, look. Democrats ain't too great either. Okay? I'm not saying that they are, but it's just funny because you're like actively pro-Trump. You would never catch me being actively pro-Biden, you know what I mean? Holy shit, dude. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to end it here, chat. Love you guys. And that'll be all for me today. I'm going to go hang out with my brother. Yeah, that'll be all for tonight. And I'll see you tomorrow. It's another 7-hour half day. Half day Hossie. You already know what it is. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.